scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the third kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out two. He spots out two, and Nico gets it.
Here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Jordan, you're going to trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the test. Eventually goes up. Marky finds two.
Wait a minute.
Finds three. Able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the two lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the third kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out two. He spots out two, and Nico gets it.
Here we go. Savvy AK with a P. Kelly S will respond. Jordan, you're going to trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the test. Eventually goes up. Marky finds two.
Wait a minute.
Finds three. Able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately.
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. George, you get the trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds 2.
Wait a minute.
Finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately.
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. George, you get the trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds
Oh, wait,
two,
wait a minute.
finds three, able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that... he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately...
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. Whoa. He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. ZOL with the P. Kelly S will respond. George, you're going to trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky... He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds
oh, wait,
2,
wait a minute.
finds 3, able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike, and that... he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately...
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out two. He spots out two, and Nico gets it.
Here we go. Xavier K with a peek. Elias will respond. Georgia with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the
my God!
box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds two.
Wait a minute.
Finds three. Able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the two lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the third kill. He has no access into the spike. And that... he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately...
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out two. He spots out two, and Nico gets it.
Here we go. Xavier K with a peek. Elias will respond. Georgia with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is, at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds two.
Wait a minute.
Finds three. Able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the two lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. And we'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's gonna destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he
360.
scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's gonna be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the third kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. Whoa. He spots out two. He spots out two, and Nico gets it.
here we go. ZOL with a peek. Elias will respond. Georgia with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the
my
box!
God.
And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over
30
the
seconds
barrier
left.
or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds
Oh,
two.
wait a minute.
Finds
Player
three.
remaining.
Able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he
360.
scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the third kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately.
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. Whoa. He spots out two. He spots out two, and Nico gets it.
Here we go. ZOL with a peek. Elias will respond. Georgia with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the
my
box!
God.
And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over
30
the
seconds
barrier
left.
or the contest. Eventually goes up. Marky finds
Oh,
two.
wait a minute.
Finds
Player
three.
remaining.
Able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately.
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2, and Nico gets it.
Here we go. SavvyAK with the PK will respond. Georgian with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! He's shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds
Oh, wait a minute.
Finds 3, able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around.
Relentless is the name of the game, and over 40 players are hoping to win it. 3 days left to make it to the playoffs, yet so many teams are barely, and I mean barely, hanging on. One of those is today's highlighted match, which consists of brothers turned into foes. I bet you're curious to find out how that one goes. So without further ado, allow me to welcome you to day number 12 of VCTPH Split 2.
By now, as next is prepared, he gets again. It's just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Kung ang players natin dito ay Relentless, aba syempre, hindi kami magpapatalo dito sa panel. Kami nga pala ang The Panel at kasama nyo ngayon si Likeable, si Vil, and of course si Terror, ang ating The Mods tandem. Nako, kamusta nga pala guys? Kasi last week kayo naman yung nandito sa host area, di ba?
Actually, yun nga, the host na dapat ang tawag sa atin. Alam mo, basta ito yung nakakatawa eh. Yung nag-cold open si Laika, ang galing eh, ang ayos. Ako yung nag-cold open, natawa ako.
Nung si Vil yung nag-cold open, sabi niya, check it out. Pero ang nasabi niya, chicken out.
Check it out.
Check it out, let's check it out. Yun ang sabi niya nung cold open niya. Okay, at least. Okay pa, natakot ako kinabukasan eh. Grabe.
Huwag niyo ako ilalagay sa cold open. Natatawa ako bigla eh.
Naka-full screen pa siya. Alam mo yun? Bida siya eh, bida.
Sim, parang dyan.
Ang nangyari kasi doon, Terror, natuto ka na doon sa mga nagawa na nangyari kay Vil.
Hindi ako nakatulog eh. Natakot ako eh.
Kumbaga, best, I got you. I got you.
Ikaw
Diba?
na nagkamali.
Ako na nagkamali para sa'yo, men.
You sat so I can run.
Oo, ganun na yun.
At least, di ba, saktong-sakto yung kaganapan. Kung last week, nung kayo naman yung nag-host, nakita nyo, nasubaybayan nyo lahat ng ng mga highlights na nangyari. Kasi syempre, pag ikaw yung the host, buong araw kang nandito sa broadcast, di ba?
Yeah. Tama siya. And best, gusto ko lang itanong. Kasi syempre, yung host natin, galing Japan, di ba? Kamusta naman ang Japan, Laika?
Masaya yung Japan actually. May mga pasalubong ako dito. Pero ayaw nyo eh. Gusto nyo yen, di ba? Wala akong yen eh. So hindi ko na lang kayo bibigyan. Sa ibang tao na lang na may gusto.
Okay lang.
Sige, ayaw nyo man sa pasalubong ko. Alam kong gusto nyo namang makita yung highlights natin na nangyari dito sa mga laro natin kahapon. So panoorin ulit natin. Ito ang ating highlights replay.
And now the clock is ticking. They don't have a lot of time. They don't have the luxury at this point, but they're able to reduce the members coming from Oasis. It's planted for long. One is around that cubby area. Still are able to clean up 1v2 at this point. One's coming from the flank. Will they peek together? He has to reload. He doesn't have a lot of time as Drax clutches this for Oasis.
One way actually finding some value, getting one. Will he be able to find a second kill? Finds two, he still has the ultimate available. Trying to find the third, but Georgian Wild Oreo, the combination of players, just enough to really take him out of that side. Slatham tries to break the Seekers, but now there's very low here on both sides. The double swing from Oasis Gaming. One falls off the trade from Exotic. It is an operator in hand, but he whiffs the shot. There goes the Seekers, pushing him so far back. He has the shorty, and Wild Oreo just gonna go for a plant. We've seen him clutch this before.
And two updrafts. Still very possible. Fortunate timing there. Gonna peek in, and
Oh.
Wild Oreo once again. This guy.
He might be able to spot. It's a free kill for Georgie. He has eyes on Slatham and one more player onto long. He gets the double, the triple, the quadruple. He might go for the ace here. He has to find Vanta Black. He passed him on that mid side. Will they give it to him though?
Vanta Black all alone. There's not a lot of setup for him to do so. They want to give that ace to Georgie, and he's not gonna get it this time around. But against four players, let's see now. Vanta Black gets the second kill. Now it's a 1v3. How can you isolate these fights? Now, that's going to be Oasis with a 2-0, denying any sort of survival. It's a...
They're gonna need to be a bit more careful moving forward. They have the lead now. They have the guns to fight back, but now it's in position towards heaven. The Rolling Thunder, even the answer, but look who's appeared. It will be Ja fighting on side. Ja just runs them all over. 3 down, make that 4. Almost got the ace. Owen shuts it down. Cell in the position in the world to just fight back against GameLab.
My goodness. Who is this player? They're going to try the same thing here towards the bridge instead on the arcade side. Ja making that contact, but he finds the kills, and that just dismantles his push.
I mean, technically, GameLab.Alpha did try to do this a while ago, but no one was home on the north side. And Naos wasn't ready for it because they didn't realize what happened per se. This time around, well, they understand what's going on. They understand what's coming their way. And Ja able to hold things down. The showstoppers do clash, and Ja flies even higher to soar into greater heights. A 3K from Ja, make that a quad. The ace denied by Dritch, but GameLab.Alpha, they're struggling here versus the forces of Naos. Mojer and Wits holding things down together, and the double peak is enough. He's been renowned for these moments. Ionix though, no slouch either, being that newest addition for GameLab.Alpha. He's now creeped on over towards the site itself, and the higher ground is the best ground for Papi Chulo. Clutch delivered as per usual.
Mula sa pasabog ni Wild Oreo hanggang sa pag-knife ni Owen Cutie dito kay Senior Carl, grabe talaga yung highlights na nadadala sa atin dito sa VCTPH Split 2 na syempre handog sa atin ng ating sponsors katulad na lang ng Riot Games pati ng Mineski Philippines.
And syempre, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
Ayan. At syempre, ang VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So, shoutouts nga pala sa mga Gab dyan. Hello sa inyong lahat.
Hello!
nakakahiya kasama to si Vin. Alam mo yung parang hindi mo, I don't claim him at this point.
Sorry.
Nakakapanibago, no? Hindi siya yung nagsabi nung Gabskill. Hindi siya nakapagsabi
Oo
ng,
nga eh.
Hi, Miss Cynthia.
Hindi, hello po.
Hello po. Ayan.
Hello po. Hello din naman, syempre, sa mga standings natin na updated. Naku po, hanggang ngayon, mula noon hanggang ngayon, Naos Esports pa rin ang nasa taas with their flawless run so far at Oasis Gaming naman ang close na close dito. Pero Terror, naku po, pag tinignan natin ng 6, 7, 8, kailangan talaga may mag-step up sa kanila.
Ay, nako. Ito nga yung mga teams talagang naghahabol ng puntos dito, Laika. And today, makikita nga natin yung dalawang teams na rin na to na maglalaban sa unang match o series na meron tayo. So definitely, makakakita tayo ng movements dito. Pero may mga certain changes din sila sa mga teams natin na nangyari lang recently na baka apektuhan na naman to ng matindi, partner.
Yeah, that's true. And knowing na ito yung mga first and the second games natin for the day. First game, we have NCG versus ZOL. And syempre, game number is gonna be GameLab versus APH. Actually, itong NCG and ZOL, ito dapat yung kailangan natin tutukan. Kasi this is their 5th game. So, ibig sabihin, meron pa silang isang game. Well, actually, ito nga rin talaga yung mahirap for NCG. Kasi yung next game nila is ZOL nga. Then after that, it's gonna be Naos Esports. So, this is gonna be really scary for them kung makakapasok ba sila o hindi because the maximum score na pwede lang makuha dito is actually 3-4.
Nako, scary talaga. Lalong-lalo na yun, sinabi ko na nga kanina, di ba, 3 days na lang, including tong araw na to, yung chance mo para makapasok pa sa playoffs. And not only that, hindi naman guaranteed na bawat araw na yan naman natitira, meron kang laban that day. Kaya, at this point, every game really has to count. At tulad na lang ng first series natin na nakita natin sa schedule kanina, it starts with a tale of two brothers but ends with bittersweet as only one of them can actually rise dito sa ating standings. Bakit nga ba two brothers ang tinutukoy natin dito? Aba, syempre, dahil yung ZOL Esports score natin, ngayon, ay galing rather sa NCG nung split 1 natin. Kaya, merong mga tension talaga na nag-a-arise natin.
Yeah.
So, bakit hindi na natin kilalanin etong unang kapatid natin dito na of course ay, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ay ang ZOL Esports.
In terms of change, napakalaki ng impact ng word na yun sa kanila. Nagbago sila ng team, umalis isa sa pinaka-integral part ng team nila which is Senior Carl, may bago silang roster, pero nung last game nila, hindi sila nagpatinag. Literal na lahat ng games nila is 3 games, pero hopefully today, makakuha na sila ng win.
Yeah, and ito nga yung nakita naman natin yung leaderboards na mention mo na rin naman, partner, no? And the thing is, iteration nga to ng old SR Nacague squad natin na from the past season na meron tayo dito, Laika, alam naman natin na isa sila sa mga strongest teams na meron tayo kahit nung off-season nga ng Valorant mismo dito sa Pilipinas. Isa sila sa mga teams talagang tournament kung tournament. Pero right now, they're still trying to find that footing at yun nga yung malaking change na nasabi rin dito ni Vil kanina, Laika.
Yan talaga yung concerning pag nakita natin yung standings ngayon. Kasi kilala na natin tong mga players na to. Nakita na natin kung ano yung kaya nilang ilapag dito sa ating mesa sa VCTPH. Pero for some reason, may something na kulang talaga sa mga teams na to. Pero yun nga yung tinatry nating i-figure out at kailangan nilang i-figure out sa araw na to. Lalong-lalo na, tulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, ang hating kapatid nila ang makakalaban nila. So ipakilala na natin ang kanilang opponent na ang SR Nacague.
And then you have yung isang kapatid nung isang organization na meron nga tayo dito. Mga kapatid na players din, SR Nacague, a Batman, Joms, Mid Matters, Walk on Waters, and Yanagi. Meron ka mga bagong salta na mga bagong players din ng generation ngayon ng Valorant na tinatawag nating Valorant 2.0. Ang tanong dito, kaya bang makahabol ng mga pillar or cornerstone kagaya na lang ni Mid Matters?
Yeah, I mean, if ever gonna compare them to ZOL Esports, talagang parehong-pareho lang sila. They haven't found their best footing in this tournament. But we really hope in this game, their second to the last game, that they can actually find their path to redemption. And like what you've said, di ba, yung mga returning players sila is napakalaki ng potential talaga. Kitang-kita naman natin, sila Yanagi, andyan sila Wow. And to the fact na si Joms, kitang-kita naman natin kung paano siya mag-Odin, mag-clear ng corners with that kind of gun. Napakalaki talaga and napakadami nilang pwedeng ilatag dito sa game na to.
Marami talagang pwedeng ilatag etong team na to. Kasi kahit naman individual pa lang nakikita natin talaga yung potential ng kada player. Tulad na lang nung last time na nakalaban nila tong RNT, si Joms talagang nag-step up dito sa Pearl, pati sa Ascent. Habang nung huling mapa naman nila, si Abat pa nga yung nagpakita ng lurk potential niya doon sa Haven. Kaya naman nakakatuwa kasi may mga highlighted players din tayo na ipapakita dito sa head-to-head natin. Na syempre spearheaded ni Patman pati ni Yanagi. Nako po, etong dalawang players na to, kapag nag-initiate Vil sa mga labanan, humanda na talaga yung team nyo.
Gustong-gusto ko na isa na talaga yung pinagtapat na dito sa head-to-head kasi kitang-kita naman natin kung paano rin mag-set ng tempo si Patman tsaka si Yanagi dito. Kitang-kita naman natin if ever si Patman, syempre ano ba yung mga ginagamit niya, syempre mga initiate, andyan si Sova, andyan si Sky, minsan ka nakikilljoy pa rin. So the flexibility is there, but if ever chinek out mo naman si Yanagi, syempre kitang-kita pa rin naman with a second duelist or third duelist, kung depende naman talaga kung anong gagawin niya. It's just that KO and Breach is talagang nag-perform siya.
Speaking of pillars din naman kung pag-uusapan natin dito sa dalawang to, SR Nacague as a team, sobrang hilig nilang mag-double any composition. Kung titignan mo yung lahat ng run nila dito, lahat ng mapa na nilaro nila sa Split 2, iisa lang yung mapa na hindi sila nag-double initiator. So alam mo kung gaano kalaking factor yung kaya nilang dalhin o kayang dalhin ni Yanagi dito sa team na to, and isa nga to sa mga, literally, yung strategic plan nila dito nagre-revolve sa mga players na to.
Alam mo, sakto yan na na-bring up mo yung mga mapa nila kasi isa sa mga bagay na kapansin-pansin dito sa dalawang teams ito. Oo, from time to time nakakahanap sila ng success dito pero overall kulang talaga sa consistency. At makikita natin yan as we head on over to our map selection. Pero so far with this in mind na meron ngang consistency issue na binibring up ko dito, Taylor, sa tingin mo anong mapa tayo mapapadpad ngayon?
The thing is, for Nacague right now, they've been trying to play out Pearl. And yung mga Pearl matches na nakikita natin from them, obviously nahihirapan sila for the split. And I think that would be exactly why they ban it.
Yeah, and to the fact na ito yung pinaka-successful na mapa rin ng ZOL Esports. So ganun lang naman yun eh. Number one, kung mahina sila sa mapa na yun and kung malakas ba yung kalaban nila doon. So that is one issue na kailangan talaga i-consider why you have to ban Pearl and Lotus. Naman ang ibaban nga ng ZOL Esports kasi isa rin to sa pinaka-successful na mapa ng SR Nacague kahit 1-1 yung score nila.
Ang nakakaano rin dito na kung iisipin mo, kasi syempre itong side ng ZOL, may idea sila kung paano mag-shot call tong si Mid Matters, diba? Napagdaanan na nila yan eh.
Totoo.
Captain nila yan dati, IGL nila yan. So kung ano mang ibabato ni Mid, grabe naman sa tatay. Ready na tong ZOL sa kung ano mang gagawin ni Mid, ano mang i-call niya dito, lalong-lalo na dito sa Haven. Ilang beses na nila bringing out tong mapa na to, back when they were still together, back in Split 1. So, hindi ko alam, Vil, kung ano ma-anticipate natin pagpasok sa mapang to. Baka ZOL pa nga ang maging lamang dito.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see kung ano ba talaga ang mga pwede nilang kunin dito. Pero andyan pa naman ang Ascent, open pa naman ang Ascent though, which is medyo successful din naman yan sa side nga ng mga players natin. Lalong-lalo na sa SR Nacague and ZOL Esports. Pero Fracture is actually a really good pick, knowing na yung the last time na naglaro dito ang ZOL Esports is talo sila.
Oo, talo sila sa GameLab.Alpha last time, no? And barely lang naman yung idea natin towards Fracture pagdating sa ZOL Esports. So maybe pocket strat nila to, especially coming into the latter part nga, na may changes din sila sa team nila na meron tayo na wala nga si Senior Carl. And obviously right now, wala na yung Icebox as well. So isa rin to sa mga mapa na hindi nagpe-perform yung ZOL at saka yung Nacague. So at least it's out of the equation right now. And I'm actually excited to see, no? Kasi expected ko medyo mas slow pace tayo eh. Pero nakita natin may fracture, Bes. So, feeling ko may balak sila.
You know what? Kasi fracture kasi dito sa split 1, isa yan sa pinaka-top ban nga ng mga teams. Actually, minsan lang natin nakikita ang fracture eh. So, it's gonna be really interesting na kinuha ng ZOL yan. And last map, it's gonna be Ascent. Lahat ng Filipino teams sa malakas dyan. And if ever gonna compare nyo naman yung mga score nga ng ZOL at saka ng SR Nacague dito, it's kinda tie. 2-2 naman sa ZOL and 1-2 naman sa side nga ng SR Nacague. So ito rin yung deal breaker if ever kung mapupunta pa tayo sa game number 3, knowing that lahat ng games ng ZOL Esports is 1-2. Na 1-2 nila ang Oasis Gaming, na 1-2 nila ang Naos Esports. So we're gonna get to see if i-1-2 rin ba nila or 2-1 ang SR Nacague.
Actually, kung pag-uusapan natin yung history netong mga teams ito, nakita natin sa scoreboard kanina, tig-isang panalo pa rin sila. And very interesting tong nangyayaring to kasi kung pag-usapan natin yung ZOL, natalo sila ng RNT pero yung NCG natalo nila yung RNT. Tapos yung ZOL, nanalo sila against MVP pero yung MVP nanalo naman against NCG. So may something talaga na nangyayari dito. Kumbaga nakikita nila yung mga weakness ng isa't isa nagpa-pop up. Depende na lang rin kung sino yung kalaban nila. Kaya today, very interesting dahil lalabas kung weakness ba nila talaga yung isa't isa. Gaano kapantay kaya yung mangyayaring labanan. We are about to find out. Pero bago namin kayo pakawalan, well ako pala, bago kayo pakawalan guys, alamin muna natin yung predictions nyo. Simulan natin kay Taylor kasi ladies first.
Dapat ikaw yung nauna, di ba?
Ako, tahimik na lang ako, man.
Tahimik na lang si Bill kasi tama tayo, eh, di ba?
Oo, tahimik na lang
Pero ito,
ako.
pagdating sa prediction ha, pakiramdam ko malaking factor na nawala si Senor Carl right now for ZOL. So, I think pagdating sa mapa na to and sa series na to actually, malaking adjustment pa from them. So, I'm going towards the side of SR Nacague para sa prediction ko. I think this is the time na they actually get a point going up to that leaderboards.
Well, tulad nga sinabi nga ni Taylor na nawala kang Senior Carlo, which is siya talaga isa sa pinaka-integral part nga ng ZOL Esports. Kitang-kita naman natin yan all the way no split 1 pa yung Viper place niya sa Pearl. Well, pagdating naman dito ngayon, para sa akin it's gonna be siguro ZOL Esports because of the added firepower nga na pwedeng ilabas ng mga bagong addition ng mga players nga ng ZOL Esports. So we're gonna get to see if ever ZOL ba talaga o kung ano man. Ikaw, Laika, ano yung sa'yo?
Sasabihin ko pa nga lang, sabi ko, ladies first, pero inunahan ako nung isa dyan.
Ay, sorry.
Hindi, joke lang. Para sa akin naman, parang gusto ko kasi ng sisig, alam mo yun? So, doon ako naglilin sa SR Nacague para lang masabihin si Abat na, let him cook. Gusto natin ng sisig. Matagal ko nang hinahanap na sisig. Hindi nakarating. Ano yun, ang lapit na eh. Ang lapit na talaga sa akin ng sisig pero nawala parang bulalang. Sayang. Sana naman tong series na to para sa kanila. Hindi rin mawala na parang bulalang. Malay natin, di ba?
Ako yung nag-iisang ZOL Esports dito.
Ikaw? Kaya mo yan, Bes.
Ikaw?
Feeling ko masaya pag laging nasa gitna si Bill. Ang daming mangyayari. Dapat pala matagal na natin ginawa.
Pinta. Shake hands style.
Shake hands. Yeah.
Ay, mali. Ito pala.
Patay yung nasa gitna.
Ay, sorry.
Ang hirap kasi di ko alam yung left and right. Nakakalito.
Si Laika lumipad eh.
Ano ba yan?
Sige na. Panelist start the game. Papasa na namin kayo sa ating mga casters. Welcome everybody to the English broadcast of the VCTPH split number 2. We'll be your casters for the first series of the day. I'm Riku, joined by Raf. Hello Raf! It's so nice to cast with you today. How are you?
Yes.
Yes, I love it. Yes. It's one word but it says a lot. Yes.
The coffee is
with a
hitting
thumbs up.
me. Also, I like what you're wearing. It's not like we planned this, right? It's not like I asked you this morning, Ricky, what are you wearing? So we can have a bit of a uniform. But yes, I'm very excited. This is, again, just another great way to start the week. And for I guess these developing teams, I'm still very curious what might transpire ahead of us.
I know. I think that's the exciting part, right? We're currently at the last day of the second of the last week of the regular season. Haha. But before we talk about a lot of the current matchup we have, which is ZOL Esports versus NCG, you're currently watching the English broadcast I just mentioned earlier, but we're also available in Tagalog. You can watch the Tagalog dub of the VCT over at their Facebook and as well as our YouTube channels.
Of course, guys, don't forget there's free delivery if you are subscribed to Grab Unlimited, and I believe it is free for the first month. So go get that, I guess, food, everything. You know,
yeah,
it's the perfect setting. There's a lot of great Valorant ahead of us, so why not just go get your delivery and have a good old time.
I know, considering that it's going to get really, really intense, and I'm sure that we are slowly closing into the conclusion of the regular season, which makes it even more exciting and more close. Probably a lot of map 3s leading up to, again, the following week. But here we go, ZOL Esports versus NCG. Let's talk about the implications here, because they're both tied 1-4 in the current standings, and only the top 6 teams will be able to make it over towards the playoffs. With 2 games left, after this, there would be a possible tie between these two. And when when that happens, we're only going to be looking at the round win. So for them to solidify their spot, for ZOL, if they win this, they also need to win against Action PH. And for NCG, after this match, they have to win against Now. So it's like, it's so difficult to look at the situation for both of these teams.
So incredibly attentive this one is. She's basically given you guys the laydown of what's going to happen. And I think there's a really interesting storyline brewing here too, because ZOL and SR are very familiar with each other. Again, the core of ZOL was basically that old SR Nacague team that's been around forever, right? So now there's these two contrasting teams, but still very familiar with each other, because again, Mid Mathers was one of the anchors of that old roster. Suddenly, he has to go against these long-standing teammates that he's again, undeniably built chemistry with, so that might come into play, the reads and whatnot. I feel like on the side of ZOL, though, it might be a little shaky because they'd lost their top performer, and it was such a surprise for everybody. And I know, again, the roster shuffles, they're always going to lead into this sort of domino effect. We're just wondering if it's going to be the good domino effect, or I guess the less like, or how would I put this? Less preferred domino effect. I don't want to say bad, but I just said bad anyway, so there it is.
Yeah, I think it's a really great point, because there's just a lot to adjust. Despite Senor Carl departed from the team 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago is still a lot of, that's a lot of time on paper. It's when we look at the bigger picture of the implications of the pressure and adjustment, that especially when we look at Netflix, what he has to fill in, it's going to be a bit of that challenge, considering that we're heading over to Agent Select as they go up against ZOL Esports.
I completely agree with you. Those are very, very big shoes to fill. Again, top performer who's now transferred over to one of the true juggernauts of the PH scene and is still performing as if he was there day one. But we have to refocus our lens here, folks. NCG versus ZOL. Haven, again, one of the favorite maps here. Of course, Mid Mathers on that signature Astra. NCG looking to slow this down. I believe we had a small chat about this behind the scenes, where sometimes it feels like NCG have a bit of a disconnect because Mid likes to really burn the clock, whereas the rest of the team, which was on that Puggers roster way before, is so used to being the bully, you know what I mean? The WK type of team.
Yeah, just press that W, just go. But you're right. When we look at Mid Mathers as a player, even back in split number 1, he's ever so reliable, not only when it comes to utility, but also being able to clutch certain rounds for the team. It feels like he's, when it comes to consistency, when it comes to like high pressure situations, he's always there to make sure that he delivers.
Delivers, huh? That is a segue waiting to happen, guys. Again, this is the perfect time to go grab some food, because we are still waiting on this Agent Select, but wait no further as we jump right into our first map. And of course, it's going to be Mid Mathers starting things off with a star here and there, but patience already from both sides.
This is a very, very aggressive hug towards the door alongside a Batman on window as well.
That's a crazy squeeze, you know. It's a bit of a bear hug. And I like that NCG is putting so much pressure there. They know that ZOL like to try and fight these close quarter spaces. But again, ZOL, despite having just one member swap, it's cascading into a different playstyle already since Patman is going to be in control of the pace with this Omen.
There's Patman right now, or rather, still staying on towards Cubby with ZOL with 2766 as well. Looks like it's going to be a rotate towards C after getting a bit of information.
2766 is on the field. That is something I actually did not notice. Wow. Again, talk about multifaceted, right? Being a coach and just being so experienced as a player, but they explode. Like I said, Mid Mathers, he knows how his team might operate. He knows the inner workings of a lot of these ZOL players, Riku.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about it earlier, this setup over at Garage, but at the end of the day, ZOL isn't able to take that spike plant down already. It's a 4v3 situation.
It is, and ZOL still looking to create some sort of advantage here. It is a 4v3, as you've mentioned, but so many members of NCG are funneled towards this Garage. If they can't find a pick, then this could be disastrous, but Walk on Water, he finds Zind, and the rest of NCG, they flood in off of that singular kill, off that advantage, and again, NCG, pretty strong, but I feel like this is the pace we're going to be expecting. It's going to be pretty slow in the early rounds. As we mentioned, NCG, they are kind of that team where, again, if mid is at the helm, it's going to be trying running down that plot.
Yeah, this was really good despite the three-man push towards door. He was able to whittle down the numbers despite with that flash on. But yeah, at the end of the day, NCG doing really well, at least for the very first few rounds of this game.
I like how at least the word choice for the Garage control is very friendly. It's a hug. I don't know.
It's a hug.
It's a very violent hug, you know. It's
I
with the
like
frenzy.
your term more though, Raf. It's a bear hug. It fits the description better in the Valorant world, you know.
I feel like this is the contrast. Ricky is very friendly. She has a very lovely vocabulary.
What's
Meanwhile,
the opposite of friendly?
mine is very unfriendly, perhaps. But
okay.
this looks like it's not going to be friendly at all. It's in fact very hostile with each other as Naru gets a trade and these pistols getting so much value. What is going on? Topsy-turvy.
I know, right? Yeah, 4v2. We see Joms and Walk on Waters. Get a couple of weapons already, but like Spike is planted coming from the side of ZOL. And now it's all up to Walk on Waters. And now it's the pistol round win coming from a loss, making it to a possible 1-for-1. It feels like a bit dicey now for Walk on Waters. He does have a dash, one cloud burst. How can he isolate all of these? Because there's one at logs, there's one towards platform, and now he dashes through, and now he gets the second to the last one. Zind, though, with a wraparound with the Sheriff. One headshot's gonna do it. Misses the first, but it's okay. It is a 1-for-1 coming from ZOL.
And that's a very, very interesting round there. I would have thought that NCG would have, again, the space and just the experience, basically, against ZOL. I'm pretty sure that they didn't expect ZOL to be that aggressive, maybe. Maybe not the word aggressive, but there was a lot of bravado with that push. Yeah, pistols, no problem whatsoever. We'll take your rifles away from you.
And the fact that they were able to play quite slow during the very first round, the slow push of an aggressive, what do you call this, onto C. Let's see for now as NCG has their own aggression to respond with. Walk on Waters in exchange for Zind so far.
I like that they changed the tempo very early, as you mentioned, because, again, they want to keep things unpredictable. There's that certain level of familiarity with each other that they have to bring out new cards, and as we mentioned that there's a bit of a scramble already. NCG, despite going for the weapons here, not getting too much value. It's honestly quite a mess on both ends, and Yanagi still gets one despite getting blinded, and Nateflix, the newest member, shows a world of a basically, how do I put this? I mean, I was trying to be clever there, you know. Nateflix, he's here to premiere. It's his debut. Very, very slick. But like you mentioned, it's been a very messy set of early rounds here.
And they've been like sucking each other's like resources, because so far it feels like after getting like a big buy, they just basically kill everyone off on the opposite team. And now it's this big reset. I only see like one half shield on the side of NCG. That is coming from Mid Mathers, most likely investing more on the utility part. And ZOL, so far, I think they're doing great.
They are doing great, and Again, Haven is a very attacker-sided map, and I'm really glad that they're playing to their pace. Again, sometimes we see teams not necessarily believing in the philosophy of their picks, and I had a very, very nice conversation with a few coaches about this, in that there is a nature to the agents that you can't deny. For example, again, the nature of Astra, right? Very slow, you have to be stationary when you set up your utility, but obviously we have creative players like Mid Mathers who really go around that weakness and get much value, and maybe, just maybe, I've given him a bit of a jinx. I am so sorry.
That was a beautiful potential setup for Mid Mathers, but at the end of the day, that gravity well slowed that door push down. Even though Mid Mathers was sacrificed, they were able to get 2 kills in exchange of 1.
Absolutely. Already 1 + 1 = 2. Rikyu is so smart. So smart. And CG, once again, they have the man advantage, a very familiar situation here. We still see ZOL trying to salvage it. There is a turret that's going to be an early warning system for NCG, and you can see Yanagi. He has that flash. But I don't think anybody's close enough to actually capitalize on this. In fact, Yanagi's going to do it himself. 2766 out of the equation already, but Zid gets the trade. And now 10 seconds left on the clock. Patman, what can he really do? He has the spike. That's all he can get.
He was sandwiched. I mean, that was a good timing on that fault line for, Zin to come into that site, but at the end of the day, they weren't able to clear a lot of the areas and eventually succumb to all the damage coming from NCG.
That's right. Again, a lot of damage on NCG. You would expect them to be a little more reactive, and again, just the nature again of it all, folks. The set play of Mid Mathers, a natural playmaker who's been around forever, knows the nuances of his agent. Now we see on the side of ZOL a little bit of a disconnect. We see some of their players, I guess routing-wise, still in a bit of a rut, but it is the first game of the day. Sometimes teams need a little bit of time to set up and get warm.
Yeah, I think that's super duper important to gather some steam. Batman forced to retreat off of window, as that is almost a 5 stack of players. The Killjoy ult will be laid down for more room, but immediately there is that Hunter's Fury to cancel all of that. It's a trade for ultimate so far, but still, you got ZOL in control of C at this point.
Control, but how long is that gonna last? The ultimates, they are responding here. Zid once again is gonna offer first blood for his team, but Mid Mathers angry what happened in the last round. Going on a bit of a rampage here, Rico, but Patman responds, and it's now gonna be a clean 3v3.
Wow.
What a wall.
Yeah. That's a really good Cosmic Divide. Batman already primed the position over towards this corner. If anybody's going to push, just like that. Naru already gone, and they're defusing it, and they succeed. Batman just trying to get some exit frags before this round is over. Gets one before he dies.
I really like how these first few rounds have gone. I mean, we talked about how messy they are, but you can see how active these teams are when it comes to trying to throw off the tempo. As we mentioned in the pregame, there is that certain level of knowing each other. They have a lot of time in the data library to see who might do what. But again, just Mid Mathers getting that huge 3K and then sticking it, salting the wound perhaps.
Yeah, I swear. These past 6 rounds, or rather 5 rounds, we see the impact of Mid Mathers, and that's a really good recon. Able to spot one coming from lobby.
From lobby, and we have a setup on the side of ZOL, still holding strong. Walk on Water's dash is gonna dissipate. He's not gonna choose to burn it. He's still waiting for somebody to put their hand too deep into the cookie jar, and it's 2766 being a little too antsy. So the information game from ZOL is gonna be heavily hampered here. Patman still very much alive and waiting for some sort of rotation to happen.
Yeah, trying to spot anyone coming from any of the links. But it seems like NCG is just very patient. They're not showing a lot of information just yet.
I really like how they've slowed the game down again. They tried for the faster pace, but like you mentioned, right, NCG was just so ready for it. We saw the immediate response from Mid Mathers with that Cosmic Divide. And now they know that they have a pretty good advantage here. Again, they can't reliably poke without that recon dart. So NCG, they give nothing. They're very greedy in this type of defense.
Yeah, they have to use themselves as a human entry at this point. Very difficult. But as we get to see NCG, look at this Patman rotating through this area. Naru unable to go throughout the high ground, but nonetheless, ZOL gets 2 kills. And with that 3v4 at this point, the timing, unfortunately, that's not good for you. Walk on Water spots him out. Naru gets a kill. And it's 2v3 at this point. Spike planted already towards B site. 2 going to be coming from Link. And they have their breach in with the Rolling Thunder to secure this round. They aren't able to dodge out this Rolling Thunder. It does buy them a bit of time. And it's so difficult to access through this choke point. Netflix is already there. Timed with a fault line. No, and Walk on Water denies that. Naru is trying his best. And Mid Mathers rises to the occasion once again.
Mid Mathers having a hot start here, and this is something that NCG need. ZOL, on the other hand, we still see a little bit of that growing pains. Again, nobody really there to support Netflix. We saw the crossfire being set up from Gong, but unfortunately, we weren't sure what ZOL was preoccupied with. Naru doing a great job of trying to get those trades, but as we mentioned, right, it's just those small timing issues, and that's what it's like at the pro level. The timings, they're just so finite, and the windows of opportunity so small.
Yeah, the shrouded step onto stairs, the fault line as well, the timing, the what do you call this? The instincts are in play coming from the side of NCG. Now it's 4-2, and this is an aggressive push towards long, and Joms is rewarded.
Oh my goodness. And like we mentioned, right, the value of having a Sova on your team, just to confirm the information, is very, very well protected. But we have Joms ready to push the tempo as we see ZOL. So trying to force the issue here. I know that they only have pistols, but that's the problem, right? Walk on Water's just gonna dominate A long all day with this operator. And he even double dips.
Yeah, he's even pushing, you're right. Once that second kill, it's gonna get flashed a little bit. Won't get the little bit of a pixel elbow. And that's the thing, right? No, you mentioned no Patman, no smokes. Everything is just clear as day for Walk on Water to have eyes on with his op.
Eyes, ears, the senses, all of it. And we see ZOL still trying to reassess the situation, whichever opening that they can find, whatever crevice that they can potentially expand for themselves. But NCG, once again, most of the important bits of the map have been covered here. Zind has quite a bit of utility to his name.
30 seconds
left. Unfortunately, when it comes to direct gunfights, ZOL are just going to have that much more difficulty. But as soon as I say that, Yanagi gives a cross away, a bit of a tickle, a bit of a love tap, just to warn them. But look at this, Zind very, very forward. And despite being stunned, that is absolutely the worst status effect in the game. Stuns are just so hard to guess off. A Batman gets a big double kill though. And now Zind, the last man standing, just completely obliterated.
Yeah. ZOL is just trying to find, you know, certain weaknesses in NCG's defense on this map, but so far, again, this operator is going to be a huge problem on the side of Walk on Waters. And not only that, even if you take him out, there's also the question of how can we deal with Mid Mathers eventually. It feels like the trades are just super good on their end, and that's why they're 5-2 now.
It's a bit of a binding blade, really, on the side of SR Nacague and ZOL. They've still not found...
What's a binding blade? What's a binding blade?
It's a title that I would assume you're very familiar with. It's within the series of, you know, 3 houses, if you get my flow. But look at that, Walk on Water, despite having all that range, finally capitalize. Naru gets a trade, unfortunately for Mid Mathers, who has been a fantastic fire starter for NCG. He's gonna be going down the drain for this one.
That's one less problem to deal with. They still have to deal with that operator on the side of Walk on Waters. But with the spike now being planted, they do have the luxury of playing for time now. It is putting Walk on Waters. The pressure is on him to push with this weapon. Eventually, look at that, shooting through the smoke. But Walk on Water does have the knives. But in the end, ZOL will win this round.
Again, just a lot, and I mean a lot of tenacity by ZOL. They lost a member early with the operator, but it did not stop them. Did you know Binding Blade is the only game that you can have a Brigand in? That was Gonzalez. That's really funny. He goes crazy, much like our players here. Again, they were caught out with the operator, but it did not stop them from pushing forward. And sometimes you kind of have to do that, right? Because, again, if you follow everything to the T, it just becomes predictable. So sometimes you got to throw a curveball here and there.
And I feel like those curveballs, the 3 winning rounds that ZOL was able to do, definitely comes from that unpredictability. Like right now, they're stepping up the pace at this point already in C. They already have a lot of space to work with to plant the spike, and they can do the same thing that they did in the previous round.
But what if we do it again? Zol asks. NCG, a little confused of what's transpiring right now. As you can see, the rotates are a little late. They're waiting for this lockdown to pop, so of course they now have their window, as you mentioned, and it's in the form of this push from Garage. Unfortunately, they're funneled. And ZOL have no problem of taking them out, like shooting fish in a barrel as Joms left his own devices, has only 7 health, and well, put out of his misery as ZOL get yet another round.
That was intense. Everybody was pretty much stacked up on Garage and shooting through the smoke. ZOL Esports was rewarded. And again, it feels like this fast-paced style is definitely working for them. Makes me wonder if they can rinse and repeat that throughout the other sites, because so far, C has been proven to be a successful site for this team.
I was about to say you can't spell success without C, which is true.
Ah, that's true.
And
very true, bestie.
I was trying to play off of that, but it's like, what else can you spell with the C? Apparently, crushing the hopes and the economy of NCG, as they're, once again, not in a very good spot here. Dwight agrees. Dwight just pointing out that the weapons here on the side of NCG maybe not the best for the situation, and Yanagi, once again, there's poison in the air, and he's inhaled.
They bumped into each other.
Quite a bit of it, and like you mentioned, they do touch shoulders, but ZOL, they have no time to just apologize. They're like, oh, you're there? Well. Well.
Well. Oh. Let's get 2 kills. You know what else starts with C, Raph?
Potatoes.
I hope this word starts with C. I hope I know my spelling. Conundrum.
Yes, indeed a conundrum.
Yeah, I feel like NCG right now is definitely facing a conundrum.
That is true.
How they can deal with this.
They are in a bit of a conundrum. They're looking for the solution, and with the still water they're in a bit of a doldrum too. I think that rhymes. I think that's in the rhyming scheme. A lot of thinking here as... Thank you for the words of affirmation. SR Nacague. They are going to just take a step back and see what's going on. Again, ZOL, they know that they have the speed advantage and the mobility advantage, especially with Patman on that Omen. So they're just really pushing the tempo here. And we see Walk on Waters actually having a grand time in this game. 12-6. Very, very good stuff for him, despite the woes of NCG, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, there's just a lot of adjustments that ZOL had to do, like, on paper. But now look at them. They've managed to recover and pretty much solved one of the initial issues that they had to face in this map. And it seems to be playing fast, playing quick. Feels like it catches NCG off guard for them to adjust even.
Pretty mysterious. ZOL is kind of like Sothis. Side of NCG. They have no read on this guy whatsoever. But again, just take the time to slow down. ZOL might be pushing the tempo, but that doesn't eliminate all the options from NCG. They're very, very geared for this retake. They still have quite a bit of utility that they have to consider. Again, the double innie. You can take so much space aggressively. ZOL is doing just that. And the rolling thunder without any hesitation whatsoever. And John's so lucky that he didn't get caught out.
I know. That was just too close. And we talked about playing fast and playing quick. This is exactly what they're doing again. Spike has been planted. The Hunter's Fury is not going to do much. They didn't even deal chip damage into anyone except for Nate Flicks onto Hell. Walk on Water going to be leading the charge. Dash activated already. Finds the head on top of the box. Patman is gone. And Zind is right here onto Sewers, trying to wrap around, see if there's anyone trying to go through long. And I don't think the timing is going to be in favor of NCG. But as I say that, it is, at the end of the day, NCG taking the momentum back for themselves.
They take it with force. I thought Zid would have a few utility on the spike itself, maybe just a few nano swarms to delay. And we saw a monster flank on the side of ZOL, potentially could have ruined the round for NCG, but like you mentioned, just so sharp on the heads-up play. Zin, despite getting that kill, still ended up super low. And maybe, just maybe, the Killjoy nerfs are coming into play here because those nano swarms are way more visible in comparison to the previous patch.
Definitely very easy to remove this time, just as you said with the patch changes. And going back to what you said earlier, Raf, Walk on Waters is having the time of his life in this game. He, again, has been shining throughout the weeks of VCT, and now he's definitely doing it again.
What I like about NCG and what they're doing is that they're getting a lot of value off of Walk on Waters when he's on that operator. Again, we talk about how volatile the operator is. It's either instant gratification or none at all. So difficult to retake with that thing. But as we talk about the things that have gone on, the lockdown is trying to secure the future of this round for NCG. But Naru, he's still tucked in this corner.
I know. This is so risky. They're gonna peek through it as a Batman finds him, and Netflix will follow suit. Cosmic Divide used to secure this the fuse down. As Batman, will he push through this? There's another smoke after the Cosmic Divide. So difficult to penetrate through that. But in the end, 2766 is coming through. Look at this. Zin trying to wrap around with his 8 HP. He doesn't get the spray down as a Batman gets a 4K. And they do have time after that spike being halved.
I feel like that was still a very, very good round, a rather good half on NCG. Again, we talk about the nature of this map being very, very attacker-sided, but NCG knowing the ins and outs potentially of how ZOL will operate. But I feel like ZOL's not necessarily using too much nuance in this attack. It feels like they're brute forcing everything. Again, they've just been going at one speed, right? They slowed down in the earlier parts, but have not looked back ever since.
Yeah, after succeeding, 3 times in a row, it feels like, okay, this is the way to go. But after that, NCG was just so ready for that. But just as you said, we're already at the second half of this map. SR Nacague, their turn to do the attacking. We'll see how Walk on Waters fare in the attacking side, if he's going to be catapulted into C, as C seems to be the plan in mind.
3 is the magic number, and like you said, it is the plan in mind. Potentially the ties that bind for NCG. Getting just maybe that momentum they need to steal this game away and Walk on Water doing miracles. But Zin, the non-believer, gets a trade immediately. Netflix, like you mentioned, so low. And what is going on, Riku? Suddenly this defense is looking incredibly fragile.
I know. Patman, this is a crossfire, I believe. Oh, he's trying his best. Mid-mappers will eliminate Patman. And there you go, NCG. Another clean round with only Yanagi and Walk on Waters as the sacrifice.
They really stifled the progress here on ZOL. Like you said, 3 is the magic number, and so far, NCG, they've not given any reason on the side of ZOL to try that type of tempo again. NCG, they deploy it themselves, they get a few kills to their name, despite Zin being a standout performer on the side of ZOL, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, I believe it's a combination of the high performing player right now, Walk on Waters, paired with John's initiating. Oh dear! As I say that, I'm so sorry for that mini curse on this particular round. Zin with a double kill. Wow.
The Rico Hex. The Rico Hex.
The 2 players. Exactly the 2 players I mentioned. I'm so sorry.
Apologize profusely now. Oh my goodness. That was that's a rarity. That's the first collateral we've seen. And
usually it's just 1 player, you know, but this is just the exact 2 players.
This has been a very eventful first cast, Rico, I must say. As
I know.
NCG, they're still trying to gear for this take. Once again, undeterred. They know the weapons are weaker, but are they really going to try and contest this despite all the bad tidings? Netflix with a classic still gets 1. Oh.
Pain. That's Netflix on 6 HP, but it's a 2v3. Better weapons on the side of a Batman, but it feels like a dire situation for NCG. I'm not sure if they have time to even rotate. It feels like they're still going to stick through the C site, get picks as they do have the better gun. But I don't know. Sheriff headshots are still very powerful, especially what happened earlier.
That's true. Again, it's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth of NCG. That Nano Swarm should get rid of Netflix, but Netflix, incredible agility. He's repositioned. I don't think NCG expect him to be this close.
What? Dude. Yeah, I'm so like this map in particular between these 2 teams. I feel like there's just a lot of thrifting is going on.
Oh yeah, lots of deals here. Buy 1, take 1, and Zin again, just the ultimate example of that. I'm very curious to see how ZOL are going to maneuver Fracture, because as we've mentioned in the past, Fracture is so incredibly set play heavy. Haven a lot more lenient in that defaulty play style. But NCG, they have had a lid on the situation for the most part. I know that it doesn't seem like they have a major lead over ZOL, but they just seem to be in much more control.
I agree. From defense now onto attacking side, they have been, the perfect word, just as you said, in control. But now they're on the weaker buy. How will they respond with their own Thrifty this time around?
That is the question, right? If they can do it, 2766 might actually get caught out here. But despite being completely blind, he trusts in his senses. Joms gets some value off that classic, but ultimately, NCG is slowly but surely falling apart like a bunch of pillars made out of sand.
That's the first time I've ever heard of that metaphor. That's very clever.
I hate sand.
I can imagine it.
It's rough, it's coarse, it gets everywhere.
Even though like we keep talking about ZOL Esports, NCG being more of the cleaner and more together when it comes to playing Haven so far. Just feels like ZOL's unpredictability is still catching NCG off guard here and there. So we'll see now if ever NCG will pick up the pace, but this Nanoswarm's going to slow that pace down though.
That is true, right? And again, it's still a fundamental of this game to actually hit heads. And no matter how strategically sound you are, if you are not hitting your shots, then everything is gonna fall apart as ZOL, once again, taking first blood, and this time no more Sentinel, giving ZOL that much more freedom to try and go beyond the backline, but they instead understand that they have a numbers advantage. They're just gonna chill out, they're gonna wait for NCG to react and reassess.
I think that's part of the unpredictability that we talked about. I don't think they were ready for that window push. Walk on water, he's gonna fall down. Nara's gonna get that second kill, make that a 3 for this entire round. And now Recon Dart's not gonna spot anyone out just yet. As Joms decides to hug that corner. Naru will get the ace. The last player is quite far away. I think they can sandwich mid-mathers over here. We'll see with this crossfire being set up. But the paranoia, though, is going to seal the deal. And it's now tied, Raph. It's now tied.
Oh man, unpredictability. And this is just the importance of shuffling your hand, basically. And again, you talked about how structured NCG is, but right now they're looking brittle. They're not as sturdy as they were in that defensive round, and rather in that attacking side. But Naru really popping off here. I honestly thought he was as good as dead with that window push. Again, just so sharp. I'm really happy for Naru's development. He had a really shaky start in Split 1, but now he's really come to his own.
He's definitely shining in this map, catching again NCG off guard here. But let's see. A bit more of a reserve start for ZOL. NCG as well, just trying to gather information throughout the map.
Right there. I'm curious to see what NCG have cooking. They've tried most of the sites here. B is obviously going to be a bit of a third choice, but a decent read on the side of ZOL. They already have utility lined up, and Patman, who has now taken so much pride in his controller play, will get, once again, that initial strike. NCG, I wonder what they can do. Again, we've seen these pistols do some damage, but ZOL now look like they have that much more of an advantage.
It was complete darkness for just a moment there for the entire squad of NCG. Nicely done timing on that flash coming from the side of ZOL, though. And even if it's a 1-for-1 trade off of that duel, I suppose, the Nanoswarm's going to slow this push down from NCG every single Nanoswarm. And Patman is still on top of the box, and Joms will send him down. And it's a 1v3, and it is still ZOL just keeping this momentum on their end.
That is true. Momentum, and despite everything that's happened, and this is true for both these teams, they've been getting so much value out of these pistols. Thrifty. You mentioned it earlier. Yeah. And we see still shades of that. NCG, though, it seems that it's been slipping away from them. Maybe, I feel like ZOL, like you said, so unpredictable. They've been basically hogging up the map control for themselves. And NCG, they're in a little bit of a situation. I don't think they have a pause. Wait, no, they do have one more pause for this half.
Makes me wonder if they're going to use it once the double digits arrive on the side of ZOL. Oh, you see the shoulder? Naru sees the shoulder. But Mid-Mathers decides to retreat, which is, again, the right decision and even does a little bit of the stars to save himself or distract him.
That's right. Just waiting for all the stars to align, but unfortunately for him, just one temporary smoke is enough to actually make Naru go back. And I like that choice by Naru. He doesn't want to get caught out. He knows that his A-long is open. As we can see, there's going to be quite a bit of action towards mid.
Wow.
ZOL collapse before NCG can do anything.
That was a massive paranoia. You're right, they couldn't even do anything at that point, and ZOL is just coming from different angles. It's just so difficult. How does NCG come, counter that?
That is a good question. I mean, NCG, it would feel like they're more geared for that reactive playstyle, but now since they have to take the initiative, there is clear uncertainty. And I know that sounds so contradictory, but again, it's just so apparent that NCG have lost their nerve here. They might just have to default off A. They want all that utility to be expended to, once again, try to leverage the rest of the map. But this operator, this time on Naru, has been a nightmare for NCG. And another weaker buy, man.
Yeah, it has been a tough sequence of rounds for NCG, but they're doing a little bit of a faster pace, but they'll see Naru there with the op, and Walk on Waters is gone. Their duelist is gone. But at the end of the day, they're still able to penetrate through the sites and have the spike plant down. Really good headshot coming from Mid Mathers. But this lockdown will slow down the pace. They're going towards... They're not even getting... They didn't even get the plant down just yet. It's going to be a very difficult round as the Rolling Thunder is going to be initiated. Yanagi getting a stinger kill. 3v3. They have a bit of space to get the plant down now, but the Cosmic Divide is going to buy some time. Cloud Burst for Naru to gain some space. This chaos is in favor of ZOL at this point. 2v2. And Mid Mathers, remember, he rises to the occasion when it matters. And this is it. 4K for this guy.
He's him. He was really
It's him. It is him.
Oh my goodness. I thought there was a bit of a mistake there on the side of NCG. I thought that they should have taken the weapons after that Rolling Thunder, but, you know, Mid Mathers got it. Not bad. You know what I'm saying? Not bad. But Naru, despite everything that's been happening, still getting value, and he's been a bright spot on ZOL. And he's been, again, performing. He's been so crazy. This time, a C default, or rather, basically a C take on the side of NCG. It doesn't look like they're gonna slow down. They're probably just gonna try and hit this hard. Are they aware that Naru still has that operator? Well, now they are, but Walk on Water doesn't care.
Able to seek refuge onto Cubby, but this may increase or decrease the gap between that area. It's just a bit difficult knowing that the op is there and possibly 3 members invested on towards C.
That is true. A lot of attention has been pulled already by NCG, and they have pretty much a free site here on Mid Mathers, but once again, windows of opportunity. They might steal. Walk on Water getting that free jump back. And 2766 already making important space for his team. And NCG, once again, the rest of the squad being isolated and been found. Look at this retake. It's about to get very messy for NCG here.
And you've got Zind... you've got Batman on towards sewers, but already joining the squad onto the site itself. They have a lot of utility to slow this retake down, but the operator available. Looks like John denies that take, though, with a really nicely timed flash coming from Yanagi. This secures NCG's round, taking it 10-10.
Did I say that it was a messy round for NCG? I mean, they were gonna hold that retake with absolute confidence, no doubt whatsoever, and maybe the Riku hexes. Contagious. I am so sorry. It's my turn to apologize, but like you said, right?
It's contagious. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But right now, honestly, it just really felt like that was ZOL Esports round. I totally understand the way that ZOL Esports was able to cut off certain rotations, and NCG might even do it again. There is that fault line, there is that recon dart, not spotting out anyone just yet. But I feel like the faster-paced NCG seems to be working.
Working indeed, and they have been just trying to get a hold of the situation despite the disaster of the previous round. I'm glad that they're not rattled at all. You can still see there's still... I guess what? Well, what is the word that I'm looking for? Their composure. It's composure. They're still very composed. Once again, Netflix
Ace.
ready for that rolling thunder. And despite the growing pains, Zol's still doing really well.
Yeah, it's still very, very close so far. And I feel like the bait and switch coming from NCG on attacking side is working in their favor. They're using a couple of ultimates on a certain site, moving and then using it again, and the wall bang coming from Walk on Water, dealing first blood. Netflix is still there though and finds Walk on Water's head. He has the fault line into the Hunter's Fury, dealing chip damage towards NCG, including that ult as well. There's just a lot of layers throughout that attack. And 2766 again finds Mid-Mathers' head. And this point, 3v4 now in favor of ZOL Esports. We'll see if they'll find success in this round, as they've been struggling earlier to defend through this. And that flash, actually, as 2766 still inside the site. 87 HP, and now it's a 3v2. Not so good coming from ZOL Esports. Lockdown activated, spike now planted, and with a sandwich, it's looking dicey for Patman to clutch this for his team.
It was a ZOL sandwich. They were so close to being turned into a ZOL sandwich. But Patman, all alone as you mentioned. I mean, what can he really do? We've seen Omens basically bring unfortunate tidings on whichever opposing team. Patman, this is not looking too good for him. A crossfire has been set in place. He is going to have the initial duel, but a Batman is going to swing with confidence and take him away. Man, that, again, just so unpredictable. If you look at where all the death happened on the side of ZOL, they are basically getting picked apart. Again, it's so risky in NCG for them to divvy up their forces, Riku, but you see the benefits of it when it does work out.
There's just so many layers onto this. They became, just as you said, a ZOL sandwich. You thought that you were safe, but apparently there are people already towards your flank, and I think that chaos really amped up NCG's style, and it feels like all of these utility is just right there to slow this sort of approach down.
True, and like you said, there's a lot of layers, so that sandwich might have a bunch of onions in it. NCG, so close to taking this away. So close to breaking the economy of ZOL. ZOL, they have to really be as ready as they can be. Again, heads on a swivel here, gentlemen. NCG, they are very, very angry and they're very tenacious, as they've already occupied majority of A main.
Yeah, everyone is right there until long. It's a big stack. Now it's layers of utility as Yanagi find the first kill onto 2766. And that's a 3v3. Rolling Thunder, everything. Walk on Water, already towards the site. Very patient inside the Cloudburst, trying to make people guess where he's going to be coming from. And Walk on Water, already planting the spike. Mid-Mathers, again, remember, this guy, very scary when it comes to clutch situations. He may have only 50 HP. He wants to know where that came from. It came from heaven. And a Batman still hiding throughout the smoke. Xin finds that kill with a Nano Swarm. And 3v1, a Batman all alone to protect the spike, and the smoke will expire. He finds a kill, but Netflix is there to save the day.
Woo, that round got me sweating. I was just waiting intently for some sort of reaction on the post plant, but once again, ZOL, they needed to dig deep for this one. If not, then the economy would be in shambles. This is already looking like an overtime game, right? I mean, every time NCG or ZOL are on the board, you know it's gonna go the distance. That was actually a really crazy exchange by Naru, as you mentioned. But man, again, tenacity is really so apparent for ZOL.
And it's such a big reflection on why this series means a lot for both of these teams. Again, a reminder for everybody, they're currently tied into the standings, not in a very good position to, you know, proceed towards the playoffs, and that's why they're hungry, because there's only literally one match left after this series, and they will definitely need every single point to qualify for playoffs.
Like you said, it's a reflection, right? So, again, I don't want to stir any drama or anything, but like, with Mid-Mathers on the opposite ends of the world and the rest of that old core on ZOL, it's kind of like, so who's going to take the advantage here? You know, who is going to step up? Who's going to take, I guess, the lead to this dance? But right now, they're, man, suffering from a bit of a deficit here. Naru sorely missed. He was such a strong force for ZOL, and now with this defense that much more weaker, NCG, they're looking that much more confident too.
Yeah, with the Cosmic Divide activated more on a vertical position, this gives one half of C towards NCG. Now with all the flashes throughout the Cosmic Divide, they need to guess and peek throughout this very, very thick wall. And the plant now towards Long Yanagi is doing his work. The Recon Dart will spot him out, but the spike has been planted, and the wall bang will do it for Yanagi here. And that was a 3v1, 2766. The only one left to clutch this and deny that match point. Again, we talked about how this is planted for long. He only has a shock dart. 20 seconds for his recon dart, and a Batman coming from spawn will finish the job.
And Nate Flicks being the egg that had to be broken for that proverbial omelet. Again, a lot of people tend to think that spot is so risky, but I really love the set play there by NCG. The wall was just extra cover. Actually, it was Yanagi. Yanagi had a little bit more time to cross back, but once again, things will never go according to plan in Valor. There's just something that's bound to happen, right? And look at this, NCG on match point.
You said possible overtime. It has been a swing so far. A bit of streaks here and there. And it all begins. NCG, hungry for this. A bunch of Spectres on the opposite end. So on paper, they do have that lead. Someone's in the smoke and the Recon Dart will spot him out, but it doesn't kill him just yet. But Patmet eventually will fall. Now it's a 4v4, 3v3 actually, as Nateflix gets a kill. Lined up for him. And it's all up to Mid Mathers this time for NCG to deny this overtime. 97 health. He's trying to breathe. He dodges that first flash. How can he isolate the 1v1s here? Everyone's going to be coming from towards spawn, and he gets the 1v1 that he needs. Remember, it's this guy. When it matters, it's Mid Mathers, and he gets the win for NCG, taking the series 1-0.
You asked how. He gave you the solution, the answer to that clutch, picturesque Mid Mathers. It's him. He has really stepped up, and again, a lot of moments where we held our breath. You said it was a bit of a swing, right? But the pendulum froze in favor for NCG. What a map.
Yeah, it felt like there were so many things going on, especially at the very last moment, especially the last few moments of that round. Because imagine we could have gone to overtime, and it was very possible because of the swing of scores throughout this map. And look at that. MVP for ZOL will be Zind, but NCG, of course, Mid Mathers, like no questions there. He really rose to the occasion.
Absolutely. And again, with the MVPs on both sides, ZOL showing why they have that absolute capacity to stop any offense, with Zind really coming alive as well as being a great lurk threat earlier. Meanwhile, on NCG, absolute confidence, absolute control, and just the reads when it mattered were insane. And again, when it matters, it's Mid Mathers.
True. So true, bestie. And again, not only utility, but also the way that he clutches these rounds for the team. Again, it feels like we talked about the layers, right? And the first layer of defense and offense seems to be the biggest issue is Mid Mathers. He's always there. If he's still alive in the succeeding rounds, it gives a lot of options, or rather chances for the side of NCG to succeed.
I really like, though, that despite having, I guess, obvious candidates for MVP, right? Everybody had their shining moment in this game. And despite ZOL's growing pains, as we talked about in the middle of the match, they're still succeeding. That was not a lopsided game by any capacity. And Naru is one of my favorite highlights. Again, Naru, we had a lot of questions for him, but he's really proven that he belongs in the league and he is a commodity. Meanwhile, Mid Mathers, like you mentioned, a man of experience and just sheer will. And of course, he will be delivering. He delivered the win with Grab Unlimited. Congratulations once again, SR Nacague.
Truly, it wasn't even just delivering, the win. It was definitely that clutch being delivered, coming from Mid Mathers. And MVP and then delivering the win, that's absolutely a great way to end the first map of the day. And I know we're done with Haven. It was very, very back and forth. It felt like the power levels are even, but it's still not over. We still have Fracture coming up, which is, ZOL's map selection.
I mean, you said it. It was a statement of a game, right? But this is where we're going to be waiting for ZOL's reply. Again, very, very curious to see why Fracture is going to be their pick. A map that's usually reserved for a lot of meticulous set play and just a lot of theory crafting and just basically time in the VOD reviewing. But any final thoughts before we toss it to the break, Riku?
Honestly, I feel like this is going to map 3, but I'm excited to find out if indeed we're going to map 3 as we head on over to map 2 after this short break. And we're back, everybody, over here at the VCTPH Split 2 English broadcast. We're still going to be your casters for today. I'm Riku, joined by Raf Cast. That's your Twitter, right? I don't know why that's in my head, but we're currently in the middle of a very intense series between NCG versus ZOL Esports, and NCG currently 1-up in the series as we're heading over to Fracture real soon. But before that, just want to let you guys know that, well, I did mention you're watching the English broadcast, but we're also available on the Tagalog broadcast over on YouTube and as well as on Facebook.
If you have not ordered your food just yet, don't forget, with Grab Unlimited delivery fee might just be free. And the first month is, like I said, free. So go ahead and do it, guys. And you know what? I am so happy you read my handle right. It's Rafcast,
yes!
Guys. I thought it'd be as obvious as it should be, to be honest with you.
There is Rafcast, because you're a caster. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, NCG versus ZOL Esports. It was very tight, very back and forth in Haven, and that was the map selection of NCG. So it's like, okay, that was the expected outcome, but at the same time, it was just so intensely close, very, very close to overtime. But as we head on over to Fracture, which is ZOL's selection this time, what are your expectations when we look at a map such as Fracture, which is, you know, really rarely played, especially when Icebox was still in the pool?
I miss Icebox already. Why did we have to get Bind back? Get rid of Ascent? Guys, what are you doing? But to answer your question, and I'm sorry for that slight tirade, but
it's okay.
I think,
I understand.
I'm so happy that you do, but I think that this map is not going to be as back and forth. I think the ability to snowball is going to be that much more apparent, so maybe, just maybe, that's the primary game plan for ZOL. Their attacking side was very impressive, and again, one of the strong points that they really want to enforce in this type of matchup. However, I think it's going to be interesting since NCG's been running that double initiator. So taking space is going to have that much more aggressive tune in mind. And again, information is going to be super reliable. And, well, Mid-Mathers was just doing Mid-Mather things. Everything that we've expected from him has really come to light.
Yeah, I again, that is just such a big momentum boost when we look at the victory or the way that NCG won Haven is definitely going to carry over when it comes to Fracture. But at the end of the day, you're right, Raph. It's all about that snowball potential and the aggressiveness. When we look at the teams that have succeeded, like Naos and Oasis, when it comes to this map, it does feel like the faster paced and taking advantage of Fracture's leaning towards the chaotic side just feels like it does suit ZOL's approach when it comes to this map.
That is true. What I find about Fracture is that rotations as a defender is fairly simple, yet it's still a very attacker-sided map. The difficulty really begins with, again, the retake and the routing towards the site. If you want to go for a flank, it's a long way. And if you want to go through either CT or Canteen, it's fairly predictable. But look at NCG. They go for that Cypher pick. I am an appreciator of Cypher picks. And the Fade. You know what? I've been talking about this. Both teams really getting that Fade. People have been saying, oh, Fade is so weak because she got nerfed. No, absolutely not. She's still really good. Sure, she's a little more human as a character now, but the threats that she poses still with her inherent kit cannot be ignored.
And I like how you brought that out because we actually have been seeing less and less of Fade, basically, you know, faded into existence at least when it comes to the VCT. I know it's very sad, but it's so nice to see her back again. But I think the dynamics is so different between these two teams. You know, NCG has the, you know, Fade with Neon combo, but we have a more classic approach with, on the other end, coming from ZOL, which is more of a Fade and Raze combo.
Yeah, a lot more information gathering on the side of ZOL. And interestingly enough, right, since they were the faster team, you would expect them to have the faster comp in general.
True.
But again, reliability and maybe just safety is what they need here. Of course, there were so many times where Mid-Mathers was in a corner, and that's just pretty much his trademark, right? He's one of the kings of the rat plays, per se, of our region.
And he has been really showing up, especially during these important moments. And then here comes the peak. The pistol round has began. And Naro deals first blood. No duelist coming from the side of ZOL anymore.
And no more relay bolt. Again, a concuss that should have helped in any situation presented on the side of ZOL, but they are going to be hurting here, or rather on NCG. You see how these teams, they can be very interchangeable, so pardon me, folks, but look at this flank, already getting prepped by Mid-Mathers. It looks like he might get discovered, though, but it's Batman! Where did you come from? And Zind! Oh my goodness. Like you mentioned, what on earth was that?
Yeah, like he's on a breach now. He's not on that's not on the Omen anymore. And where did he come from? But at the end, ZOL will be able to succeed there in this round.
Very
NCG.
Interesting the way that things have been going. It's been pandemonium basically on both sides. You would think that it would go this certain way, but aha, you've activated my trap card. Patman is here. How did Patman get over there is the question. Maybe it went from drop to rope? I'm not sure, but again, so much bravado and confidence. They know that they have the map advantage, so they have that much more leeway to press the attack.
And again, it could be a revamp of what we saw earlier. It has been an exchange. Thrifties are very common between these two teams, so we'll have to see if that is indeed going to be the case once again. And that's a cam going down.
Going down, and unfortunately not going to be up and running for... Oh, I just talking about the camera, not the Cypher itself. It's already looking like a trailer, you know? Cypher's always the first to die. Unlucky.
Yeah. Very vulnerable as an agent. And it has been a slow round so far. Spike already been planted, rather. But how does the retake happen for the side of NCG? You still have a lot of utils to work with, but not a lot of guns to work with anyways.
That's true. And this is pretty much the expected outcome for the most part. I mean, Sentinel dying first, understandable. Again, expected to be the hard doorstop for the defending team. Yanagi not getting too much space here. And again, they're just going to succumb to the spike here. No problem whatsoever. They're going to recover their losses and flawless on the side of ZOL. This is going to be a very difficult bonus to deal with on the side of NCG.
Yep, it was no thrifties this time, and it has shown how, again, ZOL, we talked about how they thrive in the chaos, and so far, Naru doing a really good job, and as well as Patman from earlier, he is not on an Omen, he is, again, on Brimstone.
Well, Brimstone and Fire, they go hand in hand, that's why he has a Molly. And ZOL, I think they would potentially have the advantage here if they just close the distance, and they have the more explosive way to do it, again with the double satchel plus. But
plus.
NCG, look how they are situated. We have, I believe that's one member on site, so they're going to be very reactive, but Mid-Mathers, he's going to let this through. Oh, Mid-Mathers, he gets smoked out. And
yeah, I don't think he's going to reveal himself just yet. He's just going to hide through this. Walk on Water will deal first blood onto Netflix. And good start again coming from the side of ZOL, as they're already planting the spike on towards this box. And Zind finds his Mirror Cypher.
the thing about this game too, there's going to be a lot of lurking. Again, Killjoy, typically for teams that look to play a little more compact and have some sort of measurable area of influence, whereas Cypher can be a little more freestyle. Patman on that controller will get found out by Yanagi here, and once again NCG making this retake expensive. But wait a minute! ZOL, they pull out yet another card, hiding in their sleeve. They're trying to protect each other here. Yanagi has a rifle. Both of them do, actually. So now they've given space. It's not even half yet.
Yeah! Oof. 2 HP and Zind and 2766 with a very good post plant. The way that they played that post plant is just so good. You've got Naru over at Tower. You've got one eyes on the box. Coming from Arcade. This, again, this triad of a setup just really very difficult if you're in the middle of that.
And look how close Zind is to Neural Theft. This is going to be a bit more of a problem on NCG too. I mean, we've seen them make value out of the lesser weapons, but ZOL, again, highlighting the fact that Fracture can be so incredibly snowbally, especially on the attacking side.
Yeah, 3-0 already. Really good start for the side of ZOL. Truly their map that they've selected, and now it's back to pistols, just as you said, on the side of NTG.
Now what can they do here? Joms manages to avoid that first Prowler here. There is still a second one that he has to take into account, and nearly discovering Zind there, but Zind slinks away. ZOL go for a much more forward-facing attack here, and no lurking whatsoever. Let us take this mano-y-mano, as they know they have an advantage. Wow! What is going on?
The recons, yeah, the information gathering, the hunt, truly getting a lot of value on the side of ZOL, and now it's just 2 members here. I'd Walk on Water, get a bit of that shotgun kill. Patman kills the one on towards drop. 2766 will finish this round. 4-0. It's, again, very clean so far from this team.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
How are we gonna get a 3-map series is the question here. ZOL,
I feel like we will.
they're showing their fangs, and 4-0, I would say it's not very alien to Fracture. I would say it's pretty endemic to and Fracture, especially in pro play, but it doesn't make it any less difficult for the defending team. They do have a better arsenal now, but they were overcome. And that bonus, NCG, I'm sure they have data to adjust off now, but look how aggressive they are still on this defending side.
Yeah, Yanagi pushing. Oh, the timing! Oh, the timing! Oh, surprise! Yanagi is able to cross through peak, coming from a different angle. I don't think Yanagi was, Patman was ready for that. No, it's a 4v5. Joms unable to get the kill. Naru, really nice headshot. And now it's a 4v4. More members falling down like dominoes on the side of ZOL, as Mid-Mathers again doing his work, doing his magic. And now the spike is quite far from the rest of the members, coming from ZOL. A little bit of peek from Netflix over there. It could be a double peek as Mid-Mathers switches to the pistol with a double flash. His teammates are there for him, and he finishes off the round and breaks momentum that ZOL wanted to get.
Oh boy. That look so good for ZOL to start. I feel like every time Riku says it's a 4v4, something happens. It's a 3v3, something happens. Just once again, the magic is strong with this one. A lot, and I mean a lot of foresight potentially that would happen. But like I said, right, that was a very, very uncharacteristic play of ZOL. Again, typically they have the double satchel to close that distance, but again, the reads by NCG just resetting the momentum, as you mentioned. But the benefit of having those 4 rounds is that they have so much money, and Naru is just gonna jump right into action.
Yeah, it feels like the faster pace again, satcheling through this site. There's no one on the site actually. They're just trying to clear the rest of the area. Zin finds Walk on Water, uses the neural theft immediately, and he spots out everyone there. Again, that orbital strike will buy them some time, but Mid Mathers kills Nateflix actually. And I say it again, 4v4, here we go, NCG. Look at them go. It's all up to Patman and Naru now to defend this spike. And I think it's very doable as they narrowed it down into even manpower. And Joms, what can he do? He's already on site. But this crossfire coming from drop into Hall, it's going to be a bit difficult here. He needs to isolate these angles.
Oh, no!
Patman is so close, he needs to reload, brings out the shorty. And Naru peeks and kills through that crossfire.
Notice how Riku says it's all up to Patman. And I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying it's a pattern that I've noticed. And again,
Okay, I'm gonna stop saying it's all up to. Here's Patman. He's gonna try to clutch.
and then they still clutch anyway. I mean, once again, the strength of the Riku Hex is too crazy. But again, just NCG not really paying attention to drop. They really paid the price for that. All the hard work that they put into the last 2 rounds suddenly erased and removed from play. ZOL, they have to be reinvigorated by that type of play. 2v what? 2v5, 2v4? And again, just salvaging it so well. I think Walk on Waters has had maybe just a slight positioning issue because he has been responding as quickly as he has, but NCG, the rest of the team, not necessarily playing off of his timing. So again, they have to address that very, very quickly. I cannot believe that! What? That's crazy!
What? How? That is crazy! Well, they physically know that he's there, but they weren't prepared for it because they wanted to use the dog to scan tower. Again, the numbers disadvantage on the side of ZOL. This is very doable for the side of NCG, but Patman tries to destroy the dreams of a possible clutch 2766 as you get to see Yanagi sliding through the site. And again, 2-5 now for NCG, slowly creeping close.
Fate sucks. Oh my god, I am upset. How?
You're a Fade hater?
No. No, but like I was just saying, why don't we see more Fades? I see the issue here.
Yeah.
I don't know how that Prowler actually just lost proximity of, again, supposedly Walk on Waters, and maybe that's why he's called Walk on Waters. He makes the impossible possible, and off of that damage, off of that pick, NCG were able to collapse onto ZOL once more. But look at this, ZOL have Rolling Thunder and Nightfall, so that's gonna be hella space.
Yeah, imagine that combo or the layering, the domino effect of that. That's a very scary fault line for the side of Zind. But here we go, Nightfall already activated as Zind creeping close. We get concussed actually, but I don't think Yanagi's ready for that. Zind gets the kill. And now the numbers advantage going to ZOL. And I feel like this is a very, very secured round for ZOL Esports. And as I say that, what did I say? I should stop, Raph. Go, go, go.
Oh. As Naru takes advantage of Walk on Water yet again, a slight disjoint on that attack. Joms is here creeping up the tower. Nobody knows that he's here, and the timing could potentially be to his
player standing. I'll find you.
Come to a stop here. What is gonna happen now? You did say that NCG have this in the bag, but how big is that bag? Because ZOL have stuck their hands and stolen everything inside.
Yeah. I really thought, Raph, that was about to be a... But honestly, it felt like I mean, this is a game of Valorant. Drums being able to almost recover that round for the side of NCG, but at the end of the day, the discipline coming from ZOL to eventually play towards that plant, making it a very difficult time for NCG to clutch.
Oh yeah, and again, just the nature of the map to allow the attackers have this much leeway and freedom, especially when they've already confirmed space for themselves. Just a bit of a nightmare to deal with the attackers. That Prowler is going to find a little bit of value. They do force out the cage, so that is already an exchange of information here. They know that there is at least one apiece on each side, and with this second Prowler, that's already so much utility being burned for control. The Gabero, it's... Oh, I was about to say it's going to stick out, but Naru just way too quick on this reaction.
A really good swing coming from Naru. And we get to see Patman here, ready for the smoke, as the pivot will come from ZOL towards B instead. There are a bunch of tripwires to slow this push down, but with them having Naru there on the race, just gonna skip through all of that as Nateflix already doing the planting. And Rolling Thunder used, even if it's a 2v5 NCG, they want to bridge that gap because again, it's 6-2, not very good for them.
Ah, man, that felt like a Hail Mary play, a bit of a band-aid solution really to just kind of get themselves there, but despite all of that, it's gonna be a safe call. Again, unsure of why they decided to burn the Rolling Thunder. Could have been so valuable, but you did mention that they are really just trying to close the gap that ZOL have extended so much.
Yeah, it's looking like a pretty dire map for NCG. And on the other hand, ZOL, we talked about this before we entered this map. It does favor, you know, the sort of play style that they like, and Fracture fits the bill when we look at this team.
That is true. It's like they wrote it up themselves, you know, and again, there were a lot of questions regarding this map pick, but ZOL, they've really shown why that they were confident going into this map. Zin still has the Neural Theft, so this could potentially slow down the pace and wait for an overextension on the side of NCG. And I think that timing is impeccable because NCG, now they're forced to take the initiative here. They just can't sit and watch ZOL dominate the space and take as many orbs as they can, especially knowing the fact that NCG's rounds that they won were off aggressive contact.
Yeah, and that's most likely why we see now NCG playing a bit close with their duelist, as we see in the map. It's the Fade and the Neon combo. We'll see if they meet through Hall. Will this pay off? Zind scarily close inside the smoke. The Prowler's gonna spot them out. This signals them to spray throughout the entire smoke as Yanagi slides down. It will pay off with the judge kills. That's double, -2 on the side of ZOL now.
Say it, Rico. So NCG have this in the bag. They have a clear advantage. Say it. Oh my goodness, I willed it into existence.
No! What have you done?
What have I done indeed? And NCG, despite everything, managed to try and hold on to this, but it's slipping away. You can feel the rope burn as Nateflix gets another pick for himself. They try to swing on this, but Mid Mathers once again stepping up, but will get cut down in the end by Naru. ZOL 8-2.
This is why I didn't want to say it, you know? Exactly why I didn't want to say it. And now that felt like a really good play coming from NCG. It paid off, you know, it could have paid off. But I feel like ZOL is just so good at recovering all of these man deficits. It doesn't phase them at all.
Not at all. And once again, why did you just say it? You knew it was going to happen. NCG, full confidence with that push. But once again, it's the step 2, step 3, 4, 5. I mean, teams have a great idea of what step 1 is and what step 1 will achieve. But those 2, 3, 4, it's missing. This cage is gonna bait so much attention. I know. A beautiful solo play here by Zin. That Neural Theft is gonna give him so much room to work. And he might actually get an extra frag here, but the Stinger, just too much of a menace up close, but it's allowed ZOL to flood in and overrun the A site.
Yeah, ZOL already got a lot of value off of that off angle coming from Zind. And even if I say it's a 4v2, I don't think it's going to happen this time with a bunch of Sheriffs and everybody from ZOL in prime post-plant position already.
A verdant wind has hit ZOL, and they are reaping all the benefits here. NCG looking a little shaky now. Granted, they were on a very weak bye. They did manage to
Oh my
eke
word.
out,
Oh my word.
unluckily for Joms, but as I was mentioned, they did manage to eke out that mural theft. A big investment for sure. But for all the believers out there, maybe this is the setup for a 9-3 curse.
Could be. Very big possibility, especially once they swap over as NCG going to be doing the attacking after this round. But yeah, again, all of these like unpredictability things has been going on the side of ZOL. Let's see now what their setup is going to look like. They're so close to their showstopper. They need one orb for Naru. They do have the orbital strike ready, up and running. And as I say that, Brimstone has screamed the words and the strike has been orbiting. And no, just chip damage on the side of Zin, I believe. Wow! He dead.
I thought Zin already had the peace out, you know?
Yeah, I know. See ya, nerds.
I'm out, but apparently no. The long arm of NCG is infinite, as they do still manage to get this plant a bit on a deficit, and now even worsened by the fact that Patman is out of the equation! Yanagi tases Naru, but again, the recovery, you talked about the strength of ZOL just recovering from a bad situation. Not enough this time around.
Is it the curse, Ralph? Is this the curse that you're talking about?
I don't want to say yes or no to this. I don't want to be held accountable for a big turnaround. But again, it's been very competitive, right? Just the overall scheme of the whole series.
And it's again a reflection. We talked about this in Haven earlier, but the series in general is just so important to the implications. What does it mean for both of these teams? And they have the same story. Of course, they're hungry to clutch their points to get into playoffs because again, we've been talking about it more. Being able to qualify for Ascension is just so again. Not only juicy, but a lot of the players strive to be there.
Absolutely. We see every single player here play their hearts out. And again, that's just the nature of competition. It's incredibly brutal. It doesn't care about your feelings. As Netflix is going to have a grand old time stopping NCG dead in the water. And ZOL, if they can manage to pivot off of these picks, then I feel like the series could potentially be over. Or rather, this map, sorry.
Yeah. It's looking like a 1-1 for now, as Naru gets another kill. Walk on Waters with just a ghost peeking onto a lot of these players. Gets the double headshot! Does he get the third? He does! But the flash may finish the job. Netflix has to reload. Now it's a 2 versus 1 situation. Again, earlier, Walk on Waters, he was the Jet on Haven. Now he's on a Sentinel, but with the BNB that said this, Duelist is just a mindset, so we'll see where he can isolate these fights and make it a 1v1. The door has been heard. They know that either he baited it or he passed through Sands.
And on that note, I said that a Duelist and Sentinel are the most interchangeable roles because of the nature of how you play them. It's basically influencing an area around you with just your stopping power.
30 seconds left.
NCG, look at this. Walk on Water has completely faked out ZOL, so that's gonna give him enough time to plant. But ZOL, they felt something was amiss. They have to play this compact. They cannot isolate. Walk on Waters is fully activated, and he is looking like an absolute turret. Netflix was the hero of the initial, or rather the start of this round, and he has to deliver again. Zin completely healthy, so that's enough of an insurance, Riku. But look at this. Do they go off that double swing? Yeah, anticlimactic.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like it if Walk on Waters had a more healthier HP bar, but with the fights earlier on, it was very difficult for him to save all that 100 HP, especially he didn't have a shield available as well to tank some of the chip damage. And the wallbang, once they saw him there, it was just shots through that wall.
No gauge, no extra health to really boost him up, like you mentioned. And ZOL looking so good here. I think NCG have to force this. I don't think they can. Well, maybe in the next round, right? But once again, their margin for error, it's slowly narrowing, and it's becoming that much more dangerous for them. NCG still have not utilized this Neon pick, I would say.
Yeah, Still, what do you call this? No sort of bait and switches, no having to use like the fast-paced style that we expect from a Neon, maybe here and there earlier, but so far on the attacking side, where they're the ones who are able to take initiative and set the pace, so far it hasn't really ended up well on the side of NCG.
Yeah, and to be fair on NCG, Neon is probably the highest execution requirement for the duelist. She's that much more reliant on her team to follow up on her space. And Yanagi, he is the evidence of that. Again, ZOL, they collapsed onto this weaker buy with no issues whatsoever. It matters, could potentially put on a show for everybody, but it is very similar. Just does not have that HP nor the allowance to do this, so he'll just settle for the spike plant. And ZOL has, again, expected outcome.
Yeah. Not a lot of firepower in the gun department, and ZOL is riding on towards this momentum. Again, all of the gunfights have been in favor on the side of ZOL. There were a couple of clutches here and there, but again, it's just that firepower, health power, gun power, I guess, is in the lead for the side of ZOL.
The power within.
Power within.
You don't get the reference? It's a
No,
SpongeBob
what is
episode.
it?
It's a
Is it a
SpongeBob
cartoon?
episode. Yes,
Oh,
yes.
I have a confession. I haven't watched SpongeBob.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm one of those people.
I'm disappointed in you.
It's okay.
Confession
know why.
often leads to disappointment, apparently, guys. At least 1 for 1 at this map alone. But I love, again, the forward stance here by ZOL. They know that they can take this, but this is the danger that they have to take into account. So many stuns, so many CCs. But Naru, he still gets a trade. Fair, I would say, but ZOL, weaker weapons. We have to really remember that. Weaker weapons.
Yeah, we've seen ZOL pull through certain deficits before in Haven. Well, the same thing can be said on ZOL, rather NCG. No movement so far on the attacking side for now. They want to stay quiet. They want to gather information before anything else and slowly creep closer and closer towards this site. And we can see a bit of a rotation coming from Patman already, and as well as Zin staying put. That means just 2 members right there with the sandwich coming through. Naru tries his best to spray down, but the wet walk-on water will kill him first. Gets the double kill with the neural theft activated. Gonna spot out the rest, but Patman with a sheriff in hand, able to whittle down this fight into a 1v1. Sheriff versus this rifle. How will Zin do this? He has a camera on board, just out of cooldown already. The flash will signal his position, the plant as well. This gives Zin an opportunity to win this 50-50. Will he get the headshot? Yes, he will! And 11-3. That was so close.
I can't believe that actually panned out for ZOL.
Yeah!
Oh my goodness. I mean, again, it's not to discredit Zind or anything, but the uneven footing at the beginning of the round, a huge investment on both sides just to keep it afloat, and it came down to one of the most nerve-wracking pushes, I believe, on the side of Zin. He just walked up. I thought he would use the camera for some sort of bait play, and he just straight up said, I can hit my shots. I can hit my shots.
Yeah. And yeah, the way that he played that that round so smartly, and again, props to, again, I believe is one of the last few players that lived to enable that 1v1 to happen. And now match point on the side of ZOL already. Let's see how NCG holds on to this map. See, as first blood already dealt by Patman, NCG working on a deficit already as they already enter the site on to B. So we get to see Zin keeping intact towards the site before he rotates.
Intact is something that they have to be a little more aware of, as an overextension yet again. Punished potentially in walk-on waters here to try to establish a lurk. But ZOL, too sharp. Zind, oh my goodness. Advanced movement. Squatting left, right. Again, working on those quads. He's done to great success. So NCG, that deficit is just gonna be salt upon salt. And this is looking like a done deal.
That's so true. It is now 1-1. ZOL comes out victorious on our second map, and we're going into our third, which is Ascent, ref. Ascent.
Oh my goodness. Ascent with ZOL and NCG. It's gonna be, I would say it's gonna be a bit of a brawl. Just the nature of the map and how we've seen it pan out for God knows how long now. My ear is trying to disagree with me. But yeah, I have to say those first two maps went by in a flash. It was very, very fast, very quick.
Yeah, it has been a couple of swift rounds. Mostly, I feel like it got extra faster when we switched on over because I feel like the approach of NCG is to stack onto Hall and then hope they win the first initial gunfights and then see how they go from there. But at the end of the day, ZOL, a huge, mastery over this map when it came to both defense and as well as on attacking side. And we get to see Patman being that MVP.
Yeah, and on the side of NCG, and again, I just don't want to harp on it too much, but it was very, very obvious that there was clear discomfort in the roles. I feel like the Yanagi Neon is something that have to be looked upon and practiced upon, at least on the side of, I believe it's NCG.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at the highlights, yes, and we've seen how these rounds played out, and I guess this is me just kind of going into the future map. If the speed is going to be slowed down, we've seen NCG really take advantage of that, but at the same time, for Mid Mathers, I think statistically speaking, Ascent is his worst performing map.
Oof. And again, the pressure is on because it's all up to winning this Ascent map to get more points, as both of these teams again are tied. They want to one up each other. And Walk on Water, again, if there's a player that we can like highlight on the end of NCG, I think he had a really good performance over at Haven on the Jet, and as well over towards this this Fracture map. Yeah.
Well, with everything that's happened, it's actually the freshest member on ZOL Esports delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. So once again, congrats to ZOL for keeping this series going, keeping it 1-1, keeping it competitive. And once again, I'm just so excited to see how they might approach Ascent with this new look.
I know, and this is a very commanding lead coming from ZOL Esports. Remember, there are a lot of, a lot of changes when it comes to their roster that they had to adjust throughout this entire tournament. And not only just one player, but maybe two players even on their end. So at this point, it's like they're doing really well despite a lot of these changes in their team.
Changes upon changes, growing pains, and everything. I think we've seen so much this split alone. The things that I don't think we've seen last year. But any final thoughts, Riku, before we again give our viewers a short break?
We said it. It's going to map number 3, and I'm excited to see how that's going to pan out over at Ascent. But before then, we're going to head on over to a short break, just as Raf said. So don't go away. We'll be right back. back over here at VCTPH Split 2. You're watching the English broadcast. I'm Riku, joined by Raf once more, and we're still in the middle of an incredibly intense series between ZOL Esports and SR Nacague. But before that, we'd just like to share and remind all of you watching that you're watching the English broadcast, but we also have a Tagalog broadcast available over on Facebook and as well as on YouTube.
That's right. If you are tired of my eyebrows and Riku's eyebrows, you can go jump over at the our Tagalog broadcast. Lovely, lovely people on that side too. And guys, for the third time today, just go order your food. You had 2 chances, now you have a third. So third time's a charm. Do it now, and you still have the rest of the day to do it. So of course, that's a big, big thank you. Don't forget, Grab Unlimited, that's free delivery, and it's free for the first month. So everything has been basically spoon-fed to you. So guys, do it.
Do it. We warned you guys that this is going to be a map number 3, so food is definitely important as you watch VCTPH. But let's go back to the very important topic at hand. It is between NCG versus ZOL Esports. It's currently 1-1 in the series. It may be close. It was close earlier at Haven. It was neck and neck, but it was a different story when we went over to Fracture. So this time around on Ascent, who has the upper hand this time?
That is a very good question, because I feel like Ascent has become the Wild West of Valorant. It's been a map where anybody can literally best anyone else. But I think the key habits that ZOL have to pay attention to is that mid loves to go in those one-way positions. They're very, as I've mentioned, committed. If he can't get a kill, he will basically live by that sword and die by that sword. So again, just small things. Meanwhile, ZOL, they might have a little bit of an issue trying to brute force their way into the sites. As we know, teams are very active in denying that main presence on either site, really.
Yeah, we keep reiterating it in the competition that, you know, Ascent, the oldest map here in Valorant, a competitive Valorant. And it's one of those things where when we take what we saw in Fracture, maybe if they brought if NCG brought what they had over at Haven, you know, Walk on Waters, on the Duelist, Mid Mathers on one of his comfort agents like the Astra, maybe Destiny will change.
Oh, another thing that we talked about, and you talked about Destiny. Yanagi is destined to perform on this map. He has been outstanding on his Ascent performances. And Walk on Waters, going back to the Jet, I think the natural order has been restored yet again.
Yes.
I think it's going to be a mirror, actually.
Wow, you're right.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're trying to point out. Mid Mathers not on Astra.
Dun dun dun. Okay. Mid Mathers. Okay, I feel like Omen is still pretty decent. We've known and seen a lot of Omen in his kit. Does enable for a couple of clutch plays, because you have, again, that Shrouded Step, you have From the Shadows versus something like a Brimstone that doesn't have mobility and doesn't have a lot of tools for you to work with to instill chaos or like reposition yourself. So perhaps this is a time for Mid Mathers to shine once more.
That is true. And I would have loved to see his signature Astra, but we talked about the potential player habits earlier. So that could be something that he's trying to avoid, to be predictable, right? Because ZOL, the biggest strength of ZOL has just been their unreadability. Their, again, like you mentioned, their ability to stir chaos and create opportunities that should have not been there to begin with.
Yeah, the aggression, the way that they, even if they're on defense, they'd want to push aggressively at certain times. And CG, after like maybe fighting them a couple of rounds, are not prepared for certain movements from ZOL. And when we looked at Fracture, that really does enable that play style. But when we look at Ascent, where, again, a lot of these teams have played this map over and over and over, and now pistol round has began, and CG on defense and ZOL on offense.
I'm honestly surprised we didn't see that super common default smoke towards tiles, just deny short control here. So that's just the philosophy of ZOL. They really want to take it straight up, mano-a-mano on these gunfights. But NCG, they have a more measured approach here. I think, though, they might be a little late on this rotation. They have, once again, put so much attention to that short that P-main has been left relatively open.
Yeah, this is quite fast. They went towards mid on to be main anyways. Now it's a full stack on this entryway. 3 people, by the way, on site. 2 on backside, 1 in the box. And Patman will possibly deal first blood. It's a 1-for-1. Let's see if the backside peek is going to work out. 24 HP into 2766. But as we said that, everyone has just stormed their way through the site, and it's a 2v4 now.
2v4. Once again, the magic of Riku could potentially put this round in a bit of a rut. But Yanagi trying to keep it afloat. 2766 is incredibly low. We do have a fragmentation on the side of Yanagi, but we have not seen him use it just yet. If he can confirm that there are people hiding in the boathouse, then maybe, just maybe, that's enough to goad him for some sort of response. But instead, he chooses to deny the close angle. And no Riku Hex this time around.
Yep, nope. I think it's gone. I think it's gone, Raph. And as we take a look at that, there was a lot of members invested onto Boathouse.
A lot of people in the boathouse, like you mentioned. A bit of a party over there. You know what they say, three's a crowd. And NCG getting overrun by a little bit of a stampede here. ZOL going for that acclamation towards range. I noticed that they're one of the teams that really love enforcing the Bulldog, and I really like the value of that. Bulldog scales really well. I'm a Guardian person myself, but the Bulldog will get the job done.
That's true. Especially in, just as you mentioned, in the large crowds such as these. ZOL stack over A long with this one-way smoke. He sees the legs, he sees the feet, and Naru is just gonna dash through with a paranoia combo. Walk on water though. Gets the trade eventually, but at the same time, already 3 members down on the side of NCG. With the gun power advantage, Batman peeks through, reveals himself in mid, and now ZOL has full control.
Full control really is one of the things that they've enforced in the last map, and now looking to translate into this one. And remember the habitual things that we're talking about, player-specific things. Once again, a very, very committed angle there by Mid Mathers. It was so close to working out, but a familiar story that's been plaguing him since the beginning of the split, and quite frankly, from the first split.
Yeah. I wonder if we're gonna be seeing the same thing that we see in Haven as ZOL again with a 2-round start. And a couple of half shields on the side of NCG, actually.
I think this is where NCG respond. Again, it's the bonus, so we expect them to do something about it. We have seen stranger things. ZOL, they understand that NCG is going to be super, super ready on that punish. They're very much aware. So ZOL have to pay attention and punish this overstimulation, perhaps, on the side of NCG. And as I say that, NCG is actually so far receded into their own half of the map.
Yeah. It's a lot of investment on towards this B side, and this is a very good read coming from ZOL to win that numbers advantage when it comes to the site. Yanagi ready for the flash, ready for the knives. Here comes the pop flash. He detects and suppresses people, but ZOL, at the end of the day, kills 2 again. And the rotation from NCG, they've already lost members.
Lost members, quite a few of them, and it's still happening. I can't believe this snowball. That was Riku's like, hey, you're not supposed to do that. Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, like crazy stuff coming from ZOL, and it's because of the chaos that they instill on again as a team.
What I'm really surprised though is that NCG, despite the advantage and once again readiness to punish, they were already triple marking that, rather double marking that flank position, but unfortunately for them just did not bear any fruits whatsoever. In fact, kind of poisoning the well. And now ZOL, full head of steam, full on weapons here. NCG suffering once again from these sheriffs.
And it's so crazy right now. They're already on towards this site, have full control. No one has died just yet, but NCG again has to play this retake off of the reset with a weaker buy once more. Drone already activated just to spot people out. Really nice timing on that flash. But the recon dart with a wall bang is going to push through, coming from Joms. They've seen everyone. Wall bang after wall bang, headshot after headshot. And Netflix eventually kills Walk on Water. Now it's a 1v2, but at the end of the day, ZOL 4-0 in this map.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They would have gotten away with it too if not for these meddling kids. And they got their ZOL stacks going. I mean, very, very interesting start here on the side of NCG. Unfortunately for them, ZOL have been unbreakable, so to speak. They were at the very edge of what could have been a catastrophic round, but we see Walk on Water go back on that operator, which has been one of their, I guess, cornerstones of success, especially in Haven. But another thing or another condition that has not been met is Mid Mathers having a good start. He's just really having a bit of a nightmare first 4 rounds here.
Yeah, again, it's a complete contrast from what we saw at the very beginning of this series. And something, again, to note that it's so crazy. I think you mentioned this earlier, Raf, the history of both of these teams. Imagine, SR Nacague, they were already pretty much, they qualified because of their involvement, playoffs spot coming into Split 2, but eventually a lot of the members that were there on this team on NCG came to ZOL Esports and they had to requalify again. So imagine what would happen if ZOL would win the series 2-1.
That's gonna sting. Not just in the standings, but once again, maybe, just maybe, personally. Again, a lot of the fights and a lot of the games in competition, especially within the game itself, can be incredibly personal. But I am absolutely certain that NCG are ready to respond this time around. I have to point out that Patman has actually been so productive on the controller role. I'm really happy to see the full understanding, at least of his kit, because we typically see him on those initiator roles. But once again, flexibility is something that we celebrate on this broadcast.
It's a lot of value for sure. He has been crazy consistent, even on the map that they lost at Haven. We get to see ult already being brought out. As NCG, again, they have to get value off of this op. There's a lot of slows happening, nano swarms here and there, and as well as the paranoia, as we get to see Walk on Water just trying his best to push through and get vision off of that open site. But Naru finds him instead. Batman gets a double kill, and Netflix as well. My word, 5-0. This is slowly becoming a bulldoze of a map.
And just to reassure everybody, what I meant to say was, ZOL is absolutely 100% with certainty going to take that round. No, I did say that this should be the adjustment point for NCG. Again, it's not looking too good. Is it the age of NCG that's a bit of a question mark here? Because this is still a relatively young team with a relatively young core. So adversity may be a stimuli that they have not, again, prepared themselves for, despite all the years and, again, just playtime that they've spent.
Yeah. When we look at NCG as a squad, we mentioned that this is a salad bowl mix of a team where Mid Mathers is the core. The rest, we'll see this peak with a good headshot. Naru with a trade though. And they've spotted where the spike is at, and they've whittled down one member away from ZOL. We'll see, as Mid Mathers already gone.
Something that I find not very optimal when losing a controller early on is that, especially with weapons that benefit from shorter ranges, you just really cannot isolate these fights as cleanly as you want.
Oh!
And despite the Owl Drone providing a little bit of cover for Mr. President himself, the bullet just penetrated way too deeply, as Patman is going to have a grand old time. So now Yanagi is going to join the rest of his comrades here as ZOL. This is a shutout. This is 6-0. I think body language-wise too, NCG, they're just a little too antsy.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to force things to happen, which is understandable. The window, they practically lost the op window where Walk on Waters. There's, again, a lot of pressure on this guy, especially there's a lot of investment earlier. And they had to reset again. They lost that round and therefore had to do, what's the word, the cha-cha, the tango, do it all over again, have the couple of pistols, and then see if they can recover with this big buy.
Like you said, this is a bit of a salad bowl on the side of NCG, a Caesar salad. but much like Caesar himself, it looks like a knife is being driven into his back, and there's nothing, I mean nothing, that they've been doing about it. That Mid Mathers, the cornerstone, the leader for NCG, steps up to the plate once more.
Could this be the return of the comeback? Could this be the pivotal moment that we're looking for coming from the side of NCG? Because it hasn't been the bestest of start. It hasn't been even like we saw in Haven. Walk on water. Patman, though, finds a kill on towards Yanagi. He's a one-man army, and this is it. This is what NCG has been waiting for. And again, it's all coming from Mid Mathers here, being able to find something off of this round.
A one-man army, but last blood going in the way of NCG. Beautiful initiation here by Mid Mathers. But once again, playing a very committed spot there. If they clear that, that could have been a nightmare for him. It's just the nature of the position, right? High risk, high reward.
Yeah, and I feel like that was the beginning of the success of Mid Mathers at Haven, playing all of these very close and tight corners and being paired with either an initiator or a sentinel to play off of to make sure that he gets traded. So hopefully he gets that set up once more.
I like that observation. If only he had a little bit more support in these forward angles, and maybe the story could be shifted, or rather the favor on the side of NCG. But we haven't seen so much of that. It feels like Mid Mathers is just willing to be the martyr here.
No way.
And despite Yanagi powering up, he is going to be executed by Naru here, not allowed to gather that extra bit of information. And as quickly as they took around, it seems that losing it is, again, that fast too.
Yeah, it was just a play off of Naru's dash alongside his, with the gang just pushing through short. And after that, it was just a clean take of the round, and NCG again is forced to sort of save and pick up the pieces after winning the previous round.
That is true. The good thing about Mid Mathers taking all these aggressive angles is that, again, later on in the game, he will establish a passive threat. But what I feel like NCG is lacking is that they're not adding nuance to these types of holds. Like you mentioned, maybe just add a little more support, maybe just add a little more utility to pull some sort of attention. The Odin is going to be something that Jobs will try and hold on with dear life. He has a lot of ammo, and Zint, maybe not the greatest idea. Jobs is gonna have 2 more orbs, but like I mentioned, right, just maybe those small things to add and just to create a potential butterfly effect with these holds. But man, lucky number 7 for ZOL.
It's been so dominating. Again, coming from Fracture and then now seeing Ascend. I wonder what kind of reset ZOL needs, but just as you said, most likely maybe a little bit more support on the ends of Mid Mathers. And just as we say that, we get to see now the tag team of Walkman Waters and Mid Mathers on mid.
That's right, give them the championship belt, because that duo has been so dominant in the squared circle. ZOL pretty much, again, no response on the side of NCG. I try to be as flowery with it as possible to soften the blow, but ZOL, they're a sledgehammer. They're coming down on NCG.
Yeah, throughout these 9 rounds, honestly. And let's see now. Patman is going to push through the smoke. One's at Pizza. That's Mid Mathers. He's really good at these 1v1s. But so far, I think he could possibly have the support of Joms at least. He's still at spawn.
Does have the support. Yes. Patman. Oh my god, he saw the fingers, the claws of Mid Mathers, but could not respond as quickly as he wanted to. But look at this, the Executor's gonna come and walk on water. Oh no!
Whoa! I feel like that could have been on the side of Walk on Waters, but here we go. 4v3. And I know, I said it again. Joms with the Odin kill just spraying down onto B main. Naru is gone. And that's exactly what we're waiting for. 2-7. NCG, again, trying their best to hold on in the series.
It's not so unpredictable, right? I mean, it's very balanced, it's very been practiced, but with the flavor that both these teams have been bringing, it's been hard to call some of these rounds. And once again, I think that was like Patman. I was like, oh hey Mid, wait a minute, you're not on my team anymore.
Yeah.
There can't be 2 Omens. It's one of those things.
Yeah. Whew. This is This could be the reset that we're looking for the side of NCG. They do have Hunter's Fury from the shadows and Lockdown to slow things down.
So another question is on the side of ZOL, how can they goad out those types of ults so they can have an easier time just dissecting the map? But ZOL, they are willing to let go of a lot of map control this time around. Again, just maybe assessing whatever they have in the playbook. NCG, they go for that similar hold where Mid Mathers was on the hot dog position, but now it's Yanagi who plays a committal role, potentially the sacrificial lamb for the success of this round. But nope, ZOL have a pretty safe rotation, at least relative to the map. But maybe, wait a minute, Zin trying to establish some control here, Rico.
Yeah, this is very scary. Mid Mathers is near catwalk once more. Has eyes. Actually, no. As the Killjoy ult now being laid down, a lot of the utility coming from the side of a Batman is actually very stacked in there. Let's see if Zind will wait for this timing and push after. Might get information where the rest are. That's actually a 1v2 possibly if Zin decides to push after this lockdown, but they're a bit confused as they tag team. Actually, Zin gets the first one. Yanagi is now gone, and now he finds Mid Mathers as well. Zin is doing a lot of work here, creating chaos for ZOL, and Batman tries to recover from all of that, trying to make it even 2v2, just as we said. 31 HP to 2766, but Walk on Water will save the day.
If NCG get 2 more rounds, then this is competitive as it can be. Maybe, just maybe, ZOL have run out of ideas, and sometimes it just happens, right? It's not necessarily the speed that kills, it's the sudden stop. And this is true for both parties because, once again, they are going to be in a state of shock. They're like, uh-oh, what's going on now?
Yeah.
But, again, the responsibility of ZOL on this end is just keep composure. NCG, despite being a little rattled in some of those initial fights and earlier the half, they have recovered beautifully, considering
the flank that Zind, or rather the kills that Zind was able to get through that short area. We'll see though. Wow! And Naru kills Joms, and the Odin player is gone. None of that will be received by NCG, or rather by ZOL, as the plan already goes down.
I wonder if we're gonna get a suppressed LMG. I feel like it'd be a little too powerful here. The Naru avoiding the door here. I'm not sure if they've prepped the removal of that, but Yanagi trying to get a little bit of information and just some space for himself. But this time they have to wait this out. That's gonna be precious seconds being burnt away by this lockdown. Like you mentioned, just providing so much space and a lot of seconds being taken away from NCG.
Yeah, very important. Whoa, that's a stock onto market, and Naru wallbangs Walk on Water. 3v4, ZOL still having the man advantage. Patman onto main, prime to position on towards Logs, and here we go. Patman deals the finishing blow onto this round.
3-8, ZOL looking like they are so much more confident in the way they want to take the sites here. Still a lot of high value ults on the side of NCG, but once again, very curious to see why they couldn't capitalize off of that. I think it's also because Joms just had to get picked off super early. That Hunter's Fury would have changed the landscape of that round. But Yanagi, I did mention that he was destined to do well, has been inflicted with some sort of debuff. My bad.
Oh, whoa. That's a lot of action the very first few seconds of this round. Naru removes the opposing duelist already. No -1 on the side of NCG. It's a scruffle over at mid. A Batman hugging this corner on towards main, seeing if anybody's going to try and push this area. But so far, mid control seems to be in favor of ZOL still.
Still, like how the defenders are right now, they're not really biting onto anything. They try to keep the water calm, just for Walk on Water to get removed, unfortunately. And you did say it's a bit of a kerfuffle, a shuffle, but this bubble is about to burst, as ZOL has already found an entry point. There are 2 responders on the side of NCG. This doorway is going to cause a lot of problems. Naru does not have a dash, and that's why the synergy of that kit is so important. Joms finds him with a 6-shooter, and this side looks like it's been overrun yet again by the ZOL members.
Yeah, imagine Joms, again, just a couple of members not having the complete buy just yet, so NCG is operating on this deficit. but it is even in manpower. Door is now gone. This entryway is open. Patman in a very, very curious position here. Eventually, Yanagi kills him off, and he does it again and again. 1v1 right now. It is KO versus KO. Bristol out, 100 HP. Oh no! What? The spin around! Netflix still wins that one despite that approach. Wow. Crazy stuff, Raph.
That's heartbreaking.
That is heartbreaking.
Yanagi was about to have a moment there. Massive 3K to secure and again to aid the efforts of his team. Beautiful frags there, but like I said, Netflix. Aha! Surprise!
I got you.
Similar situation. 9-3. How does NCG respond?
Now with the switch, they now dictate the pace of the game. It feels like this may be more comfortable for them, but I don't know. After seeing what happened in Fracture, it could be the opposite expectation. 9-3 now, ZOL riding on this momentum.
A lot of it too. I mean, that's the thing too. Playing from ahead is a skill in itself that you don't overheat. But that is a lot of room for error on the side of ZOL. And a share of confidence on the side of Naru. Already tagging up a Batman, so this offense is going to be stifled a little bit. I'm surprised that NCG is not moving away from this. I'm pretty sure they've confirmed that there's going to be at least 2-3 people here. But I also think they're banking on the fact that ZOL might rotate away. But look how locked down that A side is. Just full investment on utility by, I believe this is Zin.
Oh, First Blood already dealt with Walk on Water. And the dark cover will slow this right down with a flash coming through. This enables Walk on Water to enter this site. No further kills just yet. Just a lot of chaos in the bank. And everyone has entered the site already on the side of NCG. The full control so far. Just a lot of chip damage as Joms deals headshot onto 2766. And with 3 members left, ZOL, they can recover from this. We've seen it before.
Oh, there you go. That's the Riku Hex. ZOL can recover from this. And it looks like they are as the Batman gets the trade. But Zin, such an important piece on this defense, will piece up a Batman, finding his Killjoy counterpart. Picks up a Ghost, but only 39 health. He has to be perfect here. He has to find the craniums of everybody on NCG. But no, his anatomy will be inspected by Mid-Mather's Ghost. And NCG, they come alive. And a window of opportunity, perhaps.
It is. It is definitely a window of opportunity. It's so very different. The dynamic is so different now. Now that NCG can, again, set up the pace, be not on the reactive side of things, but able to initialize the round, and therefore maybe, just maybe, this is a chance for NCG to fight back.
It is a chance. They have to take it. Otherwise, this tower that they're climbing is just gonna be a bit of a dream, a fantasy perhaps, as Joms will get that initial pick onto Patman, so no more isolation, no more reliable cover for the side of ZOL. But as we mentioned, this is only an eco round, so expected outcome is for ZOL to fold, to say the least.
Now they decide to retract their positions. Naru already had the dash in play, ready and waiting. But it has been a silent, semi-silent round so far with only Patman gone. It feels like A will be this approach, and there's going to be 3 members right there, right nearby. Wine already pretty much cleared. And here we go. Here comes the push. They didn't expect Zin to play this close, but at the end of the day, they're still able to recuperate from that as SCG mows down the rest of ZOL. They're slowly catching up.
Slowly but surely, the turtle wins the race. Unless the rabbit is driving. I don't think the turtle can win.
Did rabbits drive?
No, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but maybe in some sort of hyper advanced universe where rabbits are a little more sentient. I don't think they are though, because rabbits don't have front-facing eyes. Don't expose me as a
That's
as a
true.
nerd. Yeah, so they
I
have,
didn't know
like,
you were such an animal nerd. Aw.
I love animals.
They are really great. They're amazing creatures.
Absolutely, and at the apex of the animal kingdom is us. And NCG, they're looking to stalk their prey instead of going for that full chase. And maybe, just maybe, this is what they want to do, right? ZOL, they're slowly kind of unraveling here, but a high prio round is right ahead of us, especially with the nature of the economy. Not very good on both sides.
Yeah, let's see how ZOL tries to get towards the double digits. This is the time with all the rifles in hand. May not have the full utility on their belts. They do have the firepower, which I feel like that's how they've been winning some of these rounds, or most of these rounds. Still a very quiet first set of seconds, but Walk on Water again, he keeps doing this.
Can't keep getting away with it too. I mean, the response by ZOL, beautiful. 2766 coming alive. Nacague will finally get the trade, but like you mentioned, NCG with a full head of steam will barrel through ZOL, and that's gonna be free upgrades on their end too, and a reset on ZOL. A bit of a mirror of what happened in the previous half.
Yeah, this is crazy. The fact that they had the better guns, better firepower, and it all started because of Walk on Water. His entry, him on the jet is just really, really effective.
And Walk on Water is finally home. I mean, again, his performance on Fracture, not the greatest, but on jet, a lot more serviceable, giving everybody the room and just commanding so much gravity, right? Walk on Water, though, interesting trade, goes for a small set play towards middle, but ZOL, they are largely unresponsive.
Remember, this will definitely mean extra for him, because last time when he was on Puggers, unfortunately they didn't qualify for playoffs. So now he's on a different team with a different setup. In a very familiar scenario, Walk on Water is like trying his best, showing up in this third map. 6-9 now, and he is able to find one of the biggest issues that they have to face against NCG mid-Mathers.
Redemption arcs. And I think that's a crowd favorite, honestly. Again, we love an underdog story, but who really is the underdog of this series? They have a piece each in the map score. It does look like they're going to go for a heavy B execute here, but a beautiful knife on the side of Nateflix is not enough to stop this march. And NCG, they even forego the door. They just go onto the site.
Everyone is going to be there. They have Naru with a rifle left, and I feel like that's going to be a very important gun to recover this round.
Important and priorities, perhaps. Zin has been discovered walking about and just potentially finding another front to fight with, but Naru has a Vandal here, and he's been absolutely so sharp. Again, talking about Naru, he's the type of player that needs a little bit of space, but this round is looking awfully claustrophobic. Even if 2766 gets a frag on Nacague. Walk on Water, you talked about him at the beginning of the round. Look how he is so fired up.
4K. He's, again, setting the pace so far. Every single time, he's the one dealing first blood, especially after the switch. And that's exactly why there's only 2 rounds between the score. It was such a snowbally start for ZOL. And after the switch, NCG, right now, slowly recovering.
Snow will eventually melt, especially in the heat of the Philippines. As NCG, they are built for this weather. They have weathered the storm once again. But mid-Mathers will be discovered with this 0 point. Naru, not overextending. I like it a lot. Again, a problem with a lot of our duelists is to just take fights. But Naru, he picks his spots, and he's been very effective with it.
Yeah, especially right now. I think the pressure is extra on him. Feels like there's this invisible pressure to match the impact that Walk on Waters has been doing. He has Blade Storm right now and a rifle, complete kit in play with 60 seconds on the clock. Where will the play go? Naru, we talked about him as well. Mid-Mathers with the trade. And ZOL right now is mowing down the lawn that is NCG, and Drums, only one left.
And like a blade of grass, he is alone standing here. The chase, it ensues. But I don't think everybody's here. Not just yet. And look at that. You see the frag has potentially pushed the rest of ZOL back. It's like, yeah, you know what? Let's not play with fire here. Let's just not push our luck. Uh-oh. And fortune favors the bold. 2766. Like you said, wait. Hold up. You're doing too much.
I was a bit worried there. That was almost like very much doable for Joms because, again, they will definitely not expect the Sova just pushing through with the Recon Dart in hand in an open field of that site. But it all started with Naru. We talked about him at the very beginning of the round, saying that a lot of pressure will come from Naru to match the aggression, match the impact that Walk on Waters has been doing in the second switch.
An absolute dervish NCG has become, but ZOL slowly chipping away at this too. Economy-wise, they're pretty even. I think there is an allowance of one more round on the side of NCG, but once again, they can't really rest on the fact that they have that type of insurance. ZOL, double digits, not a great look for NCG.
Yeah. Again, they have to win every single game starting from now, as there are only a one-game match left, rather,
Oh,
for
man.
both of these teams. That's why it's so important. They want to qualify for playoffs. Oh!
Well, once again, who wants to qualify more is the question here. As Walk on Water spices up the pot, gets 2 kills for himself, but 2766, it doesn't tickle his palate, but Yanagi, just too much flavor on hand here. ZOL now operating on one very unhealthy player. 16 health, left his end, a Vandal, and a save call perhaps.
Yeah, definitely a save with that amount of HP. Wanting to save as much money as they can to carry over round number 19. And with the double digits in play, we talked about this earlier with a snowball that ZOL garnered, that they have a lot of room for error, but it feels like NCG is making them sweat extra this time with just 3 rounds in between them.
That is true. Again, the heat is on for ZOL. Despite being the ice-cold killers here, NCG, no extreme temperature can kill them, apparently. Unless you're on Fracture. But we don't talk about that.
How about Icebox?
No! Where is Ice? I miss Icebox already. I just love Icebox too much. What a map.
Same. 2 rounds now in between them. Looking at the ult, it's mirrored. It's mirrored actually between these two teams. And now the question is, how close is their lockdown? Quite close as well. I think the biggest difference is ZOL Esports' Netflix has his null command much closer versus Yanagi's.
And he can use this null command hyper reactively. The only time he can't is if a Batman gets a pick and instantly pops that. But I like the timeout on ZOL. I think it should have come a little bit sooner, but they understand that their cushion is slowly dwindling away. I think they have knives to supplement this type of buy here. They might just force this out. I think it'd be smart if they just kind of held on to their money and, again, let NCG catch up just a little bit. Maybe, just maybe, NCG might be a little too overzealous and pop their own ultimates here. But we will just have to see. Again, ZOL, they're back on the drawing board.
I think that's a really nice possible approach for the side of ZOL. I mean, it's definitely a safer approach, but it feels like, what if, like, SR Nacague, again, could possibly try to bulldoze their way. But you're right, it is the safer option for the side of ZOL, and that's why we're seeing, let's see what their final buys are going to be.
Final buys, strong words, fighting words. Netflix with a shotgun. Huh. Well, he has found success with the shorty, so I guess by default with the older brother perhaps could find, if not create more success. But NCG, a little more reserved here. Netflix trying to set up for Naru. Oh,
Oy!
Wow. A tag on the shoulder of Mid Mathers, but wait a minute. Do they know Nate is here? Right around this devious corner. Oh, he lets it pass. Oh,
This
no.
might be worse.
This is worse. They get the jet past them, but Patman already staring down A main. No attention being divided whatsoever, and Zind with a lone rifle gets maximum value, and everything, and I mean everything, is going in the way of ZOL. Patman looking to make these 2 shots count, but this is getting very, very nerve-wracking. They have no idea where Zind is. They have no idea.
They have no idea. They're through the smoke. Mid Mathers finds the second kill. 1v2 now. Patman, Omen versus Omen. 20 HP from the shadows utilized. Does he have the spike? Yes, he does, but I feel like that's a reposition coming from Patman instead to come from long, to have a different angle, and now Mid Mathers has to guess. Did he use from the shadows to still remain in heaven, or go here at long in the opening? And this is worth, and this is so worth for Patman here in the end. It is 11-8 now, with a little bit of jiggle coming from Batman.
Oh no, that's just the shakes of excitement. You know, it's like, he's just so happy to be here. That's a lot of adrenaline and so smart. Like I said, right, Pathman, I think this is such a great way to highlight his flexibility because I feel like that was a little dampened when he was hard stuck on that initiator role, but he has been so productive as a controller, and I feel like it's suiting him a little bit more, actually.
Yeah, very a lot of impactful moments from this player. And now close to match point, ZOL is so close to, again, winning this entire series and putting a point and getting out of that very scary danger zone, especially at the bottom too. We're talking about, at the top of my head, Rambutan ni Tatay, NCG, and SR Nacague or rather ZOL, very close in score. Now, let's take a look. Bladestorm activated. Will Walk on Water do his magic, do the thing where he does first blood at the very first seconds of the game.
For seconds, I mean, again, only needs one for something to go Ori, something to go off track. But ZOL, they understand that they have to take this momentum. Otherwise, it's a reset point, so on and so forth. NCG, they have so much utility and ultimates in their back pocket, but it seems that they're a little shy here. A minute left on the clock, so there's still quite a bit of room.
Look at this. Walk on Water's gonna dash through. I don't think he's seen this as Netflix finds the flying jet, sends him down. And now it's a 1-for-1 so far, with Hunter's Fury now activated on top of the lockdown, just trying to destroy that trade for ults as Joms. Look at this airy spray from the door. It's actually Odin. It's paying off a lot. 2v4 now. Very scary on the side of ZOL Esports. They wanted this. They needed this. They wanted it to be match point, but NCG holding on a little longer.
Whether it be the All-Father or the God of War, a blessing was given on the side of NCG. And ZOL, again, just a series of unfortunate events. I thought Walk on Water would have a great advantage there with the right click, but Netflix really flexing his muscles here and just his situational awareness. This is not the first time, too, that Netflix has pretty much outplayed Walk on Waters, again, with that shotgun in hand, right? But NCG still looking very, very strong here. They do have so much initiation, especially with this Hunter's Fury. They know Zin still has that lockdown. So maybe, just maybe, enough of a passive threat for him to be a little more reserved.
It might be a trade of ults. Look at this peak. Oh, the timing. Unfortunate. ZOL manages to find two, but the spray down through the cloudburst is a trade of manpower. And now it's dead even.
Dead even, and two dead players on each side. This is already more of a win on the side of ZOL. Eco, every time we see an Eco, 2 picks are more than enough. But look at this, just security. They don't want to give any free Vandals away. I like these small details that NCG is incorporating into their game plan. ZOL, they have a long way to go in this round.
Yeah, they want to deny, again, that match point. Gonna creep in closer and closer. Walk on Water. We'll have to see. Previous round didn't pan out so well. But ZOL now with the weaker buy. Their Cloudburst used to block that door. A lot of wall bangs coming from Jumps. The same position as earlier. Didn't expect Netflix to be there. And now less numbers on the side of NCG. They had a little bit of that even ground earlier. Now it feels like that lead is slowly whittling away. Look at this sandwich. 2 coming from long, 1 from heaven. This isn't going to be a pretty situation for Walk on Water and a Batman. They're both sandwiched into this site. Not a lot of coverage to work with, but Walk on Water kills the first one. A Batman finds the 2 in towards the insurance and 2766. Wanted a clutch, but a Batman in the end gets that 3K.
That was so expensive on the side of NCG, though. Fortunately for NCG, they have just that much built in their bank. Their economy very, very good. ZOL, you talked about even ground. It only takes a little bit of rain for a landslide to occur, and it looked like NCG was just this close to falling to the earth. And that shock dart was just a word of warning, perhaps. ZOL, they have to keep their, again, they have to keep their mental together, because NCG, this is getting mighty uncomfortable.
Yeah, 1 round or score in between them. Oh, that flash timing, Walk on Water. Able to get the kill. The recon dart will spot 1 out. At least they know at least 2 or 1 person is there towards mid.
1 person, 1 wrong move, potentially away from securing match point as ZOL. but they haven't really done anything to change the defensive scheme here. Netflix is still in charge of holding down this tree position. Walk on Water will have a different approach this time. He will come from tree, and that's going to give them that much extra security, right? But in turn, that's going to allow ZOL to compress and get rid of this door without any worries that a lurk from that position would come through. But Hunter's Fury, look at this. What value does it find? Not much. Maybe just to deny this.
Yeah, deny that lockdown, definitely. But the recon dart spots out Walk on Water. Naru is doing a lot of value off of the initiator. And now, at the end though, NCG, Mid Matters cleans up this round. 11-11. Make a wish.
I wish.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I wish for, honestly. Life is pretty good, honestly.
True.
Thank you.
Oh, that's nice. That's
That's,
really nice.
Life is good, but life is looking like it could be potentially tournament life. Could potentially be in turmoil for one of these teams, but none of them are willing to let this map go. Look how tightly contested this is, and ZOL again on those weaker buys, but you cannot count those sheriffs out.
This is so difficult, yeah. On the side of ZOL, they don't have a lot to work with. The fact that Zin doesn't, or rather, a lot of these sheriffs and again Netflix on that Bucky. Let's see how NCG takes advantage of that.
What are you wishing for, since it is 11-11 on both sides?
I think everybody wants to have a lot of money. That's my wish.
Oh, that is true. That is true. I was trying to go for the more, you know, spiritual
Valiant
route.
approach.
You know what I'm saying? But, you know, a bag of money would definitely help. And it's been pretty evident on NCG, despite the mistakes that they have been making. They've never really fallen into a weaker buy in comparison to ZOL, who's been suffering. But wait a minute, Thrifty again?
They've done this before, time and time again. Very ever so reliable. When things don't go their way, Batman, though, are here to ruin their dreams. Yanagi has to be revived. He's in a very not so good position, but before the cloud burst, Batman, can he get the ace? Can he get to match point for NCG? That is the biggest question. But no! Netflix with the fragment kill will finish the job, and ZOL instead, despite being thrifty, wins this round.
Oh my goodness. Looking like an action movie. A fade away into short just to deny the ace. A rocket into the Death Star. Goodbye NCG in that round, but still very, very tightly contested. You talked about that big bag of money, and it is coming into full play because no matter what happens, if NCG win this round, it's going to be a hard reset on both sides.
Yeah. Is this the overtime that we were expecting in Haven? Let's see. Mid Mathers on a very aggressive vertical position. Is he going to do it? He can do it. Maybe he will.
Ooh.
Oh, the timing! Horror movie, I swear.
Again, this just how the game has been. It's been a game of inches. It's just so scary to see how uncomfortably close they are to each other. But Walk on Water is going to be found with that 0 point. The one thing that NCG have been doing, or not been doing, is that they haven't been using the jet to pull attention in other ways. If they were scanning that jet on B, and it just so happens that jet is alone, ZOL would probably go and attend to that. But again, we might be overthinking this. Oh no!
What? Wait, what? What just happened? Wait, Batman gets a kill. He gets a double, not the triple as Walk on Water just denies that. 3v3. It's still dead even. Joms, just 11 HP. There's a lot of smokes here on towards Heaven, but it has cleared as Zin finds another mark. A Batman playing out of his mind, and all up to Walk on Waters to win this for overtime for his team. Naru, Jet versus Jet can't find the target, the jump shots, and ZOL wins again, taking this map and series 2-1 for his squad.
That is just a way to end the series, and again an exclamation point to how tenacious, how unwilling ZOL is to give anything to anyone. And I have to say, those were both very, very jaded players in the first split. Both of them, I believe, missed the playoffs, and now one had to bury the other, unfortunately. So big congrats on ZOL for absolutely keeping the lead just within their reach and never giving it to NCG.
Yeah, that was so intense. The fact that it came down to a 1v2, 1v1 between the two amazing, high impactful players of the Jet between NCG and ZOL, and it all boiled down to that teeny tiny, what do you call this, 1v1 in on the box in the middle of that site was just so intense to watch.
Intense indeed, and despite the quiet moments, you could still feel the tension. It just never left. And again, a very, very storied way to end this map. Zind with an absolute monster's flank. We talked about how they should have addressed that, especially with a double mark. But the stuff of nightmares for NCG. I really think that with that fracture game, a lot of confidence was lost. Slowly recovering, but not enough to push them over the hill.
Was such an important match. Yeah, there were a lot of really good moments on the side of NCG as well, especially after the attacking side. It was so nerve-wracking for ZOL that they were able to catch up despite the big deficit that they had to face. But at the end, it felt like, you know, Naru stepped up even more to match Walk on Water's impact, and that's exactly what we saw, and that's exactly what denied that overtime and them winning that game.
Man, looking at Yanagi, this was such an unfortunate round. Nate was like, oh, what's up? And 2766, an anchor, a turret, and the shotgun again by Nate. We talked about it quite a few times and how he's been such a good decision maker, honestly. I don't think Nate had the greatest volume, but it was very, very obvious that he wasn't doing anything too crazy either. And again, it's benefited ZOL very, very well. But Naru, the absolute monster of ZOL, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. And a big reminder to everybody, you still have time to go grab dinner, a snack, maybe a drink. Guys, what a series that was. Very, very tightly contested.
That was just so sweaty. And remember, this is ZOL. We talked about it in the very beginning of this series that they had to adjust through, you know, the loss of Senior Carl, and they have to like move things around when it comes to adjusting the dynamics of their team. And the fact that they came from what do you call this, from qualifiers. This was such a very close series and a lot of pressure on the line. And I'm sure the panelists just so excited. We've been your casters, Enrico and with Raffle, sending it back to the panel.
Sama ko, no? Men, ang malupit sa laban na to, mas malupit pa yung mga aso namin. Kahit wala akong aso, tatanggapin ko.
Yan nga, narinig ko si Pico sa background, di ba? Sobrang init daw kasi nung laban, Laika.
Alam mo kung gaano kainit, Bill. Kaya nga ako napatayo real quick kasi tinatahulan ng aso ko. Yung aso mo, may connection din sila. Parang tayo lang dito sa panel na nalate lang ako ng konti. Ang bilis pumick up ni Taylor. Iba talaga ang connection ng The Panel. Pero iba rin ang connection netong ZOL saka NCG dahil unang game pa lang, unang mapa pa lang, Bill, napakadikit ng laban at ang ganda ng basa nila sa isa't isa.
Sobrang dikit talaga yung laban kasi isipin mo, si Pico tsaka yung pusa dito, nag-aaway na rin talaga sa sobrang init na pinakita natin ngayon. Talagang si Naru, sobrang nag-iinit. Kasi ito rin gusto ko talaga isabihin na, if ever compare nyo yung improvement or yung gameplay ni Naru dun sa Split 1, dito sa Split 2, sobrang ibang-iba. Dito, nagsha-shine talaga siya.
Totoo. At saka makikita at mapapansin naman natin dito rin sa mga replays, no? During the time na itong unang mapa na nakita natin, they really love, para sa SR Nacague, they really like doing the double NE setup. Always looking for those fights. And literal, fights talaga yung nakita natin sa lahat ng mapa na napanood natin dito. Trades, kung trades yung mangyayari. Pero nagulat ako na sobrang one-sided nitong second map actually, which is yung Fracture.
Saktong-sakto yan, no? Nagulat din talaga ako dyan kasi nga nung unang mapa pa lang, sabi mo nga, di ba, trade for trade for trade. Pero isa pang bagay na kapansin-pansin talaga, especially pagdating dito sa ZOL, Terror, ay yung composition nila. Talagang nagsiswitch up na sila ng roles dito. And in fairness, effective na effective dyan sa duelist role na yan kanina si Naru, pati naman tong si Zind dun sa Sentinel niya.
At saka makikita mo even on the Thrifty round, yung game changer talaga na meron dito, dala-dala yung ZOL, nadala nila nakuha nila yung momentum from game number 2 up until makarating nga dito sa game number 3. And that momentum really brought a lot of flavor, especially doon sa mga engagements na nakikita nga natin.
Actually, speaking sa momentum, Bes, talagang nakikita talaga natin dito yung lagi nila yung mga players sa ZOL Esports is mahal nila ang game number 3 eh. Sa lahat ng games dito sa VCT, lahat sila game number 3. And to the fact na si Wakon Water nag-pop off na sa first game, talaga sinubukan nila talaga tapatan ni Naru pero hindi na talaga nag-work. Pero game number 2 and game number 3, doon talaga natin to nakita. And especially si Joms with that Odin, don't let Joms hold that Odin. Kasi pag hinawakan na yan, it's actually parang... it's over already para sa kalaban nila. Pero dumating talaga tayo sa punto, doon sa last game, doon sa last 2 games, last 2 rounds nga ng game na to. Talagang ZOL talaga ang nakakakuha ng mga rounds.
Oh, ZOL na talaga. O nga pala dun sa clip na nakita natin kay Netflix, sabi ni Vil, check PC kasi grabe nga naman yung shorty na ano niya doon. Kumagat talaga eh. Diyos ko. Pero na-mention mo nga, Vil, simula nilabas nito ni Joms yung kanyang Odin, nag-shift na talaga yung momentum at sunod-sunod na puntos ang nakuha nito ng NCG. Pero nakita natin kanina, Vil, bigla-bigla na lang natapos yung laro ng isang bula. 11-11 yung score, 13-11 real quick.
Yeah. Nakita nga natin, sabi nga ng mga casters, jumping lesson, di ba? And Naru popping the head nga ng NCG with a shorty, finishing the win. And yun rin talaga yung gusto ko nga sabihin. Back then, si Naru, medyo hindi siya ginagamit ng NCG. Kasi siya yung lagi nasa 6-man, siya yung hindi naglalaro masyado. If ever check mo yung mga games nila nung split 1, konti lang talaga. Pero ngayong split 2, kitang-kita mo yung improvement niya. And yung talagang sobrang relentless na datingan na kahit anong ibigay nyo sa akin, tatapusin ko.
Lalo na kapag nadadagdag pa yung integration niya lalo sa team ng mas maraming games nga nakikita natin siya basically, mas nakukuha niya yung experiences, mas nakakapag-adjust siya dun sa mga susunod na mga laban na nakikita natin from this team. But anyway, all throughout dito sa mapa na nakita natin, naging ganito lang naman din to dahil nga yung setup na meron sila, parehas sila nagkaroon ng double ini sa last map. So, parehas labanan ng info. At the same time, after nila makuha yung info sa Sova, magkakaroon ng shutdown dun sa mga players. Kaya puro raw firepower duel talaga. Kaya puro talaga trades yung nakita natin dun.
Yun na nga talaga yung nangyari kanina. At tulad na lang ng paghiwalay natin sa ZOL Esports pati sa SR Nacague, at tulad na lang ng paghiwalay ko sa aso ni Vil, para kalmado tayo ngayon bago i-end ang panel. Ang the panel naman maghihiwa-hiwalay dahil magkakas na ang the mods pagdating ng ating second series. Samantalang mamaya may panibagong panel naman tayong kasama dito. So, sama kayo pagbalik natin dito sa VCTPH Split 2.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the 2 players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that... he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately...
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. Savvy AK with a peek. Hell yes. will respond. Georgia with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is gonna happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over
30
the
seconds
barrier
left.
or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds two,
wait a minute.
finds three, able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the 3rd kill. He has no access into the spike. And that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately.
They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out 2. He spots out 2! And Nico gets it!
Here we go. ZOL with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgia with a trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills. The Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is gonna happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over
30
the
seconds
barrier
left.
or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds two,
wait a minute.
finds 3, able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the 2 players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's gonna destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's gonna be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the third kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead. While the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out two. He spots out two, and Nico gets it.
here we go. XaviaK with a P. Kelly S will respond. George, you're gonna trade though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this, and I don't think it's a miracle is gonna happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier or yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds two,
wait a minute.
Finds three, able to get four. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Poppy was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're gonna try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the two lurks.
It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. We'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. Gets the third kill. He has no access into the spike, and that he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike, unfortunately,
they're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position.
Welcome back to VCTPH Split number 2. Kasama nyo ngayon si Likeable, Riku, and si Raph. Ang hirap na naman ito. Panibagong tandem name na naman every time we have a new pair on the program. But, something na nakakatuwa, you guys are twinning right now.
I know!
The hair.
The hair.
The eyebrows.
The eyebrows, the glasses, the outfit, kind of.
Raph, bakit nagiging kamukha mo lahat ng babae sa broadcast natin?
I don't know. I guess I'm pretty that way, you know what I mean?
I agree. I'm not gonna counter you on that one. Totoo naman talaga, di ba? Look at this. Pero ang cute na cute din syempre, yung mga sponsors na bumubuhay dito sa broadcast natin. Tulad na lang ng Riot Games and of course, ng Mineski Philippines.
And of course, enjoy free delivery every day, and get exclusive discounts po. When you subscribe to Grab Unlimited, don't miss out on the free trial on your first month.
Do not forget that VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board, so big thank you to everybody making this beautiful league possible.
Yes, beautiful panelists, beautiful sponsors. Yan ang ating theme for the day. Pero isa pang bagay na i-bring up natin ngayon ay syempre yung second series of the day natin. You guys casted the first series at nakita natin kung gaano ka-intense. It was 3 games and the first and the third map, sobrang dikit talaga ng scoreline. Tingnan natin kung yan din ang mangyayari sa second series of the day natin. Kanina tinatanong ko yung mga casters na nandito sa ating call kung si Sir Isaac Newton ba ay isang scientist. Nasagot na ba natin yon?
Yeah.
Ano yung tamang sagot?
Yes.
Yes, he
Okay,
is.
Gusto ko, syempre gusto ko straight yung facts natin. The only reason kung bakit ko naman yung tinanong, dahil kung isa siyang scientist, syempre, sa kanya rin baka mamaya kasi sabihan ng mga tao na kailangan kong mag-aral ulit. Pero, ano yun, kung di ako nagkakamali, sa kanya rin ang galing na an object at rest remains at rest unless acted upon.
Yeah, third
Baka-
law.
The
Third law.
Okay.
reaction thing.
Oh yeah,
right?
that's the one I wanted to do.
Is that
Okay,
the
never
third
mind.
law?
It's the
It is.
reaction. Okay, balik na lang ako sa school, guys. Basta ang bottom line natin scientist at action ang magkasama ngayong araw. Dahil ang mad scientist natin na ang GLab ay makakaharap ang syempre action pack na Action PH. So ipakilala na muna natin ang mad scientist na hindi si Sir Isaac Newton but rather GameLab.Alpha.
At narito ang GameLab.Alpha. Uulitin ko ng uulitin. Ito ang team. Kung may award na most improved team sa VCTPH from Split 1 to Split 2, ibibigay ko yon dito sa GameLab.Alpha. Imagine, sila lang yung team last split that came from the previous open qualifier at nakaabot sila ng top 4. Ganun yung statement, ganun yung growth na ang naipakita nitong team na ito. And they're very, very, again, well put together. Napakaganda ng kanilang mga strategy. It came first from double duelist and just pressing W to something more of a lot of like, dynamics and flexibility, especially when we look at the Fall X Boogie connection. Kumbaga, hindi na tulad ng dati double duelist lang, kundi flexi players coming from this team.
Yeah, what Riku said verbatim, word for word, that's what I'm about to say. But jokes aside, one thing that I really appreciate, kahit sobrang siguro na-expose yung weaknesses nila over time, they never really strayed away from their strengths and they never lost identity and they just built upon that.
Ganun na ngayon nangyayari sa atin dito. Ito na, ginugel ko na para sigurado na yung sasabihin ko. Kasi ayoko namang magkamali. Maraming nanonood sa atin at marami ring bata na gustong matuto sa VCTPH. Ang third law ay nakalagay dito, for every action in nature, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So, ang opposite
That's what he said,
reaction
diba?
for the side of GLab, yes, hindi kita kinakontra. I'm not here to
Nagko-confirm lang
fight.
yata siya.
I'm not here to fight. For every opposite reaction to GLab, there is an action from Action PH. Kilalanin natin sila.
Action PH, one of the dark horses of the region, I believe, a very well put together team. But as Laika mentioned, there is the third law basically with action reaction. They have a bit of a problem with setting up the pace and actually trying to pivot off that default. But again, a very well put together team. Blurred has been very consistent for the most part. Has had a few slip ups here and there, but otherwise still very, very strong.
Yeah, I like how you brought up Blurred kasi isa siya sa mga pinaka-importanting players dito sa Action PH. One thing that I like about this team is that the dynamics change from Split 1 to Split 2 with the addition of Kelly S. Parang they are able to be more flexible rather than fixed sa mga compositions na meron sila. I think one of the biggest strengths from Action PH is that they do their, I guess, fixed roles whenever they are able to like maneuver throughout these compositions. I think one of the weaknesses that this team has is inconsistency. Feeling ko they're when the matchups na in-expect natin na manalo sila, sometimes they don't pull through.
Yeah, yun na nga yung nagiging case nila dito no? Pero one thing that you have to know about Riku, is that any chance he gets, he will bring up Blurred, especially if Action PH yung naglalaro. Mainly because biased siya and Blurred is from Cebu. Yun lang naman yun. Tama ba, Raf?
Sige, go lang. Pero, no. So, yes, Blurred is one of the, again, brightest stars coming out of Cebu. Super up and coming. But I want to talk about the team as a whole right now because that inconsistency really stems from the inability to lead the dance per se. Yes, they have a very good default. Yes, they have a very good mid-round response. But it really is so strange to me that they don't have anything to threaten the other teams with, like an initial attack per se.
That's something na makikita rin natin later kung na-develop na nila as they go into this matchup. But with Blurred being Rap's favorite, then possibly dito meron kang makitang favorite mo rin, Riku. Dahil ang head-to-head natin ay ang ating mga Killjoy stands dito. We're talking about Derek and Aeonix na nakita natin mag-Killjoy from time to time because sometimes we do see them on stages or perhaps ciphers. But overall, Rico, magkasundo kayo netong mga to.
Syempre, a Sentinel mains, Killjoy mains. And I guess, for me, even though the stats say that may mas konting edge dito si Aeonix, para sa akin, meron akong pagkabias dito kay Derek just because of his performance even before nung Split 1. Napaka-consistent niya, especially maps, certain maps, especially like Lotus. Sobrang, if he's one of the players na, kumbaga, kailangan mang clutch, ito yung titingnan natin. He's one of the Sentinel players na you'll get to see him most of the time top the standings, the kill scoreboard. And it's only a testament kung gaano siya ka-high impact pagdating sa mga games natin for Action PH.
That is true. And Derek's, again, overall body of work is very, very impressive. A very seasoned player. But one thing that I do have to bring up when it comes to Aeonix, he's just so incredibly explosive and he's meshed super well with this GameLab squad. And you brought up Lotus. We had a really iconic Aeonix moment there where he just had a monster 4K clutch. It has not left my mind since. Very, very good stuff. With that being said, Lotus might actually be one of the target bans on the side of Action PH, if I might guess right. Question mark.
Saktong-sakto yan dahil we're headed over to the map selection, Raf, at magkakaalaman kung lalabas nga ba yung Lotus. But something na napansin ko when they were going up against Oasis Gaming in that Lotus map is that sometimes they have to be careful dun sa mga tendencies nila. And what I'm talking about was the round nung first half na nakakuha ng ace tong si Marky. Diba, grabe yun. 1v4 yun, na-clutch niya pa yun, they got his ace, and it was mainly because, I don't wanna say complacent yung nangyari, pero hindi binantayan ng Action PH yung angle na yun just because na-wall na nung Sage. And that's something na kailangan maging careful sila moving forward kasi you can't keep doing mistakes like that, especially when you're going up against GLab na time and time again naman, Riku, nakita natin na solid tong team na to.
And yeah, like honestly, it's really scary, especially Lotus is now open for the taking. I feel like it may, lean towards a little bit towards Action PH, but at the same time, you've seen a bit of history with Split actually being the selection dito sa GLAB. I mean, after the icebox changes, after it being rotated out, I'm really not surprised seeing Split being one of the first options ng mga teams natin dito.
I think the plan for GameLab on this veto is very simple. Just get rid of Haven and Ascent. Icebox is already out of the rotation, so every single map that is going to be played on the field is going to be GameLab-sided, mainly because GameLab has a more apparent plan when they go into it. And like I said, right, APH, obviously, they're going to pick Ascent, still one of the most default-heavy and reactive maps. I guess that's the buzzword for today. I really think it's a big mistake that they let Lotus go, as Riku mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay, so one thing na mapapansin rin natin, ever since yesterday na ito na-implement na bind in, icebox out, we've been seeing a lot more when it comes to like split and fracture. Do you think, Raf, na ito na yung trend from now on? We're just gonna keep seeing these maps? I mean, no fracture for this map, but we did have fracture last series, and ngayon naman may split tayo, diba?
That is true. And like I said, I thought that the ban on bind was really peculiar on APH's side because the sheer nature of the map is going to be very good for the way APH operates. And Dwight agrees. Dwight's like, yeah, you know what? The teleporter control and just the flexibility in the rotations makes it so easy for a team that's centered around dueling and hypermobility, just like Action PH, is going to have a grand old time. And with Pearl, something that GameLab have been very successful with. Again, that default towards B-Long is so difficult to contest, knowing the type of aiming, knowing the type of capacity and firepower that GameLab possesses.
Honestly, this is just so fitting of GameLab.Alpha. I agree with you there, Raf, because one of the premier performances of GameLab's strengths was actually numerous times it has been Pearl. Their press W approach with the Boogie and Fall X connection has been very effective, especially when they've been pairing it with the Jet and the Reyna. And so far, there has been flexibility, and I'm so excited to see if we do indeed reach map number 3.
Yun na nga yung interesting thing dito eh. Kasi you're talking about GLab performing really well when it comes to Pearl. Pero you have to take into consideration na it was actually APH who locked this in dahil pinili nila yung Pearl over the Lotus. And I kind of see why. Actually, either of the maps naman kasi malakas rin talaga yung GLab. It's just, I think, mas may firepower and may potential na maibubuga etong APH pagdating dito sa Pearl. Kaya yun na yung tinira nila dito in the end. And I'm very excited to see how that is gonna play out. But with Split, Ascent, and Pearl being the maps na makikita natin dito sa ating second series of the day, I really don't know kung anong direction to mapupunta. But personally, eto na. Laging nagtatampo yung GLab pag hindi sila predict 0-3. Baka ito na yung araw na magbago ang lahat yan. Dahil ako ngayon, ang prediction ko is gonna be for GameLab.Alpha. What about you, Riku?
I second your comment and vote Laika. I'm also going to be a GameLab.Alpha stan. Actually, out of all the matches na kailangan kong i-predict, ito yung pinaka-difficult kumbaga na between Action PH and GameLab.Alpha, and I have to put a bit on the edge just because of they're more consistent, they're more well put together, and I'm a big fan of their growth as a whole. So GameLab.Alpha ako.
Well, looking at the map, I think Action PH have a decent chance of winning Split, and like I said, that is a lot of veterancy, but we have to make this panel unanimous. I completely agree with every point that has been given, and I won't say no to GameLab.
Grabe, Raf. Naging kamukha mo lang si Riku. Hindi mo na kami kinontra. You're a changed person. Who is this guy?
I just need to be the same height as Raf, I guess, to complete the cosplay.
You know what? Feeling ko nagbago si Raf ever since he got stuck in Manila.
I want to go home.
Manila has changed you, my friend. Hindi na siya against us. He's no longer against us. He's with us. And with that, guys, depends?
The roll eyes depends.
Okay, I see you. Tingnan natin pagbalik mo ng Cebu kung magbabago nga ba yung opinion mo. Pero unanimous tayo, 3-0 to GameLab.Alpha this time around for the panel predictions. Ngayon naman ipapasa na namin kayo sa ating mga casters para magkaalaman din. Sila rin kaya? Unanimous kaya yung kanilang predictions? Let's find out.
It's a test to see who's the best of the rest, and this matchup absolutely important, especially for the battle for the third slot in the standings. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of VCTPH. My name is Dax here with the big black and blue right there beside me. And what what I see, man, oh man, you look at the standings, right? Between Naos and Oasis, they're pretty much locked first and second seed. That's as far as they can really go. But Action PH and GameLab.Alpha, they're pretty much tied up right now here, Black and Blue. And whoever wins this, they're gonna have that upper hand on the standings.
Oh, exactly, man. Especially when you're looking at this kind of being the second to the final weekend that we have for the matches. I think after this, each team has one more game to play in totality, and that just leaves no margin for error. Now, I think if you look at really their standings, as long as they can, whoever wins this one should be pretty secured into moving into the playoffs, especially in the seed that they've chosen, the seed that they've been placed in. And there's a small chance that they could get knocked out if they lose this match and the next one, but I'm not too, I think, worried for either team yet as of the moment. I think the real important thing here is where they're going to be seated moving into the playoffs.
You maybe do math suddenly, out of nowhere. And I think both teams are already in the playoffs since there are two teams that have 5 losses. So there's no real way for... Yeah, so both Rambutan Tatay and SR Nacague are 1-5 right now, as far as I know. So there's no way for them to go to 5 losses. There's no way for them to be all the way down there. So it's really the seeding right now that these two teams are fighting for, especially in a head-to-head format. But before anything else, Black and Blue, look, the panel, especially like tried to call out both broadcasts. What do you predict for this matchup? Because I think we're also a little bit unanimous, but I'll let you take the floor. Who do you think is going to be taking the series?
I mean, we saw the panel, right? And they were kind of skewing towards GameLab, and I get that. Okay, GameLab, great team, but we have seen them, especially against more experienced teams, falter. And that is what Action PH are here. And so I think we were talking, you know, about this backstage, if there is a stage, but back on the cam, and we were kind of looking at the map veto, and I have to feel like Action PH kind of come out with an edge coming into this series just based off the map veto. We get that opening fracture ban here from GameLab, the perma ban of, you know, Action PH in the first place, and then you go on over to the maps that are actually going to be possibly played here. It's looking like a Action PH, at least initially, map veto for me.
Yeah, same here, especially that latter half that you have Ascent into Pearl. We saw GameLab.Alpha, they've been banning Pearl for quite a while because they feel like it hasn't really worked out. Sure, it can be a bit 50-50, but Action PH, they have that experience, they have refined themselves with the addition of Kelly S. And as of right now, I do feel like that they have the edge because of how the draft did unfold. But to begin our whole series is the biggest wild card of them all, which is Split. And from what we have seen so far in the stats, there are no stats for APH as well as GameLab.Alpha, right? This is going to be a completely new test for both of these squads in the VCTPH tournament run this year. And with a few changes, of course, here and there in the map, it isn't as familiar ground compared to what it was years back then. But Action PH, yet again, you talk about how long they've been playing, how much the experience that they have, and a legacy map like Split brought back to the table, it might give them that small chance to come up ahead GameLab.Alpha. But Agent Select is a go, and this is now a time for us to see what GLab as well as APH are up to. And from the glimpses of the characters themselves, they're Black and Blue. I feel like GameLab.Alpha going back to a classic double duelist setup, but interesting enough, it's Aeonix on the raise this time.
Typically, we've seen Fall X and Boogie pick up that spot, but we haven't really seen, I guess, the best performances from Fall X from that duelist slot. They put him on over to that Sentinel, which we've been seeing Aeonix kind of take up in this case. Both of them going for that Cypher, and Gador is back on in here for Action PH.
Yeah, Gador is actually going to be back on the board. But at the same time, if I saw that correctly, was that Kelly S still on that raise? So in the end, it's an interesting rotation right now here for the side of APH. These guys have picked up Gadowers who had a bit of that experience in the open qualifiers to play, and of course the legacy of him yet again in Oasis Gaming. It does seem like though that when we talk about these two squads, it's still that feeling of old versus new. They're fighting for the same slot, yes, but Action PH, they have all that experience in the world that they can bring to the table. On the other hand, GameLab.Alpha, we saw them prove themselves back in Split 1. Can these young guns do so yet again here in Split 2?
Well, we're gonna have to find it for ourselves. I think the performance that we did see, you know, from GameLab.Alpha as of recent has been, I think, at the best convincing of them really not necessarily going on a fluke run the last time around. They're keeping up that same pace. Yes, they faltered versus Naos, but then again, it was against Naos. We would have liked to see maybe a bit more of a competitive series from that one, and it almost could have been, especially on that map number 2 in Haven. But let's focus on this one. Action PH, so far, I think they're the team that we have to say has the edge, both in terms of the, round differential, totality, their performance-wise, and how they've been looking. And it's really interesting that they kind of, slotted in Gadors, who was initially more of just like a substitute just because they couldn't have one player play, and then he's kind of found himself, I think, a much more permanent slot in this rotation.
I mean, I think this is the second time we're actually going to be seeing Gadors so far. And he absolutely impressed the time he was brought in to a series. So there are so many workhorses here for the side of Action PH. We move over to GameLab.Alpha right now. And yes, this new interesting configuration is what really is looking to be one to watch out for. Having Aeonix on that raise, moving him into that front line. It does seem like GameLab.Alpha, they know things that we don't really know per se. They still have those intrinsic compositions and comfort picks that they're willing to bring out, especially this late into the season. And I'm all for it. I want to see what they have on Split. I want to see if they can play aggressive also on a map that still goes for the defensive-sided setup. And look at Action PH right now. Instead of the double duelist that GLab is bringing out, they technically have that double sentinel. They have that Sage, which gets more value on a map this constricted with the barrier orbs and the slow orbs. And of course, the Cypher to hold down the site.
What do you mean? Sage is a duelist, Dax. Aren't you
yes,
aware of the memo? The Valve Sage is a mere tendency of what happens when you slot him on in. But we're gonna go right into the game here, immediately into the pistol round. We got that Sage, as you said, on blurred this time around. Exactly what I mean. Can be a duelist.
And look at this, GameLab.Alpha, one thing we weren't able to talk about is it's Boogie on the Jet, Aeonix on the Raze, and because it's a Cypher, it's Fall X on that one instead. Because you look at the history of Aeonix, he's really more inclined to play the Killjoy. If they play a different Sentinel, it's a different setup in the backline. GameLab.Alpha though, middle being vied for, Kelly S on the opposite end as Aeonix tries to crack down the wall. The Boombot to get intel to begin with, and this is going to be APH realizing to take. The peek comes from Boogie, but Blurred stays in cover.
I'm curious to see how they play off of this setup, which is towards that pillar. Blurred on the swing. They catch out Boogie, trying to dash his way in towards Heaven, and that just shuts down the pace of that push. Kelly S timing it right as well.
Jumping shot though from Dritch to find Kelly S. In the meantime, funny enough, that's how the last series ended, right? But Micro finding Owen on the lurk. GameLab tried to rotate towards that A site, but immediately they're found out here by APH, who are so stable still.
Well, I think that dog kind of alerts them that Sky should be here.
30 seconds left.
Trailing him, Fall X as well. Not entirely sure of both presence. Now they are. Spy both on out. The plant, it can be secured, but it's the post plant that's really begging the question. Actually, never mind. Dritch he's looking for an aggressive position.
He's trying to find a pick early on towards screens, but Micro wisely backing on away. 4v2, and from the Heaven control, APH has such a good staging ground to play from. Smokes being thrown towards main also. GLab very committed onto the site so far. And APH is waiting for the timing for the dudes to start converging onto the site. Paranoia plus the guiding light. Kev's picking up a gun along the way. Kev's gets taken out on the Dritch, but Folex lines him up. A triple kill already. Couldn't get the quad going as Micro survives by the skin of his teeth. APH, they still get it done.
Imagine if they had, maybe a single piece of utility left there in that fight as both of them were drained. No guiding light, no cages to throw out. Something small edge, but still a valiant fight there pulled up by Fall X. I'm not going to even be too surprised if, they go for a force option here, force buy in the second round.
GameLab.Alpha, they got a lot of money out of that one. They're going to be forcing the side of Action PH to pick up whatever they can along the way. And it's interesting to see Fallex really in the backline. One of the problems they had versus Now's Esports was, sure, Fallex would make that space, but he'd be dead to right so early on thanks to the position of Naos. APH trying to do the same thing so far from the way they're standing.
I wonder how they are really going to use this Cypher, because you see a lot of times teams, rightfully so, kind of default towards that Killjoy. We see, a player like Aeonix who likes to play that Killjoy, but it gives you just the more basics of what the Sentinel should do, right? And Cypher can sometimes be a lot more intricate in how you have to play him and get the proper read on the situation a lot of times. And while there might be more outplay potential, it comes down to who's handling it. And it's really going to be a curious case of, I think, here, especially with Ghidorah's being a bit newer to this team, if he can really synergize off of the rest of Action PH as well.
Yeah. You're just saying that because you like Cypher better.
No, I mean, I do. Because I think he gives you something that almost no other agent can. But then again, you have to actually be good at it.
Ah, so what are you trying to say about Killjoy players then?
They're doing the right thing by playing the easy option. But easy options are only easy. Never mind.
You got this. You got this. Dude, this guy is gatekeeping Sentinels on broadcast. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Look, you play Killjoy, you just win with lockdown, okay? Does Neural Theft give you that? No. That is no. And you have a turret.
Who needs lockdown when they die?
But you have turrets, so there's 6 people shooting at them instead of just 5.
No, but the real thing there, though, is Killjoy, yeah, both of them give you information. They both lock down the site. But Killjoy, it's indirect information, though, Dax, as opposed to the direct information real time that you get with a Cypher.
I mean, we have a director right now. We have a director for prod. Shout out to the director. Direct. There you go. See, this is what happens.
Yeah,
this is what happens when I let Black and Blue start going at the Cypher versus Killjoy debate. So technically, I'll pause real quick. And while you were ranting like that, I was checking out the APH roster, and it's Derek who's actually gone from this rotation right now. So I do wonder, is this a byproduct of him not being available, or is this what they really want to do so far here for Action PH? Because in all honesty, Ghidorah's had a pretty solid run playing on this split map way back when, all the way in the Oasis Chimera days. So not too surprised to see him there. Kelly's signature raise as well. You got Blurred, usually on the Jet, on the stage this time, a battle stage that you're looking for. So APH, really, they're going to try to prove that this kind of rotation with this roster, it can work on this map. We go now to the second round as the wall cracks and GameLab is on a Nico.
Somehow Dreech finds that kill there as the smoke is dropping down. Was it Derek that they had a while ago in the head-to-head?
I don't know.
And he's the one who's out, not here, potentially.
Maybe. Let's ask the panel real quick what's going on there. But, well, we don't have that information beforehand. Now we do. And, well, for GameLab.Alpha, they got that first takedown. APH now knows where the opponents are stationed. The guy in Light Throne doesn't really get the intel because of the smoke. Blurred, though, has the back on the way as the wall cracks. So it's really your standard APH split fanfare. By the book, old school style. Owen though with a takedown. Ghidorah is finding Folex on the lurk towards Garage. Still a chance though for GameLab. They picked up on guns and we've seen how strong they can be in turfy rounds last time around.
So yeah, it was Derek versus Aeonix a while ago. One of them is here. The other one seemingly not.
The other one is not in the role that they expected.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's a nice, I guess, breath of fresh air, especially seeing as how we haven't seen split, right, ever from these two teams these past 2 stages. So, very curious case of how exactly they kind of adjust into this new position that they're in. Ooh, push on in of Owen from that Astra. And Ghidorah's. Nice setup. Good job.
You're so proud. I knew as soon as I saw the Cyber Cage pop up, I was like, Black and Blue's gonna be very happy about this kind of setup.
Because you should. There's so many times I've even watching in pro, I'm like, why don't you have a one-way there? Why is your cage a basic silver one?
Okay, guys, you hear it here first. Play Cypher all the time, courtesy of Mr. Black and Blue.
Not all the time. Not
all the time.
There are maps where Killjoy is better for sure.
Like what? Like what?
Icebox. Out.
Okay.
Bind.
Out.
In.
In.
I can't think of more maps.
Okay, there you go. That's a PSA. Okay, that's a PSA, ladies and gentlemen. And now, from 3 sites to 3 rounds, here we go. Into the third, we have the rifles for GameLab.Alpha at their ready too. And you can see that's a little bit different when Folex isn't that tip of the spear. A bit slower on the approach. They have the 2 duelists anyway. And now they're waiting for the Trailblazer to stop blocking the movement of the Jet himself. A dash on in, courtesy of Boogie. Micro on the high ground too. Only playing a pistol. This bonus here for the side of APH. They don't want to invest too early on or too heavy. Instead, they're going to go for the retake here.
Gonna be a difficult retake unless they can dismantle this hold back from the back of the ramen. Takes a sip of the soup, but Well, Micro get the right sticks at the end to chop it up.
Now, Folex finding those targets eventually. APH now trying to reconverge from heaven, but Aeonix gets 2 by himself too. It's a little bit of help actually from Owen. Beyond that, Micro from above. APH should be seeding this round. A chance even to save this gun, and this is what GameLab.Alpha can do with this double duelist. If they have a good front line that can still play the entry, and you have Folex actually alive in some of these rounds to fight back in his own individual angle, then you can net a few more kills here for the G-Lab Faithful.
Smart by Onyx as well to play the anti-flash there, knowing that Kevs was still alive and probably had the guiding light, that pop flash through the smoke. Looks at the corner, tucked himself in, and 2 free kills. But GameLab, as you said, on this double duelist, they can really press that pace. I'm wondering how they play off of the Astra, though. It gives you a bit more utility in terms of, you know, being able to deny positions to be played specifically and flush those out with a Gravity Well, with a Nova Pulse, as compared to that Omen, where you get a lot of initiation, but not much else in that case, aside from just mere personal, individual outplay. And with GameLab's double duelist comp, it's going to be, I think, a very interesting concoction of utility and aggression.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Especially with the amount of space that they can take as early as possible here from APH. While you were talking though, Gadors with another setup towards that A site. That goes to the TikTok highlight reel. But beyond that, G-Lab, they love to vie for this middle position. Give them avenues of attack for both A and B site, especially since they're running that Astra, who can help from anywhere across the map.
Be about this setup too is that they can completely leave A all to Gadors and focus their strengths onto B, which is happen to be also where GameLab seem to want to go for this moment.
When it comes to Garage, Folex again! The flick's unreal, finds 2 yet again before getting traded. Every single time we've seen him in a 3v1 slate, he finds targets before he falls. So that's value here for GameLab.Alpha. Now there's a chance for them to go for the overrun onto this B site. Kevs, though, trying to anchor, play out the angle from the garage. Just hold on to that default as much as possible. And APH, they're staying their hand. But on the other side here, Black and Blue, GameLab.Alpha playing it slow and steady too.
Kevs, though, he doesn't have a flash as of the moment. You're going to need to buy some time before they try to go for that fight. Oh, such a difficult, awkward position for him to be in. Able to back out safely at the last moment. Here comes out that Trailblazer on towards the site, though. Kelly, yes, not even good for one. Kevs, he traded out immediately. It's all on the Gadors, who simply cannot get himself an angle, and GameLab tie up the game.
Yeah, a wider swing there from expectations for GameLab.Alpha. And well done by Owen to wrap up that round. 2-2 scoreline, though, and seems like for G-Lab, they're just trying to watch out for those flanks as much as possible. Everyone holding from that garage to begin with Folex and to end with the rest of the roster. They're trying to play some of these cheeky corners and prevent themselves from getting flanked along the way. GameLab.Alpha, they know they can go onto a site pretty heavy-handedly. It's only a matter of timing right now that they're manipulating, man.
They like that they're, you know, moving Folex towards his, you know, Sentinel. It allows him to really just play to his own timing and his own pace. He doesn't have to be that guy to pull the aggro for the rest of the team. They got the one-way setup here, but this can be bypassed by both the Jet and the Raze.
Seems like for GameLab.Alpha, they just have to realize that the Cypher setup is right there in the way. The Trailblazer might be the biggest way to deter that. You also have Gadors right now playing close and finding a frag along the way. Kevs, though, with a takedown for himself. Kelly S peeks out too, and Owen instead will trade those lives. G-Lab, though, hurting because of that whole 2v2, as Blurred has a different plan. Owen, though, fakes it. Folex tries to play from above too, trying to cover his own teammate. But look at Blurred. Finally spotted on out. The peak comes. Owen with a takedown. Everything left to Micro. He might have the angle here on Folex, but Folex finds him first, and G-Lab will get the round there.
Oh, Blurred. Maybe if he could have waited a bit more towards that elbow instead of swinging out, holding a more passive angle, waiting for another tap of the spike. But hunt for the fight just made things a lot more easier there for GameLab, but still a difficult push. You can see just how much value you get off of that Cypher utility, right? You played right. They have the one-way towards A main on the choke. They got that. Obviously, the Trailblazer does get through the wire, but imagine if there wasn't a wire, that Trailblazer would have gotten even further. They would have spotted Kevs out on the elbow, and he wouldn't have been able to get that trade. So, yeah, really just proper utility usage here.
Yeah, I agree with you, because the Cypher setup, it does such a good job to slow them down that even though I believe Aeonix threw the paint shells towards tower, it was still allowed Kelly S to repeat that later on. And now, speaking of the raises, the showstopper used up here by Aeonix to get that B side. APH now trying to play for the retake. Gadores though able to outplay Fallex, spot him out along the way. Spike planted, Trailblazer thrown, and Aeonix can get out of trouble here as the Cosmic Divide is up.
I thought for a second there the Trailblazer bumped the paint shells out of its trajectory. Okay, yes, he makes contact, but he has a good chance of winning this fight. Both of them flashed and blinded.
Yeah, just the bullets get in the way actually, or rather the bird. And now Kevs instead finding Aeonix. Kelly S still waiting on the outskirts of this area, but Dritch finds him instead. 2v3, Gador's already on the defuse. Owen tries to go for the shots. Same thing for Dritch, but he can't find the target. Gador's instead, the marksman himself, will get a third kill for his own.
That was nicely done there by Kelly S. He was keeping two of them occupied, really. Boogie and I believe it was Dritch there, the Sky. And because they were occupied, they weren't able to help out when, you know, Cavsy and the rest of Action PH kind of pushed out through that Cosmic Divide, rather, there on towards the backside, towards the default, and they were able to get the free kills that they wanted on towards the backside.
And Action PH, solid way to slow down, or rather to stop GameLab.Alpha. Sure, give them the sight and look for Fall X first. He has been the folly of Action PH for many of these rounds. They shut down that Cypher. Things will be so much easier here for the defense.
You saw Gadores off of that Cypher as well. Neural Theft get the kill off of the tag from that spy cam of his, and a lot really being played on here. Kelly S getting the catch on this lurk.
Yeah, they're hunting down the lurk first and foremost. And such a good call because we've seen the value come courtesy for Fallex to begin with. Blurred though contesting now. Slow orb thrown as the disengage towards tower yet again is called. APH stalling tactics for now to keep GameLab.Alpha in the middle.
It's a bit early though from Fallex there. You can see they're anticipating that lurk, and when you're lurking like that, especially as a Cypher, you have to wait for the contact to be made otherwhere else on the other side of the map before you be that guy to peek. Otherwise, they're gonna expect it.
Yeah, exactly that right. If you're too eager, you're trying to play entry onto an empty site, the defense themselves might put a few more members there since they're confident on their retake anyway. Less utility now to work with, less angles, and GameLab.Alpha trying to push as a trio from the garage itself.
30 seconds left.
Also, yeah, Blurred watching out towards tower. Micro over at the back of site, and he has a good angle right now to help out the team in the pinch.
remaining.
Paranoia thrown. Blurred and Kelly S on the board. Owen found out right there, smack dab in the middle, and Kelly S will deny him of any further kills. APH will take this lead.
Difficult position there for Owen to be in, but still props to him for getting a kill there. Kind of pincered in a tough spot. GameLab, you know, they might be down 4-3, but they're still doing pretty well, I think, all things considered, in terms of the half. Although the rounds that they have to win, you know, these gun rounds, those are the ones that they've been losing. They got the 2 off of the pistol rounds, yes, but aside from that, their gun rounds have been a bit more difficult after winning, you know, the bonus, anti-bonus rather.
Yeah, just GameLab.Alpha. They got that streak right, and that was all she wrote after the multi-kills that came from Fallex. This is where we wonder what else is there for GameLab.Alpha. What else can they do coming into a map? And honestly, that's really been one of the weaknesses we've seen from GameLab.Alpha. They have a good primary plan, but the amount of secondary plans, the amount of adjustments that they can do on the fly, it isn't as diverse compared to some other teams as we see the rotate towards A.
They might just be in the right space here to overrun this if they don't get information early. But Cam, though, will give them a bit of a heads up before the execute does come on in. They have a split here from that vent, but there's also a tripwire there, so there isn't really many holes here for GameLab that they think they have.
Yeah, warning sign now is a go, and suddenly Boogie will get the green light too. He gets a takedown, but the rest of Action PH clean up house. 3 already down. Here for the side of GLab, they do get onto the site, but the spike's so far away. Boogie though picking up gun. Owen, the same kind of case too, with a rifle in hand. APH though playing together as an absolute unit. Micro, Blurred, and Kelly S sweeping away the heaven
30
position.
seconds left.
GLab, do they even have time to rotate? No, they are committed onto this A site right now. And Kelly S, a good read so far to watch out for that spawn area. The res comes and it's 4v2.
Yeah, that res might have just secured this round. Odds here a lot more in favor now of Action PH, especially after that kill. Kelly S making sure to anticipate the aggression. You know they have the lesser man count. You can expect that push to come, and a 4K at the end from Kelly S.
Yeah, Kelly has spotted first, but he's able to shoot first and shoot him down. A 4K indeed, as you mentioned, and now it's 5 here for the side of Action PH. Unfortunately for GameLab.Alpha, you can see that they had a good entry point into the main angle itself, but towards Ram's right, there was still too much forces to be dealing with. Because of that tripwire that you mentioned, Kelly S was able to watch over vents, and the rest was history for the defense's favor.
Yes.
Cypher.
This goes here.
Good.
My input.
I think either way you're happy about this because we're seeing good Cypher from both sides, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, especially here in action, but then again, you're on the defense. That's kind of to be expected. But look at what they got, though. The Seekers, they got that neural theft as well. So much information gathering here on the Action PH side for a potential retake. Nade cuts off there the push initially.
Yeah, Yonix though leading the charge, trying to get towards the backside, but Gadowers has his number. Kelly S on the board too. Dritch though shutting down the showstopper. A glimmer of hope here for GLab as they try to bum rush towards that A side. Here we go again though. The high ground, the best ground, and Blurred is just looking down on you. 6-3 here for APH.
You see that smoke there in the lower right of your screen right now where it's towards that default plant? That's such a big, huge smoke there that Micro was able to throw for Gadowers. It gave him so much more space to try and rotate around, especially since he kind of committed both of his cages towards, you know, the choke and towards his setup specifically, that he didn't have anything to kind of help him buy some space and buy some concealment within the site. So that's great teamwork here coming from Action PH.
Yeah, it allows him to cross-ride even towards the screens or to push into the main angle itself. From that point on, Action PH, they had pressure from both top and bottom, and now they're looking to do so here at mid. Contest early versus GLab, who have the guns available, actually. Half armor, though, for everyone so far. So GameLab.Alpha taking a small risk on this investment.
Yeah, but they have a cosmic divide here, Dax, for GameLab. And if they can pick their site right, then they might just be able to, you know, isolate the defense here, as long as they can pick and choose their fights. Interesting from Blurred. He hasn't been using this wall to cut up mid, rather to block out mid. Instead, places it here on Heaven and spots that information early while still being safe.
I mean, we've seen it in the earlier rounds when they felt a bit more secure with that Vents position. Now that they don't, they do use it for tower instead. And speaking of, the tower take towards that A site looking likely from GameLab.Alpha. One more time, it's Gadowers just playing anchor.
Yeah, they don't even need to put that tripwire there towards that vent because the cam can see all the way deep in through it. They know the push is coming. All he has to do here is anchor on down. He has to set up for the backside as well. This could work wonders if he can play his cards right.
Yeah, if he finds the first frag, especially in Fallex, looking to lead the charge himself. A dash on Indo, courtesy of Boogie, but Gadowers chooses his targets wisely and finds 2 already. Blurred on the board, Gadowers with a 3rd, and Action PH just a stone wall in front of GameLab right now.
Beautiful anchor here coming from Gadowers and Action PH. And we see there his utility, it was forward. It was for the choke towards that Heaven ramps and towards the main choke. He didn't have his cages, you know, towards that backside where he can throw it under the crown, but they got Micro anyways, who once again throws that smoke, as I was talking about from the previous round. It allows him to have more space to play, and otherwise this would be a very deadly committed position. But Action PH here really using their utility as a coordinated unit.
Yeah, Micro should get assists for that, honestly.
I think he does, statistically.
No, if you cross it, yes. But if you don't, right, it doesn't. So, good job. I'm loving what we see here from Action PH. The adjustments all around the map itself, they're willing to give up spots here to GameLab.Alpha because they already have that play, and they have reliable players to do so. Gadowers and a talent in the making are honestly proven already from his history on this Action PH roster. It's fully loaded right now with this 6-man setup, and APH, they're happy with what they see and what they're doing so far on this defense.
I have to say, Dax, you know, from all the Action PH kind of iterations we've seen, this is looking to be one of my more preferred ones. The 6-man rotation, as you said, with Derek as well, I think it's very well-rounded, and we were wondering last stage, remember, that they have some great players, but we were wondering what flexibility do they have all as a unit. But now that they have the 6-man rotation, you can see a lot more different ideas and compositions come together.
No, exactly that, right? They were so by the book in stage 1 that it was just super vanilla. Every single default strategy you would have, that was the only thing Action PH would really play back then. Now with the additions of Kelly S and Gadowers, with a bit more experience playing together, things do seem a bit more, I'd say, artistic from Action PH, right? More action and more ways to do so. Avant-garde, indeed. It's a masterpiece. If there's a Picasso, there's a Dave Spade.
Whoa. That's certainly a card to throw out when you can. I'm going to put my chips on Action PH for this one. As I talked about, you know, I think they're the team that has that more experience, and DeVito as well would speak to, I think, their favor a bit more. Waiting out here, the barrier to go down, though. Still Action PH. They have a good stack towards his A site. And Kelly, yes, absolutely decimates GameLab.
Disintegration at its finest. Everyone you see destroyed in the blink of an eye. Oh, and also just limping away, but the pain shells will be his own demise. Folex, though, on the board, but Kelly's gets the ace anyway. From the front to the back, Kelly's has it all, and that's now 8-3 for APH.
That's what this team needed, right? All this while, as we talked about the newer additions here to Action PH, just give them so much more of what they needed, both in terms of intricacy and just playing firepower on that duelist slot. Not that, you know, they don't have players who can play that duelist. We know Blurred can do that. We know they had some players before as well, but Kelly this is really where he finds his comfort when he is on that raise on the team that can back him up the way that they do.
Yeah, the stats have been in his favor for so long. One of the highest ACS is back in Split 1. Same thing here in Split 2 as well. And we go now to the final round of the first half. We're in GameLab.Alpha. They still have a chance. The rifles are at the ready. Kev's, though, getting intel. Knows now a heavy stack in garage is awaiting him.
Action PH here, preparing to try and get themselves 9th round in this half, but Boogie and Folex absolutely open up the site. Micro under response can only get the one, but this round should be done. They know where Blurred is, and he's taken down. No lines crossed. GameLab at least respond with the final round.
I mean, it's always in the cards here for GameLab.Alpha, right? There's always that firepower, there's always that talent, but it's really the stratagems that has been, I'd say, where things go to the wayside. At least, though, it's an 8-4 standing. It's very doable right now because this is still split black and blue, and this is a map that really rewards the defense. So a chance, though, for GameLab, especially if they win this pistol right now, to keep the ball rolling on this map.
Well, not sure how you're going to stop this, but Action PH for keeping the dribble alive. Kelly S here on 15 in the game, but it's Paul X on the opposing side for GameLab, and you can see him really come a bit more alive in terms of fragging when there's somebody else to be put in that position to really be able to open up and, you know, pull that aggro. But the common problem we have seen from GameLab this split is that whoever is in that duelist role, whoever is that forward, you know, placing player in the push, they're the ones who struggle, and they haven't been able to rectify that even with Aeonix in this position.
Yeah, look at that, right? You said one thing, and I was like, yeah, but you look at the bottom of the standings, and you understand exactly what's going on too. Aeonix instead is the martyr here. Usually, Folex is the one who dies for the cause, and then someone like Aeonix really picks it up, and it just goes to show, from top to bottom, GameLab.Alpha, they have that talent. They have that fragging power. But you mentioned it. There is still the crux of the problem on how do we keep this guy alive? Because we know how to play with the space that's created. But I'd love to see, you know, if it's Aeonix, if it's Boogie or Folex, to play a little bit longer in these rounds moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's creating space, but I would like to see that player who creates that space still stay alive at some point for, you know, a few more rounds at the very least. Because while space is valuable in of itself, keeping another player alive is arguably sometimes even more valuable, especially in the long run.
Yeah, and hasn't that been the problem? Because GameLab.Alpha has gotten this far because of their talent, because that these space creators are also able to survive the firefights that they start with and win it out from there. But that takes such a big effort that the rest of the other squads have been able to find out. As we watch, well, Gador's, I guess he wants a pizza after everything. Wants to be fed, man.
I want the pizza.
You want a pizza? We can grab unlimited it if you want. I still subscribe, so the delivery is gonna be free.
Oh,
honestly, it's super worth it because you think about it, right?
Super sulit.
Usually a pizza, super sulit, yes. A pizza is around the required amount you need for the free delivery.
Yeah.
And then you're like, damn, I got a coupon. Then you realize there are even more coupons, and damn, I got the savings. There you go,
Coupons and coupons, discounts and discounts.
Counts.
Double D's, double E's.
Whoa! Truly. But, well, Action PH, it's time now to see what they can do on the attacking side. GameLab.Alpha, though, on the opposite end. The defense, gonna be a bit difficult, of course, because they're running that double duelist. So, early frags, very instrumental here for G-Lab. As the guiding lights are thrown, they get the gongs going, they get the intel, and APH will stray away from mid.
Yeah, they're trying to get that control here towards mid, but they don't have the Sage that can really secure that position the same way, you know, and with that, they're just gonna have to rely on outgunning the competition here. One way towards a choke, but it doesn't really stop Action PH for going around, but the timing works out in their favor as Dreech helps in on the fight.
Yeah, the flicks again for Folex, so quick, and the setup even stronger. Dritch on the board, Gador still finding one in the middle, and as the rest of Action PH do try to play a little bit of a more reserve role, Micro's hurting, and it's 2v3, so far so good for G-Lab. They're set up really well on that side, especially after that one-way from Folex. And now with the guiding lights, it's now known that APH is right here. Contact made, Dritch gets back into cover, and he does find Micro along the way. Gador though will push on forward, desperate to find a few more frags. Folex though, reserved in the back line, in the back sight, and we're back with GameLab getting around.
Well, the problem there was the rest of Action PH weren't able to flood out there with the duelists that came on out, Blurred there, and Kelly S. The rest of the push kind of got trapped behind the choke there towards A main, rather B main, and because of that, they weren't able to overrun. They didn't have enough manpower to hold towards that rafter in that push and make sure that the push doesn't come out, the swing doesn't come out from that rafter, and simply allowed GameLab to pincer them in the backside.
Yeah, it just goes to show for GameLab.Alpha, it's positioning that really matters, and the map that effectively helps you out on the defense. It's perfect now because GameLab can just shoot the kill and look for better timings and opportunities along the way. So far, so good on the defense. Spectres in hand yet again for G-Lab, and they're one of the teams that loves to still run full Spectres compared to some others that have been investing more so on the Bulldogs recently.
You say shoot to kill. Well, I want some suto kill. Yeah, that's what the kill is, no? Yeah, the food. the
really?
The
really? Now?
Okay. I mean, in any time in general, it's dinner time.
Okay.
So it's an eco round.
Yeah, I'm sorry to talk about
kill
food.
is very budget friendly.
Yeah, this is my bad because I mentioned food to you a while ago, and now you're like this.
Yes.
Well, we can rectify that. It's my fault. Well, we can rectify that in between the maps as GameLab.Alpha. They're just holding things down towards that A site. Dritch, no one on that duty, and no one's only on the board. Boogie gonna get the kill, sure, but APH packing a quick little punch with the classics in hand. Gador still found out by Ionix and the Boombot too. Micro though pushing on forward, door screens, but Folex does it even better. Kev's though fighting, but Folex strafes away, and GameLab.Alpha will get another round here in the second half.
I couldn't make it work with a Glock there up close. Bit too difficult against the Spectre on that elbow. But Action PH, they got a bit of a cushion. GameLab though were trying to close that gap on out. Let's see how they play this anti-bonus of theirs, because so far the defense here of GameLab has been pretty, I think, decisive in the way that they've been playing.
Yeah, this next round can make or break really the Action PH lead. If this still works out for GameLab.Alpha, if they still get this round along the way, it's no doubt in really my mind that this can be a tied scoreline, and it just goes to show. You let GameLab.Alpha station themselves accordingly, they can shoot you down very easily too.
Look at all those birds coming on your screen. Bird for bird.
It's another fight. It's an arena. It's what's it called in English? Yeah, like.
I mean,
I'm trying to avoid the other word.
I know. With the C.
Yeah.
Guiding fight.
Guiding light fight?
Yeah, that works. Trailblazers spotted out though. They know the command positions here. Ionix, he's not being checked. Kelly S doesn't even get the catch. I thought they would have known.
Yeah, Ionix was just there, and now because of it, Ionix gets the second one even from the grave. The smoke dissipates though, and Owen will find Gador's timing perfect from GameLab.Alpha. And Action PH, a mortal sin in pushing towards mid is not checking that box to your side.
The bonus here coming from GameLab already looking pretty dangerous for Action PH. Owens retrieved the Phantom.
Oh,
He can
man.
be good for one to bring this down to a 1v2. He gets the one, could get the second, knows where Micro is on the wide swing. And now Micro put in a difficult spot here in the clutch.
Oh, but Action PH
30
caught
seconds
napping
left.
yet again. They already lost one towards that A side. They should be expecting it from GameLab at the very least to be ready with the guns. But now it's all left to Micro, who has been pretty clutch for this squad.
Oh.
Trailblazer though spots him and stuns him. Paranoia thrown just to delay them time. Micro though with the fake out moves back to the site itself, to the screen. 10 seconds left though, and GameLab.Alpha, how smart will they play it? They decide to bring strength instead. Fall X with a takedown and a bonus one here by GLab.
Numbers there too as well. Funny is that Aeonix, he initially kind of gave himself up by spraying right as soon as he got blinded, but then they still, I guess, did not really recognize where those shots were coming from this suppressed Spectre that he was holding, and gets double kill from it too, and that just completely dismantled the push here that they were trying to do. And it's really, I think, interesting that they lose that mid push, knowing that they're the one with the Sage, they're the ones with the Soul Orb to really cut down those, you know, Male and Heaven positions.
Yeah, that was Action PH's round to lose. And that they did, because of what that's what GameLab.Alpha was able to do. The 2-2 case shouldn't have been like that. But yet again, always a threat GameLab.Alpha is. As the camera gets a spot onto Aeonix, tosses the boom out in response, and APH just trying to find a few picks with this pixel peek. Not gonna happen as GLab will force them back away.
Action PH looking to maybe commit towards his A site. Cage here for the cross, but by the time that goes down, some of them are going to be open and isolated. Should be some free kills here coming in for Dreech. They don't come as quick as you think, and Kelly, yes, good on the one. Trade out by Boogie.
Yeah, stellar shot, sure, but Rich is still a problem. Guiding Light now to call, and Micro and Gadowers do fight back. Sheriff shots ring through, and now the site up for grabs here for Action PH. 4v2 even, some guns picked up along the way. Alex and Owen, they have to play as slow and steady. They can't afford to lose out a single member now.
It's totally worth it to burn that Neural Theft, knowing at how quick you can really get that ult back up online. So they know exactly here where they were coming from initially. 4v2. Now, weapons advantage still in GameLab's side, but the man count here could be where Action PH make it happen.
Yeah, Action PH also putting Gadowers at the tip of that spear now towards the backside with the Spectre. Oh, and those spotted out, the swing comes, and Action PH take the thrifty along the way. What a round to win for APH as they just hit some stellar shots along the way.
Nicely done here from Action PH. And in this case, I have to say, that was GameLab's round to lose. And
that they did.
Right on the money. Now look at these shots, and those are not easy shots to hit that up close with a Sheriff sometimes, and yet don't even need to fan the hammer to actually hit the one.
Yeah, that's all they needed, a single bullet to do them in. And now, what could have been for GameLab.Alpha falls apart at the seams. This is where it gets a bit testy, honestly, for GameLab. We saw the collapse versus Naos on that fractured map. Will it happen the same way versus Action PH? Let's find out how resilient the defense can be.
They got that Cage here. Block off the top of the ramps. They're going to try and go for the push directly on towards the site. They know they don't want to have to fight for that Heaven as of the meantime, knowing that it could be a stack, knowing how little economy GameLab have. They want to play the longer angles instead of taking the fight up close.
Yeah, Action PH though gets the plant going, and now GameLab.Alpha trying to play from rounds, but look at how far Micro is playing. Just in case Gadowers falls, never mind, doesn't matter because Gadowers wins his marker anyway. 5v4 now, Alex only with the Sheriff in hand. With the wall in the way, Action PH heavily fortified towards the site itself. Smoke not thrown towards screens. The Trailblazer trying to get even any intel. Spots out Kelly as sure, but yet again the slow orb getting value. Gadowers one more time, one more peek from the camera. Alex though beats him at his own game. Dritch on the board and falls with another one. Aeonix is on site, and GameLab.Alpha just take the rug under Action PH, sweep them away, and we'll get this round 2.
Oh man, what a round here from GameLab, just responding, and once more, Action PH's round to lose, that they did. The fight here, they really needed to win this ramp fight, but Fall X able to somehow take them both down, getting isolated. I'm not too sure why Micro was that far behind. He was checking for the lurk, yes, but they had a tripwire for it anyways. And I'm just guessing to, I guess, assume that they were trying to double up there on the ramps, get the kill, which they should have, and then hold down from the A main to stop the push happening on the site, but it just, they weren't able to win that fight, and that's really ultimately, I think, what culminated to GameLab overrunning them on the site.
Yeah, that's pretty much the biggest plan of GameLab.Alpha. But Owen, is he spotted? That's the question. Camera broken. Kelly is trying to get through the smoke with those shots, but it's not gonna matter. GameLab.Alpha, that's the beauty of this team. They get away with things because of their willingness to do so. Folix said in the last round. Owen right now still survives after shooting down that util, and APH has to play it a bit slower instead.
Got every single ultimate to secure this round if it ever does come to it. Blades up online, Cosmic Divide, you pick one, and really take your pick, and they've got it to throw out here on the defense. And with that time being really burnt here, without much utility being used and expended by GameLab, this is looking like a pretty delicate round for Action PH.
Yeah, and Action PH is perhaps assuming a little too much that GameLab wants to play aggression. We've seen, though, from this defense so far, it's still very responsible and resilient. They only really push if they get that kill early on. And in a 5v5 setup now, Action PH looking to go for that B-take. Though in the way, the gravity well, too. Slowing down Kelly S immensely. This forces Action PH to stay back at the garage. The Seekers, too, fending them off.
Honestly, at this point, if you don't get this kill, and they don't, just save. You don't have to commit to this. You don't have to use up this utility. You're going to be an eco on the next round.
Now they don't need to listen to you, good sir. Showstopper will fly, and Follex will get the takedown off the Blurred. APH trying to fight on back, but all they do is fall to the hand of Boogie instead. 9-9, and maybe that advice could have been taken there, man.
Yeah, this is when you gotta fight your primal urges. 25 seconds left on the clock. Lots of utility, they know you're there, no time to rotate, and yeah, if Ghidorahs doesn't get that kill, then absolutely no reason to commit to this, unless, you know, basically for a Hail Mary, but that utility here on the defense, if you don't get that burnt, which I think over most maps, especially here in Split, you have to burn defensive utility early, if not, that's what happens.
And look at this lead, it has fully disintegrated. Timeout now called by Action PH. It has been a 5-1 half in favor of GameLab.Alpha. And this is one of the reasons why you pick Split. If you're confident on that defensive side anyway, and you can get even just a few rounds on the attack, then you can be set for it. We've seen from GameLab.Alpha, though, they're very potent in maps that lets them just play out the spray down game, right? If they're in a good spot already naturally, in terms of how the site is formed, how the map really converges from main to the explosion itself, that's where GameLab.Alpha really shines, because all they need to do is hit those incredible shots that they're so consistent at.
In the meantime, the only consistent thing in this half has been GameLab. Action PH did not really find themselves going here on the attacking side. They did so well in the defense, but success just not replicated. Split, it has been a defender-sided map, but we've seen that kind of equalize in the past, so you can't really bank on that.
I still believe in it. I'm still a believer.
You're a believer?
Whether the stats say, yeah, whether the stats say or not. See, and you can see that's one thing that these teams really rely on. That defense still very so suffocating. You have some strong angles from ramps to mid to the onset of the garage itself, right? GameLab.Alpha, they're just trying to exploit that as much as possible, especially again with the Astra being able to help out in terms of the gravity well and the pulse, especially that you can slow down any approach from the offense.
Yeah, they're poised here to go towards this B site, but if they smoke here towards that male, typically you won't see a team do that when they have those two cyber cages here to try and fake out the A defense. But they're going to go for it anyways, and I think this is kind of like a double catch me. They smoke out the male, but they still go for the push on it.
Now, at the very least, make that space and get through there. The vent itself for Action PH making a bit of noise, though, and they're just trying to allow Ghidorahs to sneak by with that noise. Look at that. No one was checking itself from ramps to main, just because Boogie had to look towards vents instead. There's still a tripwire, though, in a way. Action PH getting a few of those inches in terms of movements, but Ghidorahs eventually spotted, and GameLab.Alpha looking to just run the country miles. Rich already with a triple kill. Owen's there too to watch over Heaven, and GameLab.Alpha, the Angels, will be singing their praises with a flawless round there.
Off of a flawless, as you said. nicely done here coming in from that GameLab squad. I mean, the idea, it was sound for Action PH, just a bit difficult to work out in that case with little time left remaining, and especially not the firepower that they lacked. They have the res right now to maybe give them a second chance at this, and have that from the shadows as well, which you can get really creative with the use of that. I'd like for them to use that to maybe try and take some space towards the backside when they do actually go for a hard push.
Yeah, Micro has been playing a very supportive role so far. We haven't even seen him be put in those clutch situations as often as we have in other maps. Let's see what Action PH can do with a bit of playmaking here. They're looking around yet again to try and take Heaven. The Trailblazer, though, does he spot Kellyes? I don't think so, and Kellyes will take the opportunity to push on forward. Tries to back on away, but the gravity well keeps him there in place. No escape for Kellyes.
Yeah, no way you get out of that washing machine. The rinse cycle that's difficult to break. Double swing here, perfect coming in from Action PH. We talked about the supporting role for Micro. This time taking a bit more of an active one in the fight.
Yeah, position one, ready to go, and both of these snipers were not prepared for that. Fallex, though, shoots first and finds Gadores along the way. 3v3 now, as the GameLab at least prevent the lurk from happening. Trying to take that Heaven position, one towards that alley as well. Smoke, though, in the way. Micro yet again, proving to be massive on the impact, but the Cosmic Divide might flush it out from Garage instead. Patience, though, from Action PH. Waits for Swing. Fallex gets into cover. Owen with the takedown. Blurred finds Owen in response. Blurred with another one. Fallex, though, on the board, but Micro's there with a triple kill of his own. 10-10, APH strikes back.
What a round from Action PH to return into this bout, especially with their just struggles that they found here in this second half, and really the timing there, opening up that base site, which they finally are able to get. We've seen them be pretty good on the post plant here on the attacking side, but they just have rarely been able to be put in a position where they can't even do that. When they finally do get site control, they're able to hold it out in the end, at least when trading each other off.
Yeah, that was some big kills, though, from Blurred. Big props to Micro. We just called him out, man. We just said, when will we see Micro carry? There you go, gets the round, sure. But if Blurred wasn't able to get that double kill there, it would have been an easy rotation for Micro whatsoever. And a tech pause yet again. To no surprise, though, for me especially, looking at the standings, looking at what both Action PH and GameLab.Alpha has done this season, this series has to be close.
This is a series that, for certainly, I mean, you can tell by the predictions, right, between the panel and between us that you can really go either way with how this is. I still do think that Action PH would have an edge in this case. Now, Split is a bit of an outlier, of course. We haven't seen it from either side, but whoever does take this map number one, I think, really does skew things more their way. Obviously, right, you take a map in the series, but you look at the rest of the following maps, and they can really go either way, even if Action do have a bit more of an advantage in that case. This is a technical pause. I thought we were looking at a tactical.
No. This is
our how it was 10-10.
This is our third tech pause, honestly. And I'm just like, I'll bring something up. This series is gonna be close. So Black and Blue will tell me about things. A lot of things.
What
Don't
things?
you know?
What do you want to learn about?
Why is the sky blue?
Because of the ozone.
Sure,
I don't know.
Okay.
Because of the reflection of the water.
Look, our panel was even sure if Isaac Newton was a scientist or not, so I guess we gotta ask questions like that.
This is some bro science, okay?
Okay.
But if I remember correctly, we're watching Discovery Channel, I think. It's because through our atmosphere, the light that gets filtered through from the sun, the ones that get left behind are the blue ones. So everything else kind of gets blocked out. So more blue light passes through than like orange and yellow light.
It's more scattered, technically, right?
Scattered,
Basically.
I guess, is the right.
Yeah, it's just like, boom, blue! And you see more blue than everything else, and that's why the sky is blue. Congratulations! We did some science today, as this is our third tactical pause of the series. I wouldn't have it any other way. I want to make sure everyone is A-okay for such a, honestly, a standing defining series. Whoever wins this, like we mentioned at the start, effectively your third seed unless everything really falls apart. I do believe that Naos and Oasis are kind of locked in if it's still that head-to-head tiebreaker system, no matter what really happens. And since both Action PH and GameLab.Alpha have only lost to Naos and Oasis, That's kind of the case right now that they're competing against each other in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, they might be in a tough spot in terms of where they are, seeding-wise. I think they've also lost to... Let me go...
No, they've
half
only
memory.
lost to Naos and Oasis.
But they're 3-2.
Yeah, they're 3 wins.
2 losses.
Hello?
How can you... Oh,
Naos
okay, to both. I thought
and
you meant to
Oasis.
either. I thought you meant to either or.
Oh my god.
I get you
Dude,
now.
that's why I said end. I didn't say or. Hello?
Quiet
English
history major.
speaker? Whoa, this is just basic English. Oh no. Do
Stop
we have,
talking to me with your big condescending words.
do we have to go back to grade school after this? When do you use and or or?
Stop making fun of my grade school graduation education.
Oh no, dude, you're amazing. What do you mean? You speak better English than I do.
What are you talking about? You are
You know who?
Mr.
Sige.
Worldwide.
No. Do you know who speaks the most highfalutin English of all of us?
Highfalutin. Who?
You. The guy who would actually use that in a sentence, Mr. Rafcast himself.
Oh yes, of course,
Yeah.
from the sovereign nation,
It's from the-
English-speaking nation.
Of Cebu.
Cebu.
Exactly that. He has all these eloquent terms that he
Mhm.
decides to say. And I'm just like, he dead. He's dead too.
He's
That's
dead.
all that's happened. They're dead.
I mean, if this was Filipino, we'd just be like, patay, and flip that over. Yeah, tops.
Well, that's always the buzzwords, right? So we're just making sure everything is a-okay, everyone can communicate, right? Looking at some of the stats right now we got here. That's one thing we can always do while waiting instead of just climbing the staircase thanks to our obs, right? The ciphers, they're popping off. They've done a few things, obviously. It was pretty funny in that last round that both Gadoers and Fallex was just like, they had the same plan and they had the same timing to check that same corner, and they were like, "Oh, you're here. I'm not ready."
They're on the same flowchart right now, really.
Yeah.
As a cipher, I think, especially in general, as a lurker, as a roamer, whatever you want to call it, you do have a flowchart of what you kind of want to do, a bit of a checkbook, right, of where you want to go at what timings, and the real thing that defines great roamers from good ones is how you differentiate that and when you pick your moments. And I think that both of them, I mean, you can see it right now, top fragging for either side on the attack or defend. And as I said, you know, during the agent select and during the start of this game, I think it's going to really come down to which one of their sentinels, I think, is going to give them even more value, because that's why I was talking about this. There's just so much more you can do with a cipher that people, I don't think, necessarily realize with, because we haven't seen that kind of, I guess, opportunity come too often, as Killjoy has been in the meta for so long. But now that we're seeing glimpses of it, you can see here really that a lot of the game is defined by how the space is and how, I guess, the presence that either cipher gives for either side, both in attack and defend.
That's a great cipher PSA from you. When's your TED Talk gonna happen?
I mean, the 1.5 hour cipher TED Talk.
PowerPoint presentation. Come on, you've tutored young casters before. You can tutor a whole generation on why to play Cypher. But we'll save that for a rainy day, my friend, because we're finally out of another technical pause, and we're gonna get back into the game. This is a big tiebreaker round, basically. And you look at the economy, it's much more important for APH to take this compared to GameLab.Alpha. But GLab, a different plan, and of all people to bring out the op, it's Owen.
They do have that neural theft though as well, but what can they initiate with? I guess with Kelly S's face.
Oh, and the ops gun! Just immediately the heat check from Action PH, but Folex also ready to go yet again to find Gadoer. So 4v4 as Action PH finds the timing immediately as soon as the green light is set. But now we go back to their regularly scheduled program. They have the res, as you mentioned, but it's a dangerous corner to go for that in the first place. So APH just slowing down the pace yet again.
Yeah, what do they use? Did they use a smoke to block it off? Did they try and secure it more, maybe here with the barrier, but lose that potentially for the hold itself or for the push? they have the Trailblazer, and they absolutely need to use that to be able to burn this. But because they deny it, that's a great denial here. They get the res up online, but he's dead still.
Oh no. Gadowers thought he was gonna play a little bit more, but just puts his hands up from the mouse because of the paint shells. Aeonix though also taking that too. Kelly, yes, ready to go yet again. Here he comes on the rampage, but Boogie will slow that down one more time with a pick of his own. Vollex playing on site. It's 3v2 now, and APH, they had to clear the tripwires first because the Trailblazer couldn't make it there. Thanks to GameLab.Alpha's efforts, Vollex though has to hold. Boogie looking for a big kill here. The wall is up, and they are separated here for GLab. Micro with a takedown. 1v3 through the smoke. Boogie will get the kill. Micro trying to find the pick off itself. The spike's planted. It's 2v1. No one's looking that direction. Boogie though will double one back. And APH, do they peek this? Yes, they do, with Micro winning it out with a classic of all things. 11-10 for APH.
Dude, if Boogie peeked there towards that elbow, he might have actually been able to deny that plant from going on down. I didn't think he realized just how open the plant was here coming in from Kevs, because I think in that case their Sage here blurred was a bit more further in towards the pillar, and he wouldn't have actually been able to get an angle there on the elbow in time. If Boogie just went for this, he could have been able to deny that plant, but it comes down to crucial timing there. Perfect timing as well on that wall from Blurred. It gave Micro the out that he needed.
Yeah, and you can see it, right? Suddenly from a potential crossfire setup, you're all alone on the island of Vollex, and oh, and you gonna move? The Trailblazer knows! Nope. And Kelly S knows!
What?
What?
He gets a double off of it!
It just all crumbles down!
I think this is a tech. This is a replay.
Yeah.
This is 100% a round replay.
Oh no.
Well, it depends when they disconnected, but it's probably a replay.
I think they were already gone as soon as that happened, right? They were 100% gone. No one was moving. They got Trailblazered and everything. And these Seekers will realize GameLab's not moving.
As soon as they see them, yeah, they're gonna be like, okay, this is
okay.
AFK.
We'll let the admin sort things out. So APH, this round is theirs. No surprise. The Seekers do know or have revealed their locations. APH though still making sure. Yeah, you know, I'm just trying to vibe with it, but honestly,
are you ready to tech pause?
Number 4 tech pause coming your way.
At this point, I mean, being counted Dax, it's only map number 1.
I just feel bad though, really, for GameLab, because they're all gone and they're in a boot camp, right? So something must have happened. Hopefully they're okay.
Dead and gone.
You just want to start singing while waiting?
Dead and gone.
And gone.
Remember seeing back when MTV was MTV.
Uh-huh.
You'd see that all the time.
Match point.
That song.
Would you be in another life, would you be a DJ?
What DJ? Like an MTV DJ? Or like a Tugs DJ?
Your choice, actually. And just like this game, you can see on the screen delayed with another technical pause. But yeah, what kind of DJ would you like to be?
We already have our resident special esports DJ of the Philippines, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is enough.
No, you could be another one. I believe in you.
Too many.
Dude, you're a musician. You guys don't know.
That's different.
Back in the day, Black and Blue was the ultimate headbanger, man. Yeah, he had the wild hair, and he had the guitar.
Stop exposing me.
And then he would be like one of those heavy metal bands. You guys hear his voice, right? That is from all the screeching in the world. It has gotten that deep and that... What do you say? It's kind of like grizzled, right? Because of his own musical escapades back in the day.
That? No, that's not because of that. My throat was used in other ways.
Fused and abused. That's a sad thought to think about. So, with this timeout yet again, we didn't count the round, right?
No, definitely. This has to go back 11-10. I doubt we're gonna continue on for match point at this moment.
Unless
I'm wrong.
Unless you're wrong. So, What do you even do? Yeah, what do you even do? Okay, so we got confirmation, guys, from our lovely director, and apparently, before the round even started, the GameLab internet has dipped out. So, I believe we're gonna be rolling that back. That is still applicable in the rules, so hopefully everything's gonna be okay soon here for GameLab.Alpha. And we talked about it, Black and Blue, that this is such an important series to win for both teams, and it'll be very unfortunate if GameLab.Alpha can't bring their 100% here.
Oh yeah, and especially knowing at how we talked about this, I think yesterday specifically, right? When they were playing against Naos, they're one of those really teams that love to play off the momentum, love to play off their own tempo, but if they don't get that going, especially in a matchup like this, close to match point, that can really, I guess, maybe not tilt, but certainly shake you up.
And really, for GameLab.Alpha, we've been talking about how resilient they can be mentally, how much they can get back on the board and back into the rhythm of things, especially after what we saw last time yesterday against Naos. It's such a heavy schedule for GameLab.Alpha. Two of their biggest contenders and two of their biggest series in a single week of action between yesterday's Naos and now versus Action PH. And it's unfortunate what's happening so far for GameLab.Alpha. Action PH did do a really good job in the round prior to this one to break that vice grip in terms of the tie, get that lead back, and as of right now, we look at Action PH, and one of the strongest things that they're able to do is really the entry potential that's always assisted courtesy of Kelly S and the rest of the squad. Look at Kevs and look at Micro, 15 and 16 assists. They have more assists than kills here for two members of Action PH. Okay, nice.
Because I am a fool. And because I wanted to do my best Raf Sarai impersonation, I muted myself by accident before speaking. But, as you were saying, to your point, yes, like, how many times, have we seen that utility be a big play here? You talked about, especially Micro a while ago, being that supporting role, but so is Kevs, his guiding lights, and the Trailblazer to, like a while ago, they got that kill onto Aeonix in the committed position because the Trailblazer was able to find him, and so they were able to nade him on out from that angle, and stuff like that is really, I think, goes understated in how much Action PH love really to play kills by, I guess, in a very 1-2 system. There's a hunter and then there's a killer, and that really provides a lot more here for
Yo, they're a missile system now.
Yeah, no, that's what you call it. The point man, wingman, hunter killer. Someone finds him, the other guy shoots him.
Yeah, well, that's not us. That's our favorite, the mods. That's our favorite duo, especially when it's a team secret game on the Filipino side. But this is us. I like us too. We're okay. Dude, you've been super large and in charge lately on your camera. Look at me. I'm like,
large.
Look at me. I'm just like, look at my headspace. Look at you. You're like a big boy.
You're off
to
the
the big
side
boy.
like this.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. You want me to adjust it? I'll adjust it for you. Here you go.
We do that.
Wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way.
There you go.
No, there you go. There you go. See, we got this. So how about you? How are you gonna make yourself more Mr. Smallhead? But okay. We're trying to fix our cameras.
I'm a few tech pauses away from turning on, those camera filters you can have that just turn you into, like, I don't know, a cat or something.
To be the one that turns you into like a Pixar character. Everyone looks like a baby from Cocomelon. It reminds me
everywhere.
The default face on that Pixar filter. Honestly, it doesn't remind me of anything from Pixar. It reminds me of that show called Upin and Ipin.
Upin and
Ipin. the best export Malaysia has ever done in the history of history.
When I was a child, I was kind of confused. Like, where is this from? It feels oddly close to home, but not.
No, it's across the pond. But we're finally done with our fourth tech pause. We have rolled back to an 11th, and completely understandable because GameLab wasn't even to play that last round. And APH, it's their chance yet again to put themselves on match point scenario here as they look to go for that A site.
Here comes that push, right? That we're expecting from Action PH. They got the Seekers. Let's roll it back. Operator out once more. This time it's in Ionix's hands over Owens, and they did an adjustment here, unless that was initially the real plan before things went awry.
Yeah, where everything just completely fell apart, right? But GameLab.Alpha now sticking around still with Tower. Pain Shell's Throne slows down APH yet again. That's one thing GameLab.Alpha has been able to do. Separate Action PH, right? But unfortunately for them, they're just not able to capitalize it thanks to the APH positioning.
And you see here now, because GameLab kind of know what happened, I think, the last round, they play back and they're stacked here towards that A site. Maybe Action PH could have gone with a different option.
Yeah, well, they were stacked on vents a while ago. Now it's looking to be Boogie stacking these corpses with the initial frag towards Kador. Seekers, though, into play. Ionix with a shorty, too. And now as the Seekers do search for targets, Action PH trying to make their way towards the site. Micro, though, breaking one of the Seekers. Paranoia thrown also. And Blurred has a plan, a chance perhaps to push it to screens. Trailblazer, though, fending him off now. And here we have it. GameLab waiting for opportunity on this retake.
Difficult post plant here. No slow orbs, nothing, no utility at all aside from the one smoke here in Micro. This is going to be a hard hold.
Now they have heals, but they need to stay alive a little bit longer than that to actually utilize it. Here it goes again with the star setup. Micro with a frag. Blurred 2 on the board. So low on the HP, and there's no getting back from that one. GameLab.Alpha back into the game and back onto the board with the 11-11 scoreline.
Has to be a feels bad here. It's Action PH. They went for the same option, same idea, but they went on back towards his A site. GameLab were just a lot more prepared this time around. Supposed to be AFK.
Well, come on, the plan was still sound from GameLab. Whatever they were doing in vents, it still would have been that heaven position anyway. But,
Yeah, but
history...
You see how far rather back they are here in heaven as opposed to the close ramps that they initially were assuming to take a while ago.
Yeah, maybe so, but that's all conjecture for a round that doesn't really exist now. APH, unfortunately, cannot make the aggression work towards that A site. Here we have it, GameLab.Alpha. They have a bit more money to work with. They still have the operator, and this is their chance to put themselves on match point.
Well, match point on whoever takes this, and it's looking to be GameLabs. For the meantime, operator out on them still. Able to save that from the previous round. Showstopper here for Kelly S, and the neural theft for Gador is... It's another tech pause.
Number 5! We are the champions of tech pauses.
You know, for a second, I thought we were going into the game, and then
No.
I thought we were already started the round, and then I saw Kelly S kind of chilling out there outside B main, and I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, no.
That's not.
Bro, this is Bill's fault. Not gonna lie.
Who?
The curse, Bill.
Why?
You know that? Do you not know that Bill is also cursed nowadays?
Really?
Have you not realized? Yeah. Villa has gotten basically the Ray curse kind
Thought
of
it was-
inflicted on him. I mean, it's
That was
Ray
us.
number 1, 100%. No, it's not us.
No, Ray doesn't have the curse anymore. She's been casting smooth,
Yeah, exactly.
sweet games.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's because she transferred it to Vil in that split 1.
Oh.
Don't you? Yeah. What do you mean?
Virus.
We're not, bro. We're not the problem. How are we gonna get the virus from them if we're like quarantined, cordoned off in our own English island?
You know,
Do you
on
do
the
you know-
airplane.
do you think I get? Do you think I get to talk to Ray Ray? I don't understand Filipino. She doesn't understand
What do you
English.
mean?
Totally.
Do you not like Ray? Is there some Ray beef?
Whoa! You causing beef on the broadcast? Can't believe it, man. I think we need to
Better
solve all
beef
these
than
problems. I think we should solve all the problems in the world with chess boxing.
I agree, especially the boxing part.
Especially, you don't want to start with the chess part first.
That's where I'll lose.
So who would win in a chess boxing fight between Magnus Carlsen and Manny Pacquiao?
It depends what the first round is. That's the real answer. I think.
What if
you're a boxer, just flip over the table.
What if you had to play both sides? Like you could not effectively finish the game or finish off your opponent in the round 1 of both chess and boxing. How would that work?
I mean, if it was chess boxing, my strat would be to literally just stall for the entire first round of chess until it gets to the boxing part, and then do stuff. Round 2 chess, stall, make maybe a few moves as long as you don't get mated early, checked.
Yeah.
And
Or remember the last time we played chess?
yeah,
That
due
was
to
like
our very courteous host.
Host, Miss Likeable.
Took hostage.
We couldn't play chess on Discord, so we had to call Laika to show up. But anyway, no more story time. Our fifth boss is done. We're back into the game, and Action PH, they're on the lesser buy here, man. And because of that, they're going to go for the middle instead, try to find a few picks. The Guiding Light, though, again, a big warning sign for GameLab already.
Well, they have the Spectre here on the KLES. Maybe that can do some damage up close. But we've seen these Sheriffs also deliver when they needed. Delivering the win.
With what? Sheriff Unlimited?
Sheriff Unlimited.
Yeah, there you go. And, well, you can buy them pretty much all the time. Speaking of, though, KLES, Mr. Big Time himself. Not only the Hero Spectre, but also the Showstopper if ever need be. Owen, though, very commit position alongside Fall X. They want to make a kill zone out of that garage exit as soon as possible, especially with the star and camera set up into play. Suddenly, though, it's now KLES lifted on up to get the drop onto Owen. Showstopper primed at the ready. Micro gets on the board. GameLab.Alpha do trade too. And Blurt is there also to make the kills happen. Gadores gets the frag from Tower. And now it's Ionix left to his own devices. Has the operator in hand. 2v1. Trying to find an angle here.
Huge lurk here coming in from Gadores. That's exactly what they needed to work on out, especially since Fall X. He wasn't taken down by that Showstopper here from KLES. Now dangerous to try and peek this to Cage. Gives him the space to cross. He has an idea. He gets a tag through it, but he's isolated here. 1v2. No way off the swing. He had the right idea. Could have been it.
And since he couldn't get the kill itself, maybe he assumed that it would have been a bit safer to just peek it out anyway. And from that point on, the double swing was enough for Action PH to do so yet again. What could have been for GameLab.Alpha taken away by Action PH. And it all really started with that wall just breaking the initial aim of Owen. KLES was lifted higher than expected.
That really helped him. That's a very different assisting strat. Aim for the shoe, then boost him up to hit the head.
Well, there you have it. Action PH instead on match point, and quite a contested and long match here on Split. This is Gus. Map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Action PH, though, looking to make that decisive blow happen towards that A site instead.
There goes that A site, as he talked about. They got the gravity well prepped here for that push. Actually, no, it's a smoke. They don't actually take that option. They use Micro to try and take that backside, and they just simply pins their own QE down. That's what I was talking about. I wanted to see them do that more with that ultimate. Take that control.
Yeah, from the shadows for success here for Action PH. And Blurred now keeping an eye out towards ramps. A countdown of destruction here awaiting GameLab.Alpha. KLES, no danger close, and is able to spot out Folex as well as Boogie. Another victim here. Lambs to the slaughter courtesy of KLES. 2 left over at screens. Ionix and Rich trying to just set up any kind of play, but KLES is the ultimate Terminator. A triple kill, make that a quad even. It's all KLES, and it's Action PH's to take. 13-11 to end map 1.
What a round there from KLES. Taking those kills in the end. Is that New Jerseys I see from this Action PH squad? Ooh. Very nicely done. Although most of them only wearing it, the others not. But a great performance nonetheless. Maybe match drawn out, but it gave us one that certainly delivered. And I honestly was not expecting it to be as competitive as it was. Came down to the final round of regulation.
Yeah, just goes to show Action PH, GameLab.Alpha absolutely neck and neck together. But you could see moments made by Action PH more so than GameLab.Alpha. There were just these rounds that Action PH just wills themselves to that victory, the talent and really the playmaking that they're able to do. And of course, KLES, really the tip of that spear and at the top of the standings. Good job though by GameLab.Alpha. A good try even. You saw the first kills. It was dead even, 12-12. Both teams really knew that they could take the advantage away from each other so early on. But I do feel like for Action PH, the make or break moments, they were just able to make them more so happen in their favor.
We saw a bunch of minimal kind of buys here, right? Economic State still won out by that team on the eco, especially by Action PH, who have been time and time again able to revert that. We saw that win came in crucial in the first half, and then as well even more so later in the second half near the closing stages of it. But I still am pretty impressed here by what GameLab have been able to do. I think just ultimately the team play in general has been a bit more on point. We saw that especially on the opening defensive half here from Action PH, where those smokes from Micro, the cages, the setup time with Godowers and Kevby as well on the assist many times on over really was a bit overwhelming for the double duelist.
Yeah, but for GameLab.Alpha, they got some big picks from big moments also. You get to really see players like Polex really stepping on up so early on, finding immense frags just like this, as you see on the highlights alongside what Aeonix and Boogie can do. But still, the problem sometimes rearing its ugly head there for GameLab.Alpha. Struggles to survive for the duelists because they're trying to make that space. There is that talent, there is that firepower, but GameLab.Alpha, they just fall at the very last moment with Action PH just so ready in all the right places at the right times. And Kelly, yes, he delivered that win truly with Grab Unlimited. The way he was able to mobilize towards the tower especially brought Action PH to that win thanks to the space made.
Kelly, yes. Great performance from him for sure, and getting those final kills of 4K at the end of the round. And I want to say, how dare you, Tosh, mistaken me for the good-looking Asarai.
Yo, is that my favorite Filipino caster, Tash Bunny? 100%. True blue Pinoy right there. Yeah, the one who truly epitomizes the best show, Upin and Ipin. But we went through we went through 5 tech pauses. We went through every single round of regulation and an extra one just along the way. But in the end, Action PH will take that dub. We need a break, they need a break, and we'll call for a break right now. We'll see you guys more of VCTPH in just a bit. that was the break. Oh, well, back to work. We are going to get back into things. No pauses necessary, hopefully, for the next map that we have here between Action PH as well as GameLab.Alpha. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daxter with Black and Blue, and we are tuning on in to a series led by Action PH. They have taken away the map pick of split from GameLab.Alpha. Very contested series, very close 13-11 scoreline. But in the end, though, Action PH, man, they just proved to be just a step ahead of GameLab.Alpha in that one.
Well, I think it was certainly a good case to be made, especially for a map that we have never seen GameLab.Alpha play in the first place, right? They brought it really close, and maybe if momentum wasn't kind of, I guess, a bit more awkward than it should have been, who knows how that result could have happened, but end all be all, it was Action PH who I think still gave us a better showing from that map. Obviously, they were able to win it, and we move on over to a map here, coming to map number 2, that I think we're a bit more decided on in terms of Action PH having more favor coming in this map number 2, especially statistically.
Yeah, and I look at what we have right now moving into Ascent, and I do wonder, what rotation will we get here from Action PH? We usually talk about teams that rotate like Oasis, like what we've seen recently from Naos, with Senior Carl being unadded. But here, with Gador's really performing also in that last map, do they bring Derek back because they want to play something like the Killjoy? Or do they let him play a different kind of role, a different kind of setup? And what else can we accept here from Action PH? But I do feel like one thing the panel was trying to talk about, especially during the map draft way back when, why did I say way back when? That was like just an hour and a half ago. But yeah.
How long that map one was.
That's true, that's true. You look at the statistics and it really felt like GameLab.Alpha had to bite the bullet somewhere. They banned out Haven first because they couldn't really find success in it compared to Action PH. But then they had to leave Ascent open, and well, as soon as Action PH saw that opportunity, they took it there, Black and Blue.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what Action PH really love to do, right? They want to kind of exploit those openings whenever they're given to them. And if you leave the window wide open, you're going to expect that they're going to swing it even wider. And I'm looking here at the Ascent, and as you talked about, you know, composition-wise, rather rotation-wise, who do we get? Is Derek really out for this series? Or is he out for just split? How exactly does the rotation work on that? Because we've seen him kind of taking that role right in the past Killjoy. Sometimes you'd see him kind of flex on over to the Fade, but we have also seen, you know, that Fade kind of go out a bit of fashion coming into this. So we're going to find out in just a bit as we go now into the Agent Select. And I really kind of want to see here, at least for GameLab, because they haven't had a great history on Ascent as far as everything is considered. Maybe they're able to beat Oasis, but just barely during that rather lower bracket final. But we get Dreach here on that KO, swapping on in. Omen, nothing really too different just yet. I think the big thing here is that they got Fallex back in that duelist role.
Yeah, so this is the tried and tested composition by GameLab.Alpha back in Split 1. You mentioned the struggles they had there in our last season, and they couldn't get any wins whatsoever in the regular season. That one big win versus Oasis when the 9-3 curse was inflicted on the Oasis faithful. On the other hand, though, Action PH, this has been a very dominant map for them. They've only dropped it once last playoffs against SR Nacague back then, and that was really close. And they recently beat ZOL Esports on it as well. But our question that we were asking a while ago was who was going to play? And now you see it's still Gador's in. He's going to be running the Killjoy this time, so we're not going to see Derek in this series as of yet, but it's still the tried and tested composition. So effectively, we do have a mirror matchup between these two teams. And yet again, this is where Action PH loves to try and, I'd say, stay ahead of the competition. They try to prove that, especially in the mirror, that they can play even better as we get into the game.
Well, we're moving on here into that map number 2 as Action PH. Pretty much the same composition we have on both ends. It's going to come down to who can play that a bit more effectively. Yet Kelly S here up boosted, but they know where you are, bro.
Well, as soon as the one-way setup is there, everyone will be willing to spam that down. Kelly S, he needs a few repairs along the way. GameLab, though, still willing to play aggressively between Owen and Trich. And Owen has picked up a teleport just in case they need to disengage from that wine angle, especially timing everything. And Action PH staying in position. They're waiting for any kind of rotations here from GameLab. Do they expect the backstab from Spawn?
Well, it's going to be too assumptive of that. They do have the turret, but I think it's facing the wrong way entirely, so he's gonna be able to bypass this, especially if they come and pull back as Fallx and Boogie absolutely plant themselves like a tree and refuse to budge. Aeonix off the flank, and that's a double.
Oh, beautifully done by GameLab.Alpha. Everywhere and anywhere you go, GameLab.Alpha lying in wait, and you mentioned it. Just the stability that you have from members like Fallx and Boogie. They're ready to hit those shots, stay in their stations, and eventually, with a crippling blow onto the forward expedition, APH had towards the shorter angle, right? Aeonix had easy pickings towards main itself.
Well, it's been very, very decisive the way that GameLab has been able to take some of these opening rounds in a half, but we've seen the longevity of it when it comes down to the long run, the latter stages of either half. That's when GameLab typically loses a bit more steam, and I'd like to see that retention be kept up more.
Yeah, hot start, sure, but can they continue without cooling off? Action PH, though, full eco this time around. They're just here to cause a bit of disruption, suppression applied, and, well, they're going for the turret. Shock Dart, though, looks to answer, and really for GameLab.Alpha, it still has been a map that they know how to play. It just hasn't really been too successful for them. I can honestly say the same case for a map like Haven, but now we go for the push, and Blurred looks for the timing, but Bogey stays alive. Sure, hit by the paranoia, but doesn't matter, he's close enough. Fallx on the board as well. Aeonix too, getting into the roll call. These Spectres doing the damage. Cadorus will fight back, sure, but that's the only thing Action PH can get from that round.
Overrun here on the defense from GameLab and Action PH. Going with this comp once more that we've seen them also run in the past for both of these teams, really not looking to, I guess, change what isn't broken. It's a respectable choice, looking at how they have been pretty efficient with this. Let's not forget that they were able to beat Naos with this exact comp, just a few weeks ago. And I think that's a good case to be made for them. So let's see how exactly they play this gun round of theirs.
Yeah, Action PH, they've proven themselves against the best team we have in the standings right now. But can they prove themselves against the firepower of GameLab.Alpha? Kellyes, though, already saying hello and goodbye to Fallx. A strong flick to get that takedown. And APH drops first blood, even the second there with Kevs.
Kevs gets that kill, as you said, and look at this mid push here coming in. Kevs shuts that down, flash perfectly. Aeonix, he gets away with it, okay. But not for long. Action PH eventually, surprisingly, it's a flawless, looking at how scrambly that round was.
Yeah, I think for GameLab.Alpha, that was a bit too ambitious with the gun setup that they had, playing the longer angles of mid versus rifles will be your folly. And case in point, you can see that Kevs was playing top mid for so long. Just this kind of distance and this opportunity to play some safer angles when reinforced. APH, they get that round, and the rifle's at the ready yet again.
They clean, no matter how scrappy it might have initially started as, but at least they don't drop any weapons, don't lose much economy. They can still buy up on the next if ever things go awry here. And Action PH, they're the ones on the attacking side, so they need to start getting these rounds. Micro shut down, and because it's Micro, now they don't have any smokes for their hip.
Yeah, no way to really go for the coverage. Dritch and Owen doing such a good job to begin this round. Slows down APH yet again. We see this from them quite often. They try to still go for the lurk, sure, but it's more about trying to deny that info if ever. The slow peek maybe moving into main. The flash is there, the dash on in, courtesy of Blurred too, and Dritch now with the underhand overhead. Blurred falls, and GameLab still are firm on this A site.
I'd even flush them out here when they're playing this up close. Buggy, another catch on the Cavs in this round. Looking disastrous for Action PH. It wouldn't be out of the question to go for a save here. Unless Cadorus can maybe find something, but nah, it doesn't come.
Well, Kellyes, he's all alone now, and GameLab.Alpha proving how strong they can be with some of these nook and cranny plays out of nowhere. Aggressive on defense, but not too aggressive, not overheating whatsoever. Kellyes, though, instead, the fire is lit under him. Dritch falls, knife is there to get that intel, but the smoke gonna be in the way. Gets the suppression now onto both Owen as well as Fallx. Has a pixel angle to work with, gets that takedown, sure, but now he's left with 8 HP. Some damage being done here by Kellyes, but there's still a whole force in front of him, and eventually, those numbers do collapse on top. GameLab.Alpha with the round.
What a round here for GameLab.Alpha, especially coming on in. with a shutdown immediately. They drop Micro, and that just made things a lot more difficult here for them to get within that site. No paranoia presence, no smokes for concealment, and you're really playing up against yourself there. So you have to kind of spread yourself out a bit more if you're Action PH there. Pull the defense away from a site.
Yeah, and it's such a big pickoff onto Micro without that concealment, without that paranoia. GameLab.Alpha, they can just do GameLab.Alpha things and look for the kills yet again. Rifles at the ready. One more time for APH. They're saving grace this time. The null command ready for Kelly S.
Well, they do have the null command, as you said. Maybe they can help him out here in this case. Micro this time finds Dritch. And that's a pick that they needed in retaliation. Getting that push off and stopping it from getting more information.
Yeah, maybe a bit too ambitious by Dritch, all on his lonesome. We do see, though, Fallex trying to play the same angle, but Action PH has a different plan. Make that noise from mid, break that doorway down, and then look for the rotations. Does this lead into the demise of Ionix as he pushes towards main? Turret gets the confirmation. Ghidorah tries to swing off it, but he's able to survive so far. And then Nano Swarm now to slow things down. Null Commando, the call, the B hit looking likely here for Action PH as they now force their way in. Blur though dashing forward, trying to reconvene with the rest of the roster. This is now timing for Action PH to flush down anyone stuck here on site, and that they do.
Action PH not losing a single member yet so far. Ghidorah's playing off of that lane. Now they know the hit is going to come on the retake. Difficult position for GameLab to be in. They still got a smoker to try and isolate these angles, but Ghidorah's, he drops Fallex.
Isolated, play it close, and Ghidorah's ready to go rampant there. Blurred though finishes off the job, and Action PH, they've won 2 rounds, and the 2 rounds they've taken have been flawless.
Pretty clean.
Yeah.
Say the very least here, Action PH. Not really giving up any ground in the rounds that they win, but it's all or nothing right now. 0 or 100. Either they absolutely get dismantled, or they're the ones doing the dismantling. GameLab Eco State put upon them. Blades out here for GameLab.
Yeah, well, GameLab.Alpha, what can they do with the Blades? Do they have the heroics in them between Fallex and Boogie? Already we hear the push moving from mid. Kelly S though, yet again the jump peaks, finds a small angle thanks to the smoke. And one more time, these defensive smokes, courtesy of Action PH, they have put themselves in a good position to not get overrun by GameLab early.
I mean, that certainly is going to help, especially against this GameLab team that loves to do that, right? Loves to push in like a locomotive, swarm, Zerg the opposition, for lack of a better term, even on the defensive side. Now Action PH really taking things slow, making sure that GameLab don't just catch him off guard. But there they do. Fallex on the updraft.
You want to fight Fallex? He's ready to face you off. Blurred falls, and Kelly S instead will find the return kill. Dritch trying to light things up, but look at Kelly S! Bob and weave yet again. Rocky moments from Kelly S as he punches his way closer now towards that A site. Tree looking to be cleared. Seems like the Gardens too. And Kelly S with another one. He's on site with the rest of Action PH looking to follow suit. Ionix though, maybe a plan from the smokes. Decides against it. Waits for the moment from Boogie. Ghidorah still will find him at that right time. And Kelly S 4 fall in front of him.
Another very clean round here coming from Action PH. Might not have been a flawless, but doesn't matter. They tagged him up so much there on that catwalk push after the initial kill from Fallex that everybody just fell really quick to Kelly S. See here, like on the swing, barely even has to sniff at him, and he gets taken down. So they're doing pretty good on this attacking side. Every round that they've won has been on this gun round, and that's a pretty good sign for them to tie up the game with.
Yeah, Action PH. Was that another flawless?
No, they lost one.
They lost one.
That's the one.
Just it's still such a good survival right here for APH when they take these dubs, and you can see for GameLab.Alpha, they have the rifles, sure, but they need to make a bigger impact this time around. B site though, right for the taking. No surprise with the lockdown into play. GameLab willing to play post plant.
Let's see how their plan holds. As we said on Split, right, whenever Action PH are able to get that site, they're pretty successful in it. It's typically more about getting the site in the first place. It has been a problem. The bout here is Micro. He's spotted out. Lockdown buys some space, but there's a counter lockdown being thrown out here. Throwing out the Hunter's Fury as well to try and dismantle that, but it doesn't connect as much as they want to. Aeonix good on the one, Boogie on the trade.
And Action PH playing all the way in both house because of the lockdown. One detain, and here comes GameLab.Alpha trying to make their way towards the side 2v4 scenario, though Gador's already hurting here as the angle towards Bolex gets that takedown, but Dritch has a better one behind him. Blurred all alone in a 1v2. Time taking the shorties out, but with 18 HP, he needs to get a crucial kill onto Owen. Dritch though holding him off, halfway already on the defuse, and Owen will finish off the job. GameLab will get this defuse at the nick of time. And a 4-3 scoreline as they keep the lead.
Game's so close though in a 4v2 there. Blurred, if you just knew that they were off at a spike, maybe things could have been played different, but we talked about, you know, Action PH typically being pretty successful in holding down the post plant, but because of just the amount of ultimates that GameLab were able to throw, I accidentally hit my mic. It almost fell off.
Oh no! You just hear a big thud and be like, Nico?
I don't know if it was
Nico?
heard. But
Nico, where
in the
are
stand,
you?
yeah.
Well, see, this is how strong you are, my friend, and now a strong approach yet again from Action PH that GameLab.Alpha is able to make the trade happen. Here we go again! Another repeat from GLab. APH will punish that courtesy of Blurred. And in a 4v3 slate, GameLab gotta be careful in those instances.
Yeah, you see though, even after GameLab winning that previous round on, you know, round 7, still in a bad economic state. Spectres to be forced up on here. Not as many rifles as they otherwise would have liked. This A main stack is just not going to work. Blur gets a catch here in a Fall X. Oh, Gador's dodges that too, but still Aeonix has got his number.
Yeah, it's 2v3 though, and now Action PH has the sights in their hands. GameLab.Alpha though, a rotation to play away from the shorter side from that cubby. Instead, they move towards main. They have to be careful though, because they already see Micro getting in position towards the Hell side. Also, Action PH keeping tabs on this as much as possible. Aeonix and Boogie have a few darts to work with. Sure, Micro don't spot and jiggling on around. They're gonna now lob the smoke just because they confirmed that the presence is all there. And this GameLab really forced this. The turret is set to go for the push. Kelly Esto will get that takedown, and Micro 2 with another one on the board. This means this game is tied up yet again.
Once more. Nobody really giving up any ground, although it's a difficult round for, you know, GameLab to win in that case, knowing that not as much weaponry as they otherwise would have liked. Great pop flash here. Dismantle this A main hold, which would be very difficult for those Spectres, especially without much supporting utility, and kind of got suppressed from that utility due to the knife being thrown out here, and still works out for Action PH in the end. Now another eco for GameLab, but we've seen how these eco thrifties have gone.
Oh no, the Boogie shots from yesterday still resound to me today. Here we go again though. Action PH, confidence to push towards mid. We hear the null command also. Aeonix has to rush towards the boathouse itself. Make a last stand. Folex trying to find a few bot shots. And really, it's all up to Boogie as well as Aeonix now to find the impact. Blurred though does it even better. Aeonix eventually gets that takedown. Kelly S wants to play the pistol game too. They're black and blue. Shorty versus Sheriff. Shorty wins. And APH is already on site. And maybe another frag. Can't find it over to Folex.
He gets a safe cross here as Micro. As an Omen, you can TP around whichever way you want. But that B main, since they don't have any presence, it's going to be a big point of contention here. Fortunately for them, GameLab don't necessarily have the weaponry to really make it work on out, but that's typically a big, powerful position that Micro simply has no issue dealing with, even blind.
Yeah, it's just, he knows where he's coming from, and they know that they can start running away with this here for Action PH. A strong approach versus GameLab.Alpha. You know, against a team like GameLab, you might be a little afraid on these eco states. You know what they can do, but if you don't hesitate and make them play uncomfortable angles, then you're gonna get a lot of space and a lot of time to work with.
Now they got the Hunter's Fury here up online for Kebsy, and I'd wager they'd kind of want to save that, knowing that Aeonix has almost got his lockdown, and we saw a while ago that Hunter's Fury was a big thing that, you know, both sides love to use to shut it down. See how Action PH, look at this, anticipating an aggressive push from GameLab.
Alpha, here we go again. Fallex though! Flicks unreal, but here we go again. Gets 2 before he falls, and in the end, it's a 3v3 slate. Does GameLab.Alpha feel that that is worth it though? We lost both Omens, we lost both Jets, and in this instance, there's no real way for APH to cross safely.
Fallex certainly puts his X on the mark before he falls down there. Taking down 2. Reach with that null command. He can shut off KFC's Hunter's Fury if it does come on in a crucial moment. No smoke so there's no way to block off this A main. They don't actually no, they still do have that molly. He can use that to maybe cut off the site here.
And Church, he has the null command also as he's stationed by the generator. Here we go again with a toss over that, but Gadowers already the takedown. Such a difficult angle to play in that instance. Boogie playing by the Zortsu, looking for timing. Does anyone check this? Kevs does, and he gets that kill also. 3v1, Action PH getting on site. Aeonix, does he even have a chance here? As we do see Gadowers trying to creep on closer and closer. Distracted by the Owl drone, also hit by the flash. A chance there to get that takedown, tag down. Aeonix still ready to fight yet again. Avoids the shock dart. Here he comes, sees the barrel of Gadowers. Wants to go for Kevs too, but too many targets. Not enough time, not enough bullets. GameLab struggling to find a foothold here on this retake, and Aeonix, the effort is there, we see it, but I don't think he can make this happen now.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Aeonix there. Had 2 opportunities to find Gadowers and Kevsey, one after the other respectively. Just doesn't come at the end. But it's a perfect flush out there coming from Action PH. As soon as they saw Dreech was. Fragment towards alongside Nano Swarm towards the short swing there on towards that generator, and there's no way he was getting out of that alive unless maybe he swung to the left, but that would have made him open. And once again, no smokes make it so much more deadly to play that, up close.
Yeah. It was a utility sandwich in the end, and early Drich was the meat of that mechanic. In the end, though, we thought that perhaps it would have been worse for Action PH in terms of the trade. GameLab.Alpha the one suffering instead, and maybe that's the problem right now for GameLab. Yes, they can equalize the numbers. Yes, they can play aggressive, but in terms of the macro state that we see, Action PH is the one with the better reassessment, and now Aeonix biting perhaps a bit more than he can chew. Action PH overrun him and go for B sites.
They got some of these sheriffs. They can line them up, but Micro is aware of their presence. They still connect though.
Fallex now on the board and ready with the blades. Eco state here for Action PH, but Gadowers ready to break that back even more so. Back into cover as Fallex flies on high. The blades connect. 3v3 now, and seems like for GameLab.Alpha, that gives them a few guns to work with. What an angle though, taken by Fallex. Blurred completely caught off guard, and now the Hunter's Fury is to call. Kevs with the microwave onto one, tags down Fallex even, 5 HP, and the dream is dead as Action PH will deny the glory of Fallex.
That Hunter's Fury came in at the right time. Perfect tag off of Kevs from the Owl drone. Hoot hoot, he says. And that's the response as he finds a prey. Great shot here though from Fallex, and just the amount of firepower once more that we always talk about this GameLab squad has is such a formidable thing to go up against if you're not prepared.
Yeah, just really goes to show GameLab.Alpha again and again. Mechanics are there. But Action PH, right calls at the right time. The mid-rounds really has been the bread and butter here for Action PH. We hear the blades now, brought out by Blurred. Last round of the first half, might as well use it. And you can see, because Action PH has been winning out these kind of duels, they're expecting GameLab to do so yet again and playing in reserve.
We got the operator here in Fallex. Final round of this regulations first half, and they know it's coming here towards A main. Simply no problem shutting down the push. Micro and Kevs both fall.
Yeah, they knew it was coming, but not that way. And Owen! Oh no, the timing! The one-way setup was already perfect to get the 2K. But sometimes, really, things do fade into dust, and in that case, fade into the clouds as the smoke just runs out at the wrong time for him.
No smokes for either side, but that'll benefit GameLab here. They have the operator trained on that A main choke. Here comes out that null command, and it's going to keep him at bay for the meantime coming from Dreech. They got the lockdown still, though, for the latter part of this round.
And Folex now flying
30
even
seconds
higher with the
left.
updraft. Elevated angle towards the corner.
They even have time.
We haven't even seen that from GameLab.Alpha, so honestly, Action PH can catch them off guard. Now then, fly high for Blurred just to fall flat on his face. Another one bites the dust as Folex is ready to go again. In GameLab.Alpha, this is their round to win at the end of the first half.
That was a perfect null command because that would have, at that point, what, there was like 30 seconds. You burn at least 15 off of the clock because of that null command. Just simply not enough time for the lockdown to be as effective as you would want. And it just, because GameLab here are so almost predictably unpredictable in their aggression, Action PH, you see them kind of wanting to fight it the same way that they did on that A main hold a while ago, but the one-way just made way too easy for GameLab to at least get that final round.
Yeah, if you modify the expectations right, and you can still play a similar angle, that's where GameLab.Alpha can find those small little steps to beat out and eke it out versus Action PH. It happened for Owen. It also happened for Folex. I mentioned it, right? We never saw that angle from GameLab.Alpha until that last round. Now they're moving into the pistol on their attacking side, and yet again, a good chance to just start snowballing from here.
Snowball quickly turn into an avalanche if you're not careful. Action PH on the defensive side, though, they got the shock darts here for this retake. We know that being an effective tool they love to use to maybe flush out the backside on these post-plant kind of retakes that they got. And Kelly, yes, smartly so, recognizing the heavy presence here of GameLab, backs off.
Yeah, big intel, Joe, courtesy of Action PH, thanks to that single knife from Kelly S. You can see GameLab.Alpha trying at least to close down that noise. Shut it all up as much as possible. Eventually, though, the Aldro now, the scout things out, the smoke's there also. Folex takes some damage mid-transit. Elias also now keeping the pressure on. This is a site for GameLab.Alpha to take, but then again, Action PH still have all their members in reserve.
But look where their retake is coming from here, Action PH. They're going for that flank. They want to take down that B main, which we know is a big position for a post-plant hold.
Here we go now. Blurred looking to just lead that charge, but Folex will find the first and foremost boogie on the board too. And the pistol round here for GameLab.Alpha looking to be successful yet again. Frags abound for GameLab.Alpha. Kelly S, the first to get contact. Now knifed down by the bum rush that is GameLab. On the time here on Ascent, GameLab swarm him at the end.
Well, GameLab absolutely dominant on these pistol rounds, and I like the pivot there from GameLab on their hold. They recognize, hey, there has to be 3 players coming from this B main, as he's got that information. Folex especially, and Boogie coming in to help on in that fight there towards the B main. They know they want to hold on to that position, and they're making a campfire around the courts.
They made a flower out of what Kelly S used to be, and I will not say more than that after that one. Another game, though, another series that we see GameLab.Alpha getting back on the highlights just by knifing someone. Happened versus Naos, happens now versus Action PH. And speaking of APH, the full eco looking to be answered by Ionix in a 2-for-1 trade. Micro, though, with the smoke, will Folex peak this? That's the question. It's all about his confidence. Swings wider as wide can be. Moving towards the table. Flick yet again. The headshot and then the confirmation. It's already GameLab.Alpha with a big advantage in B side too.
I mean, no real way for Action PH to stop this. Folex making sure he's on a tear here on the lurk.
Spike planted.
Kebsy in a 1v4. This round, it has to certainly be GameLab's at this point. Right click?
Unless?
No, left.
One more? No, not gonna happen with the free gun. We are tied up. Very familiar grounds from what we saw on that last map. And we said it, man, that this series is going to be close. These two teams are absolutely neck and neck. And GameLab.Alpha, nothing to fear, especially when they have that gun advantage. But here we go again. APH, rifle round at the ready. We've seen some clean third rounds from them before. Will we see it this time? And just because of the precedent set forward there, Black and Blue, timeout is called by GameLab.Alpha just to make sure.
A tactical timeout.
Yes, a real timeout.
An actual time burst. Take a break.
Yep, no comm sets though. That's not allowed.
Yep. No looking.
You know, the term comsat really just came from that game, from StarCraft, honestly.
Why?
Like, because the first command center building that you can add on is called the comsat station.
Yeah.
So that gets the scanner, right? And people picked it up in computer shops here in the Philippines. So it's really from StarCraft from back in the day.
Wow, thanks for the etymology, history
Yeah,
major.
that's a history lesson of esports, brother. And instead, that we use that time to talk about other things instead of the game, as we're back into this one. But GameLab.Alpha, it's a bonus. You learn something, which is really important. I do feel like, though, that for GameLab, the win condition here is to do some damage with this round.
Well, what GameLab have to learn here is how the defensive setup of Action PH really likes to move and adjust. How fluid they can be on this map here on Ascent. It's one of their better maps, statistically especially, so look at this. They're going to potentially line on up. Ghidorah's only sees a shoulder, but he needed the head, and he's taking a big bout there.
Yeah, just a bit more contact than expected now. Then GameLab.Alpha moving forward towards the B side. Here we go again, though. And Ghidorah didn't see that coming whatsoever. Loses out to Kevs, though. 4v4 for now. Blurred looking to reinforce on site. Very wary if any push towards the staircase, but Blurred makes a trade anyway. Cloudburst now to get in the way. Resets and recalls to get that takedown. Another dash, another position perhaps, but it leads now to a 2v2 as Owen gets the takedown. Kelly S and Micro, they're trying to find the angles of opportunity. The paranoia to cover the push. Kelly S sneakily getting by towards Speedway, and no one knows that he's here whatsoever. Owen and Boogie don't expect this. Trigger the split. Eventually, Kelly S will get the takedown. Boogie, though, makes the trade. 1v1 now. Boogie at 8 HP left. The shock dart, though. Full fed. Micro off. He has the spike. Looking to plant things down. But Micro, oh, he doesn't want to get faked out whatsoever. He's waiting for the opportunity here to push on forward. Boogie knows a single shot will be enough to either do him or do his opponent dirty. Boogie on top of the crate. Here we go with the bow and arrow, and that's the wrong thing to have at that time. Micro will win it out yet again in those moments, and APH keeps the lead.
You let one random shot loose there, and then also pulled out his bow. In that situation, you're low HP, you got a Vandal in your hands in a 1v1. Your biggest element of advantage is surprise. And if you maybe did not give his position out, maybe, let's say Micro will check that angle anyways, yes. But he still wouldn't be 100% sure that you're there. That one shot that you let out, he may have maybe misclicked, but it'll let Micro know where to swing and when, especially knowing that he was very low HP.
In the end, though, I do still feel like for GameLab.Alpha, a job has been done in that round. That was 4 kills towards Action PH. That was the spike planted. And this is now their bigger chance to actually keep this tied scoreline intact, or rather tie up the scoreline and keep Action PH hurting on the economy. Slower play this time, though, from the offense.
Micro here. Cover going out. He's the one to solely hold down a potential split. Looking at GameLab's position, if they do smoke off this cross here towards mid, they can make that split happen. Looking at how they kind of have some presence here towards A, but because of the weight here, I think GameLab are expecting a bit of an aggressive push, which is something that rather Action PH don't really like to pull out too often.
Yeah, they're really much more so the reserve kind of play style, holding things back as much as possible. And the Onyx now, the one with the Sheriff. So, as it stands, GameLab.Alpha trying to make do with a few rifles in hand. They're desperate to get that first pick to reinforce their arsenal too. Paranoia thrown, Micro sees it coming though. Blurred also into the corner, gets one for his troubles before he's traded out by Dritch. Paranoia this time, and Kelly S will swing off it. Well played now, and well constructed by Action PH. Kelly S not done with his rampage. Here we go again, Mr. Kelly S. Why don't you just take them all? 9-7 here for APH.
The Bulldog bark in there. Woof woof. GameLab simply have no response, no T-bone stakes to keep him busy or distracted as they're hyper-focused here on this tree hold. I talked about Micro being the only player to have to hold on the tree initially, but I also said that, Action PH are pretty fluid on their defense in how they adjust and pivot to help each other out, and you see that there come in.
But Action PH so prepared with some of these set plays right now that they have. Every single time you see a coordinated assault or setup from Kelly S and Micro, you know they're good for it. Blades out here for GameLab. They're on an eco state this time. And honestly, for Action PH, a chance here to pull on away. Dash in though, Fallex gonna navigate through the alarm bot and the turret. Hit by the paranoia, Boogie already with a takedown towards Blurred. So a chance here for GameLab to go for the push, but they're getting stifled by the utility and the Action PH positioning.
It's gonna be difficult for them to push with the Sheriff in their hands. Maybe they can find Ghidorahs here if Fallex jumps up on the corner, but it is being guarded here by Kempsey. It's going to be difficult to swing on wide. He gets the kill, the second on the follow-up. They know where he is, but what can they do about it? They get the 2 to bring it to their advantage here in the man count.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha, they got that frag a while ago, and now they have the man advantage. Still damage done by Ghidorahs, and even better by Kelly's. Flash comes into play, pops it and locks it towards a Ionix. Knife thrown, and here we go. Clear the left, maybe even the right. Micro finding Boogie. It's Stritch all alone by his lonesome. Has a Spectre in hand, but he's relying on the Sheriff instead in this instance. Micro trying to cross, hit in the back by Dritch. It's 1v1 now. Kelly's yet again looking to get in position. Throws out the flash, but goes for the wraparound instead.
He won't have
Dritch,
time.
Does he know it's coming or not? The backstab, the timing from Dritch to get at the cover, and Kelly's rushing now. Dritch looking to get back in position. You mentioned it, time is of the essence, and Kelly's just going around and around in circles just to fall in front of Dritch. 8-9 as GameLab is able to clutch it out.
You know, it would be a good idea maybe if Dritch there didn't get the timing right when he rounded the corner. But still, it's a very, very huge risk to run if you're Kelly's. You simply do not have time. Highest statistical thing to do there would just be take the fight or try and go for a half defuse and play off of that. But great job here by Dritch, I think, more importantly, and GameLab as a whole, making sure that no kill went untraded there on that push, which you have to do on an eco.
Absolutely, and GameLab.Alpha, yet again, no fears in those instances. Even on an eco state, well played and well executed by Dritch, listening to his audio cues and playing the right timing for the objective. We get the Null Commando into play. Dritch leading the charge alongside Fallex, and speaking of, he already gets to take down of Micro, and Kelly's just spray down as much as they can towards the default 2, courtesy of Kelly's. Spike plant is cancelled, 4v3 in favor of Action PH, and the paranoia has been primed as well. A chance now to go for a repositioning here for APH. GameLab scrambling to get back into cover as much as possible. A Ionix though, timing is of the assets. The Nano Swarm will flush him back, and Kelly's will get the takedown. Dritch, a lot of weight on his shoulders, and it's too much to handle after he gets to 2v1. Speaking of, a Ionix gets the flight lines onto Kevs, but Kevs does it even better and gives the round to APH.
That Nano Swarm was huge here coming from Action PH, because he saw there that on that retake, okay, they denied the initial plant attempt, but then they throw out their flash, they throw out their paranoia, it doesn't connect on much, and they don't push off of it. So, which means their initiating utility for that retake was gone and goes really unused in terms of capitalizing off of that space. But luckily, because of that Nano Swarm, it meant that when they did go for the dry push itself, you did not have a Ionix swing from that main and shut it down.
Yeah, he hesitated immensely, thinking about, do I get back into cover, do I push with them instead, knowing the storm was happening. And really the timing perfectly played by Action PH. Yet again, utility value, and Blurred also doing the same. Owen's down already for the count. Dritch didn't see that one coming. And immediately Action PH, they get the pick and they back off from it.
Yeah, they know they don't have to take this fight. I mean, it's by the book, right? You have the man count. No reason to play aggressive at that point, especially against an eco. All that would be doing is giving, you know, the thrifty side opportunity to maybe take the round or get a pick off. Oh, they spot out the jump. Yeah, not sure if that alerts him towards his A push just yet.
Well, Ghidorahs trying as much as he can to find the shots anyway. Micro setting up the smokes too, and he's waiting over at the garden. An eye out of any push from Cubby too. Cloudburst thrown, and also the reconnaissance confirms his position. Has to back on the way, and we see Blurred. He needs to be the one to get these takedowns instead. Ghidorahs holding close to with the Spectre, and the turret getting into action as well. Ghidorahs gets 3 with a little help from Timmy. 11-8, APH pulling away.
All right, Action PH here. This has looked like the most decisive string of rounds we've seen from either team in this entire series, aside from maybe the earlier stages of Action PH's run-on split. But it's been a back and forth the entire series, and I don't expect that to change. Maybe GameLab here can turn it around, especially with these ults, but I spoke too soon.
I hope and prayed we wouldn't come to this. At least it's the first for the map. At least.
For the map, yes. But
Or
much
the map.
akin
So
to
this
a
is-
while ago, it's near like the ending stages of the map.
So this is the 6th of the series. Anyway, I will cry myself to sleep later. This has been quite a strong string from Action PH. Besides that outplay done by Dritch, it really has been very convincing from Action PH, from the clutch to the holds themselves. Yet again, the setups from APH is so well stationed. You'll always keep an eye out on what Micro is trying to do, just to see what really the set play of Action PH is. If he's playing a paranoia towards Kelly S, you know that that's going to be the angle to move on out with. If you see the smokes, it can be very defensive, and it really hinges on what kind of intel they get early between Kelly S and Kevs. Action PH has just had so many fallback plans in such an immediate fashion that even before GameLab.Alpha can reassess the situation right, APH is already ready.
Both sides have the exact same ultimates online here for this next upcoming round, and not Kelly, yes, 21 on him, next on the team, 13, pretty spread even aside from his top frag, but at least we're getting right back into the game, hanging lights in the garden, but there's no time to play. It's GameLab. They've got the game to try and come back into. Aggressive push here from Action.
Yeah, Blurred, just feeling it already, wants to push. The suppress though, seeking him out, and he has the back on the way now. Action PH looking to play safe after this initial intel here from GameLab. And look at GameLab, because of what happened in the last round, now they're playing a bit more slow and steady, looking to see what APH is willing to do here, and maybe Blurred has a different plan, looking into main 2 at this instance.
You can see it. He's feeling aggressive in this case, but he doesn't have that dash, no tailwind to buy him a bit of safety if it ever does come to it. I think they're trying to prep here the lockdown potentially for the next round, not for this one, because of their position and where they are. Maybe the post plant they can use it, but Blurred, he has to win this fight.
Has to advance to the paranoia though into play, and the clear out coming courtesy of Owen Kevs though, and Kelly S ready for the connection themselves. The Hunter's Fury providing covering fire. The man advantage now in the hands of Action PH. Still though, a small lurk made here by Ionix towards mid. Looking for the chance and the timing. 0-2 wants to be aggressive. They're bringing the spike along the way. The commitment from GameLab.Alpha, but Action PH is just so prepared for it. Ionix gets one, but now it's a 1v3 truly. Can't even find any more targets. The time is running on out. He needs to find these frags just to stand a chance, but Micro will deny that. This is it. Series point for APH.
Big shutdown here coming in from Action PH on that push, and the Hunter's Fury really sent that attacking GameLab side into a scramble here coming from Kevs. You can see that while they might have had good initial positions there towards that market, once more the ultimate coming up online and being thrown to them sent them into kind of a confused state that Action PH were more than happy to capitalize off of.
And GameLab.Alpha, again, ambition blinding them perhaps, bringing that spike along. Maybe they could have gone for a flash play at least. But here comes Owen now, ready for Kelly S. A good punish for that immediate aggression. GameLab.Alpha, that's one thing they can rely on. The smoke's also into play towards the doorway too as they go get ready for A.
Really works out. It's a dangerous punish as Micro goes for a safer one here. You don't want to lose your smoker early, and almost what happened to Owen. Cutie and Blurred! Quick on the peak and quick on the retreat.
In a blink of an eye. Even I didn't see that with that speed. Owen now looking to reinforce alongside VALX. The operator still being a big threat from above. And time ticking as GameLab.Alpha have gotten the plant, but in a 4v3 slate, it's really just that precedence with the lockdown. Not only that, as soon as that doorway breaks, you know that Action PH will look to funnel on in. A teleport though towards Spawn. VALX holding close, but Blurred is ready for him. VALX falls, Dritch towards the corner of the wine side, and this is now the site being taken by Action PH. A pinch perhaps as Dritch gets one. Here we go with the defuse though, and in a whimper, it will be Action PH taking the round anyway, sneaking by GameLab.Alpha, and they'll take this map, this series, with a 5-round gap.
They're all asleep at the end of it too. I mean, they got the kills there at the end, GameLab, but just weren't able to find the timing to stop the defuse from happening in the first place. And you know, I like the attempt by Fall X. It's kind of what you have to do in that case, right? Maybe get the one, but Blurred, he was aware, and the rest of Action were as well. They had the shorty out, and they knew it was to come.
Everyone's just memeing GameLab by this point every time they beat them. You notice that always,
Yeah,
always that sleepy time.
Because
They
GameLab
started
love to
it.
do that too. Yeah, they teabag and
Yeah.
they do all this, so sort of friendly, competitive
Yeah,
bats.
it's some good banter indeed. But one more time for GameLab.Alpha, a heartbreaker there at the end. A heartbreaker of a round when it just gets diffused in front of their faces. Or in that case, really, just the sneaky plays from Action PH as they flush themselves into the site. 38 victory. Kelly S, though, impressing yet again with that MVP scoreline. But beyond that, look at GameLab.Alpha. 14 first kills compared to 7, but they still lost out in the end. It was really the mid-round calls and the set plays from Action PH that put them ahead against their opposition.
Well, that's the thing. Doesn't matter how you start if you can't finish, right, Dax? And Action PH here, they knew how to close these rounds on out. Like, we saw one of those final rounds, as I said, on the market kind of B-split push, where Kez pulled out his Hunter's Fury. Yeah, they might have gotten some of the opening kills, but it was closing out the round that Action PH here have been so much better at, and they've been really good on the recovery. You know, this team, they went looking for coach the other week, or last week, and looking at how they're just, you know, a bunch of individual players without that kind of other structure from outside of the game. It's really impressive at how coherent they play as a team.
So you're telling me you're leaving me to be the coach?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, what are you talking about? That life for me is done for the meantime, sir.
Well, they're familiar faces on the squad, that's for sure. But then again, Action PH, we were talking about it before we got even started. It's really just the experience that bears fruit in this kind of series. GameLab.Alpha, we say it time and time again, there's always a fight. There's always a way to win. There's always a way to shoot themselves out of a bad situation. But a few calls there by the tail end really prove that there's still so much to be learned by GameLab.Alpha, bringing that spike along in terms of the push towards spawn. Just the fact that Action PH was able to diffuse that from underneath their noses and really to short the expectations. And in the end, even Blurred delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. It's just Action PH realizing that they can get away with this, they can win out this way, and that they did with a 2-0 sweep.
The line is drawn pretty clear here for Blurred as he ends up the game and the series as well. I think we were talking about, you know, this kind of being Action PH's way. That's a team that we expected to win this, but in the fashion that they did it, still compared to, and rather in contrast to how GameLab is still playing well, I think it's a lot more impressive that Action can do this up against a team that was kind of feeling it today.
Yeah, just... Oh, well, Action PH, honestly right now, this kind of puts themselves in that third spot in terms of the power rankings, in terms of that real standings. And for GameLab.Alpha, maybe that playoff round is what they're looking for moving forward. In the end, there's so much to analyze, especially with some of the rounds that happened near the tail end. We'll throw you guys to the panel now to break it all down.
The likable Riku and of course, Raph, the Riku cosplayer. At nakita natin kanina na totoo talaga itong Newton's third law kung saan for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Sa kahit anong gawin ng G-Lab kanina, laging merong opposite na gagawin dito ang ating Action PH, Raph. Agree ka na sa akin? Tama na yung sinabi ko this time.
No.
Okay.
No, okay. No, so here's the thing, and how I felt about GameLab. Again, obviously we had the unified panel in that we agreed GameLab would win. But I feel like the biggest problem here was, again, Newton's third law. It just felt like GameLab was not reacting quickly enough, and I guess they're so used to leading the dance that when they have to follow, it's a step slower.
Yeah, it's the dance. I feel like it's the Kelly S dance. Honestly, again, gotta highlight this player. Kasi ever since yung parang addition niya dito sa team ng Action PH, parang mas lalong lumakas itong team na ito. And it feels like dumagdag yung firepower, especially pagdating sa mechanics, sa gunfights. Grabe yung confidence. And that's why we are seeing a lot of the highlights coming from Kelly S, even when we move over sa susunod na mapa, which was Ascent kanina.
Yun nga sakto yung sinabi mo na naging observation ko rin kasi even during Split 1, maganda naman yung performance netong APH pero this time around mas solid talaga Pag tinignan natin yung standings which we'll be seeing later on here on the panel show, makikita natin na oo, may 2 losses so far etong APH pero pag chinek mo talaga kung kanino nga bang team sila natalo, it's Oasis Gaming and NAOS Esports which arguably are the best teams right now in VCTPH. Pero going back to this specific series, siguro kapansin-pansin talaga dito, Raf, yung change of pace na ginagawa over and over again itong Action PH. Kaya nga, talagang totoo na sila yung nagdidictate ng pace when it comes to the game.
That's true. And I'm really happy that they've added an extra layer into their game because, that was the biggest gripe in the last few games that they played together. Yes, they have the individual pieces, but the kind of hinge off a master plan or just a game plan in general was fairly absent, I would assume. But you did mention too that they're basically the only losses they've had was the juggernaut teams, the top 1 and 2. I like that today has been like, in the earlier series it was a battle for the playoffs. Now it's pretty much undisputed who is the 3rd best team.
I think that there we go. Siyempre, yung MVP para kay Rico ay si Kelly S. Hinighlight mo na kanina, Rico, this is his time to shine. So, dagdagan mo pa, di ba?
Grabe talaga tong player na to, Laika. I swear. Kasi yung flexibility na dinadala niya sa team, it just feels like it doesn't really change. He's still a menace pagdating sa Action PH. Kung mag-initiator man siya katulad ng KO o kaya isang race na mag-e-entry para sa kanyang squad, it just feels like he's so consistent no matter what he plays. And I feel like that's one of the key strengths and I feel like a lot of teams should watch out for, especially when we look towards the playoffs.
After all, at the end of the day, dito sa VCTPH, consistency is the name of the game. Kung sino yung team na magiging pinaka-consistent, sila talaga yung magwawagi dun sa dulo na pinatunayan naman sa atin ng NAOS Esports during the Split 1 run that they had. At ngayon, they're hoping to hit that run or continue that run na makikita naman natin as we go into the standings. Kasi katulad ng sinabi namin in our pre-panel, it was actually 6-0 for the side of NAOS Esports. Pero na-point out mo na kanina, Rico, etong ZOL Esports, pati na rin, of course, etong Action PH, medyo umangat pa nga sa ating standings.
Nakakatakot to tingnan kasi nakita natin na parang isang game na lang halos per team yung natitira. So, kumbaga, some teams can't exactly overtake. Kumbaga, magtatay na lang sila sa standings and we'll see how the head-to-head will work out later.
I mean, those teams are probably just going to play spoiler to the teams that they can poison in that shape or way. But I feel like these are the standings that basically have cemented itself now, so without question, have been almost flawless. Even with new additions, Oasis a little more mortal and I guess a little imperfect at some times. It's still a very, very strong team.
It really is a very strong team. And speaking of spoilers na sinabi mo nga kanina, Raf, meron din akong spoiler para sa inyo at yan ay ang matches natin that are to come. Kasi patapos na yung regular season natin, guys. Meron na lang tayong 2 days ito sa ating regular season.
Wow.
At sabi nga ni Rico kanina, halos tig-isang game na lang yung mga teams natin dito. So first and foremost, it's gonna be MVPE versus GLab and then ZOL versus APH. So good luck na lang talaga sa kanila. Pero Ralph, I know you're really cheering on sa Action PH because of your boy Blurred. I just wanna say na I commend them. Ang ganda ng performance nila kanina. Yun lang.
That's true.
I just wanted to acknowledge that for you.
Great time to wake up and really start revving up those fryers. I mean, Blurred, again, such a high ceiling. And for tomorrow, MVP versus GameLab has definitely had my eye. In one case, it doesn't necessarily affect the standing of GameLab, but for MVP, I think this is for their playoff spot, question mark.
Yeah.
Question mark.
Would you say na yung performance na nakita natin ngayon sa GLab, Raf, medyo uncharacteristic?
Man, I mean, that is a question that's been on my mind, and I'm sure everybody's been thinking about that too. Because again, there was a lot of conversation. Who really is the 3rd best team? GameLab had a very strong case in the previous split, but today they just looked a step slower. Action PH was very good at capitalizing. So, yeah, a little uncharacteristic. They just couldn't hit that ceiling that they're usually very good at hitting.
Sana mahanap na nila yung stride nila kasi Con. Ilang araw na lang. Tuloy-tuloy nga lang yung laban nila. Kahapon nagkaroon ng laban tong GLab. Today rin and then next week, meron pa rin sila. So, tuloy-tuloy, medyo walang pahinga in a sense, even though meron tayong 1 more week to wait for the next couple of matches. So, abangan na lang natin yan. Pero bago natin i-wrap up etong show, ay nais namin magpasalamat sa Riot Games and Mineski Philippines for making VCTPH Split 2 happen.
At syempre, wag natin kakalimutan. Guys, enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe sa Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our first free trial, which is on your first month. As you can see, just scan the QR code right there. Right.
I think it's on the opposite side.
Yeah, there you go. I got it.
Oops.
Ooh,
Wait. There. But of course, guys, this has also been made possible and sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So big thank you for helping and making the league basically do its thing. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Now here on the panel, it has been Likeable, Riku, and Riku 2.0, otherwise known as Raf. And we'll be seeing you guys next week for more Valorant Philippines action.